Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request you all to take your seats. We're just about to begin with the sessions in a few more minutes. Thank you. While you all are settling down, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for supporting BioAsia 2025. Let us thank our principal industry host, Amgen, Deloitte, Dr. Reddy's, Novartis, Life Sciences Limited, and Laurus Labs Limited. Our event planners, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. We would also like to extend our thank you to industry co-host, Oncology Life Sciences, Aurobindo Curatech, Pi Health, Syngene and Medtronics, CEO Conclave sponsor Takeda. We'd also like to thank international partner Region, Flanders Investment and Trade, our state partner Government of Karnataka, corporate sponsors Bharat Biotech International, Gland Granules, Neovantage, Saptagir Laboratories Private Limited, and Satories. Our session sponsors, Agilesius, BCG, Ernst & Young, Concepo, Milton Yeh, MSN Labs, Satories, and Virtuo. Our global sponsors, Trade and Investment Queensland, and our associate sponsors, Biological E, Bharat Serum and Vaccines, Ferring Pharmaceuticals, Indian Immunological Limited, Natco, Roche, and Sanofi. So we would like to extend our thank you to all our sponsors, without whom this event would have never been possible. Now, before we begin, I throw some light on our history of BioAsia. Over past 21 editions, BioAsia had participation of luminaries from 100+ countries, 25,000+ B2B, B2R, R2R meetings, 250+ letter of intents, bilateral cooperation agreements and MOUs. Over 30 knowledge papers and policy recommendations have been unveiled in the last 21 years of BioAsia. And altogether, the state has received trade and investment to an extent of $3.3 billion. So on that note, let us start with a huge round of applause for all of us to be a part of BioAsia. Today, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the Day 2 of BioAsia 2025, where we continue to explore breakthrough innovations, transformative strategies, and collaborative opportunities, shaping the global life sciences and the healthcare ecosystem. Yesterday, we witnessed insightful discussions, groundbreaking perspectives, and inspiring leadership from global experts. Today, we build on that momentum with another power-packed lineup of keynote addresses, panel discussions, and interactive sessions featuring industry pioneers and policymakers. I extend a special welcome to our distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, industry leaders, and delegates who have joined us from all across the world. Your presence here is a testament to the shared commitment towards accelerating advancements in life sciences, digital health, and clinical innovation. So without further ado, let's begin an exciting second day of BioAsia 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin today's session with our plenary address. Now, due to an unforeseen personal reason, Dave Rees was not able to join us today. He sends all of us his best wishes. Joining us in his stead is a renowned leader who has been at the forefront of innovation and in biotechnology and pharmaceuticals. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Saptarshi Haldar, Vice President Research, Amgen, to deliver the plenary address. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome him with a huge round of applause. Wow, what a welcome.
Thank you to the BioAsia Organizing Committee. It's really an extraordinary time to be here, to be in Hyderabad and to be in biotechnology. My name is Saptarshi Haldar. I'm a cardiologist and a molecular biologist, and I lead Amgen's cardiovascular and metabolic drug discovery based in San Francisco. So as many of you know, this Monday we had a wonderful ribbon cutting and inauguration for our new site, Amgen India, which is just down the road. And it made me think, why is Amgen here in Hyderabad and in India? So many of you know our global mission is to serve patients suffering from serious diseases all around the world. So I believe we're here in India today because we together have a once-in-a-generation opportunity, what we're calling a hinge moment, to transform the lives of patients together at the intersection of, one, rapid advances in science, two, unprecedented new technologies, such as artificial intelligence, and perhaps most importantly, all of this galvanized and catalyzed by India's immense talent. So I'm going to dial down. What is this hinge moment that we're talking about? Well, I believe that it's fueled by two things. The first is data, and not a small amount of data, but an enormous amount of data. We're talking about a number that we term terabytes, or even bigger, zettabytes. 181 zettabytes is what we approximate is the data generated by the global citizens of the Earth every year. So what is a zettabyte? Zetta is the Greek prefix for 1, followed by 21 zeros. So that's an astronomical number, and it's really hard for humans to comprehend. So I'm going to put it into a little bit of perspective with some examples. So many of us have these things, right? These standard smartphones, and these hold 128 gigabytes these days of data capacity. So the data generated by the world in a single day is the equivalent data capacity of giving every single person in India one of these, and every single person in China one of these. So even that is hard to comprehend. So I know there's a lot of movie fans in the audience, and kudos to the state of Telangana to have one of the most robust movie industries in the world. So 181 zettabytes is 36 trillion digital movies, feature-length films, not shorts. And this is a lot. So I did a calculation. If I asked a person to watch one movie every single day to get to 181 zettabytes of movies, it would take 7 times the lifespan of the universe to achieve. So I think you get the picture. This is a lot of data. And where's that data coming from? Well, 1/3 of that data is coming from us, our industry, the biomedical field and biomedical innovation. So we're going to be transformed by this. So, and where is that biomedical data coming from? It's coming from new experimental methods. It's the genetic information of hundreds of millions of people harmonized with the entire body of digital healthcare records of health systems and nations. We're talking doctor's notes, blood tests, CAT scans, all of it. And it's the genomes in the human body. So how do we make sense of all this complex data? It's only tractable by novel analytical methods and computational power, machine learning, and the rise now of generative AI. So like one of my scientific heroes, and I'm a student of history, my scientific heroes, the Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell, who in the 1800s unified electricity and magnetism and told us that they're not separate things, they're kind of like each other, they're actually the same thing. And with that, Maxwell explained the fundamental nature of light. So in that analogy, we are witnessing a merger of biology, on the right on the slide, and technology. And it is a unification. They are the same thing. And with that, we're going to take the same fundamental science and unravel human biology and improve human health together. So the advances we are seeing with AI are essentially fracturing something we call Moore's law. So I know this is a technical audience. Many of you may know that Gordon Moore, legendary chairman of Intel, stated in the mid-1960s that computing power would roughly double every 2 years. And that's actually held for 6 decades. And I'm actually part of the generation that grew up with this twofold logarithmic growth. I cut my teeth playing Pong in the 1970s and programming 8-bit processors. And I trained in medicine in the early era of handwritten paper charts and when you had to go look at plastic films for x-rays. And now we live in a world that has been transformed by electronic medical records. So let me tell you that humans have a hard time wrapping their heads around exponential growth. And Moore's law was hard enough. If you look to the right here, it's going to be hard to predict how this technology is going to affect us, but these large language models, I told you that number 2, they're growing at about 100 times more powerful every 2 years. So we're not going to be able to comprehend the impact, but it's coming. This is the world that we're living in. So Moore's law has indeed been fractured. So I'm not going to expound on technical innovation in the AI field. Frankly, I know that there are many experts in this audience, and this community is innovating at rapid speed in that space. And it's going to be hard to predict how this technology is going to evolve over the next decade, but it will evolve, and it will impact everything that we do. So, you know, in my world at Amgen, as I said, we're here to serve patients. So what I'd like to do is share with you a handful of vignettes about how we're leveraging AI across the spectrum of the value chain in pharmaceutical innovation, ranging from the earliest aspects of discovery all the way to post-marketing. So vignette number 1, protein engineering and protein therapeutics. At Amgen, we have a long-standing legacy in engineering proteins to make drugs. And as many of you know, a drug candidate has to thread a lot of needles to make it to the clinic. We talk about affinity and avidity and ideal pharmacokinetics, stability, manufacturability, name a few things. And traditionally, we've done this by iterative trial and error, by making changes to the protein, bringing it back to the wet lab, assaying the molecule, and going back to the drawing board until we get it right. So let's take an example of one of those critical features. It's called viscosity. And I know that viscosity doesn't sound like the flashiest thing to talk to a molecular biology and AI audience, but it's actually really important for patients, and that's what we care about the most. Because a patient is not going to be able to administer a drug that has the viscosity of syrup through a small needle of an auto-injector device, and that really matters. So our drug candidates, after jumping through all these hoops, need to live in a very narrow range, a Goldilocks zone of viscosity. But imagine this, if you could build an algorithm that could simply take the amino acid sequence of a protein and computationally predict the key attributes prior to these cycles of wet lab-based testing. Well, that's exactly what we've done at Amgen. We built a training model based on decades and terabytes of data on protein sequence and viscosity. And now, I'm happy to say that we can predict with more than 80% accuracy that a protein will be in that right Goldilocks zone of viscosity without ever doing a wet lab experiment. And what does that really mean? It means higher success rates, faster cycle times, and more drugs to more patients quicker. So I talked about viscosity and drug properties. How about a deeper understanding of human disease? So Amgen has been on this for a long time, even before the AI revolution. For over a decade, we had the belief that the era of large-scale human data was soon upon us. So based on this foresight, over 10 years ago, we acquired Decode Genetics based in Reykjavik, Iceland, a global leader in human genetics, now fully integrated into Amgen. And at the time of that acquisition, we only had about 4,000 whole genome sequences. So fast forward that now, over 10 years, we have now access to over 1 million whole genomes and increasing. And you couple all this to all forms of digital human data that's captured in the record: height, weight, cholesterol levels, risk of a heart attack, asthma, cancer, proteins in the blood, anything that you can measure and anything that exists in the electronic health record, now including raw data from medical diagnostics such as MRI scans. And to boot, the comp power, we now have placed an NVIDIA SuperPod, placed in Reykjavik, powering this science, and interestingly, fueled by their unique national geothermal energy grid. So you'll see more coming out of this. And I'm going to give you an example how we're leveraging this for patients in my area, cardiovascular. So here's a use of AI that's absolutely near and dear to my heart and many of your hearts as well, literally. We have effective preventive therapies in cardiovascular disease, yet current tools for risk prediction are simply not good enough. So for many patients, a major heart attack or a stroke or sudden death is their first presentation of atherosclerosis. And I know personally that this remains a huge problem in India and for Indians all over the world where the disease is different. It's unfortunately not unusual which allowed them to measure the proteins in the blood, approximately 5,000 proteins simultaneous in the blood. And unlike the genome, the proteome is dynamic, changing with environmental factors such as age, was that a proteomic risk score that we derived nearly doubled our ability to find these high-risk patients from this incredibly heterogeneous pool, substantially outperforming genetics alone. And as we get better, this is going to tell us about individual risk and how to best intervene, not only for geographies and ethnicities, but even for a single patient. So this is the future. So now we're integrating these proteomic risk scores in exploratory biomarkers in some of our trials with the goal of one day developing diagnostics that are going to allow us to take risk stratification to a whole new level. And potentially, we're going to run clinical trials differently in the future. And ultimately, we're going to try to get the right drug to the right patient, creating value for the entire healthcare system globally. So this is literally AI creating the future of precision medicine. All right, clinical trials. How about AI helping us enroll clinical trials more efficiently? As many of you know, the rates of patient enrollment is a major bottleneck in the speed of clinical trial execution. It's been historically very, very hard to predict which clinical trial sites are going to be the best enrollers. So at Amgen, we've developed a machine learning algorithm called Atomic. And Atomic ranks clinical trial sites based on hundreds of potential predictive factors on their rates of enrollment. And what we've been able to show now on a fairly large data set is that when we apply this model, sites selecting using the Atomic model enroll about 2.5 times more efficiently than sites by the traditional means. So that is an enormous increment in the clinical operations realm, as many of you know. And we're applying this across the entire portfolio, generating a new version of this model, and hope to accelerate clinical trials using this technology. And our final vignette, what about regulatory documents? You know, we as an industry generate tons of regulatory documents, and they're very important in this business. So about a year ago, we sat down as we were collaborating with a pioneering artificial intelligence firm and gave the team a very simple task. We said, all right, let's see if we can start writing portions of an FDA filing using AI, large language models. And it's kind of a no-brainer which document or module to choose. It's the CMC module, Chemistry, Manufacturing, and Controls for the FDA. And why? Because it's a highly regimented templated document, as you can see by that funnel on the far right. And we've got 40 years worth of data on that at Amgen. And for us, that filing module is about 1,000 pages. And at the end, you have to write a 20-page overall summary, a quality overall summary, or a QOS. And once you generate that module, you have to prepare this summary. So we told them, let's see if we can develop a prototype that will write the QOS. And the process for this is a rather structured approach, as I can tell you. So they went to work, and then they came back and they shocked us on 2 dimensions. One, they came back in 6 weeks, not 6 months when we were expecting them. And 2, when they pressed the button, in about 30 seconds, they generated a QOS that was indistinguishable from a team of about half a dozen regulatory efforts working for 2 months to generate. So tremendous productivity. So it's not far-fetched to imagine that in the not-too-distant future, it may very well be possible to submit an entire filing in 1 click. So I'll end here. I've told you the vignettes, and we're going to go back to the beginning. So from these examples, you can absolutely see that we're indeed at a hinge moment. And from my experience here at our ribbon-cutting ceremony for Amgen India, I've really firsthand seen a glimpse of the promising future here. The intersection of creative science, cutting-edge technologies, and most importantly, truly remarkable talent in India. So for everyone at Amgen India and its incredible Hyderabad and Indian ecosystem, we're going to need you. We're going to need your passion and your creativity to chart the future of healthcare together. And together, we're going to serve the patients around the globe that are really counting on us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Halder, for sharing those invaluable thoughts, insights, and the lovely presentation. Now, to thank you, I may invite Mr. Tanmay Krishna, Associate Vice President, Telangana Life Sciences, to please join me on stage to present a small token of appreciation and the thank you to Mr. Halder for his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful start of Day 2 of BioAsia 2025. On that note, next we are honored to welcome a distinguished leader in the digital transformation and healthcare innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Dave Williams, Executive Vice President, Chief Information and Digital Officer, MSD. Yeah, you can be louder. Yes, you can cheer him. Go ahead, yes.
Good morning. It's always good to have some friends in the front row. So I am thrilled to be part of BioAsia 2025. I have to say, I have one of the best jobs at MSD. I have the privilege of leading about 5,000 digital innovators that enable our entire company. I also believe that the opportunity has never been greater to leverage technology to transform our entire industry and compress time for patients. Today I'm going to cover 3 points. The first thing I'm going to do is talk a little bit about that opportunity. Second, I'll share what needs to be true for us to capture the opportunity. And lastly, I'll touch on a little bit of what MSD is doing in the digital space to also capture that. But first, a little bit about MSD. MSD is a science-based company, and our purpose is simple. It's to save and improve lives. Over our 130-year history, we've brought hope to humanity through the development of medicines and vaccines. We operate in multiple therapeutic areas, including oncology, vaccines, and cardiometabolic, to name a few. And most importantly, last year, with our products, we touched nearly 500 million patients across the world. MSD has a proud, long history in India as well. We also operate in multiple therapy areas, including oncology, diabetes, vaccines, and animal health. We're also proud to manufacture products in India for India and the rest of the world. And just this week, we opened our new technology center in Hyderabad, and by the end of this year, we expect to have roughly 2,700 employees, and in a couple years, I fully expect we'll double that number or more. So emerging technologies are fundamentally changing the way medicines are discovered and developed, accelerating delivery of life-saving medicines to patients globally. Now, I know this audience is familiar with the process in pharma, but I'd like to just take a few minutes to explain the end-to-end process to set context. So on the left side of this slide, the first thing you see is our discovery phase, discovery and development. And at a very high level, in this phase, our scientists are looking to identify a biological target that's part of a disease, such as a protein or a gene. And then, like we heard from our last speaker, our scientists painfully screen thousands of compounds or potential drugs to try and find one that demonstrates some activity against that disease target. Finally, we do what's called preclinical testing, where we look at the pharmacokinetics of a potential drug. That is how the drug is absorbed, distributed, metabolized, and excreted by the body. So that's the discovery and development phase. Next, we move into our clinical phase, and there's three parts of that. In phase one, these are small studies which are focused on testing safety. Phase two trials are a little bit larger and focused on efficacy and also safety. And then we go into phase three trials. And these are large trials with typically thousands of patients operated globally. We're looking at safety, we're looking at efficacy, and we're also looking at comparators based on from existing therapies in the market. From there, we have a formal approval process. We then manufacture at large scale, and the most important part, we deliver these to patients. Now, this process is long. It's 12 to 15 years. It's time-consuming, it's expensive, and today we're witnessing a fundamental shift in how technology can impact this end-to-end process. This is especially true in the area of drug discovery and development. So I'd like to double-click on this area and go a little bit deeper to show you an example. On the left-hand side of this slide, you see some of the things I just spoke about. So target identification, lead optimization, compound identification, lead optimization, and then preclinical testing. Now, also, as our last speaker mentioned, our scientists traditionally in the labs will use a hypothesis and intuition to design compounds with the right profiles. Going back to those pharmacokinetics or the ADME, where you're looking at how a drug is absorbed, distributed, metabolized, and excreted by the body. So it was a lot of trial and error, right? You're tweaking a molecule, you're doing that wet lab testing, you're looking at the results, you're fine-tuning, and you're repeating that cycle. Again, it's time-consuming, it's expensive, it's often frustrating for our scientists. We're moving from a largely wet lab manual approach to a lab that's heavily enabled by large data sets and AI/ML. So the modern-based approach is a scientist will leverage a tool set and models that we've built to predict which structures and which modifications are likely to have the desired profile. And you'll screen thousands and thousands of those almost instantly. And the ones with the highest probability of success are the ones that go into the wet lab. And so you go from a manual, heavily wet lab dependent process to one that combines AI/ML, in silico, with the wet lab. And this is just one example of how you can compress time for patients by leveraging technology. But it doesn't just happen in drug discovery and development. We have dozens and dozens of examples across the entire value chain, from clinical, manufacturing, our commercial operations, and even all of our functions. And so when you look at the totality of the impact that this can have on that 12 to 15 years to get new medicines and vaccines to patients, I ask, why can't we shrink this for patients? Why can't this be 6 to 8 years or less? And that's why it's so important for us to embrace technology, adapt it to every part of our process, because patients need us to do that. So, what needs to be true for us to achieve this? Well, probably hundreds of things. I only have 15 minutes in the speech, so I'm going to focus on 3 of them. And the first one I'll touch upon is probably the most important. We need digital innovators with a growth mindset. We look for digital innovators that are passionate about our mission to save and improve lives, who are not afraid of some really complex challenges that we have to solve for, who are motivated by working side by side with our scientists in the lab, our engineers in manufacturing, our commercial leaders, and leaders across our entire business. We need digital innovators who have a growth mindset, who look forward to coming to work every day and saying, what am I going to learn today? Because things change very fast. And maybe most importantly, we need digital innovators who are passionate about driving change. So this is the first thing. Digital innovators will lead the way. Second thing we need is we must shorten the technology adoption cycle in large corporations. As Chief Information and Digital Officer for MSD, this is one of my top priorities and something that literally keeps me awake at night. And why does it keep me awake? Well, my number one job is I have to make sure that everything runs well every day. You know, that we have reliable supply to patients, that we're safe and secure and well-performing for our business stakeholders. And, oh, by the way, we need to transform everything we do end to end. So we simultaneously need to run the business every day and change the business every day. The graphic you see on the top right, it's not meant to be readable, but what that represents is the existing tools and applications and platforms just in the AI/ML space. There are hundreds, probably 1,000 different tools up there. And the rate and pace of technological change is faster than I've ever seen in my 30 plus years doing this, especially in the last 2+ years with generative AI. So you have the external world where innovation is happening at 1,000 miles an hour. And then you have our process I just described that's heavily regulated, that's deeply ingrained, that we also want to transform. And the space between these two is getting bigger. So we need to shorten that cycle, which means you need to be really, really good at picking which technologies, which companies you're going to partner with, and being really good at driving adoption of those into your core business in order to compress time for patients. So the second thing we have to do is shorten technology adoption cycles. And then the third thing is we need to have world-class digital backbones that enable business agility and speed. We can't have our technology being the constraint to change. Right? We can't have siloed technology. We have to have a robust enterprise backbone that's flexible, agile, secure, and well-performing. The backbone must be architected with the enterprise in mind. You know, a compound starts in discovery, but it travels across that enterprise to get to patients. So if you have an enterprise or a backbone that's architected by function or departments, it makes it very difficult to operate in that kind of situation. And finally, you need to have frictionless flow of data across that enterprise. I'll share a quick story. When I started this job a little over 5 years ago, I went and spent some time in South San Francisco with our scientists. I spent 2 days and I said, I want to see a day in the life. Show me how you work. Take me into the labs. Because I had heard that there was a lot of friction. And I watched them, experience performance issues with applications. And I witnessed them in the labs taking data manually off one instrument and putting that into a data set to the right side. And I was sitting with a scientist towards the end of that day, and she said, for every hour I spend in the lab, I probably spend 3 hours documenting what I did. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be amazing if for every hour, instead of an hour in the lab and 3 hours documenting, she could take that entire 4 hours and focus on the science. And we had a backbone and a data architecture where data just flowed to where it needed to be, and it could be consumed where it needed to be consumed in a compliant, controlled, secure manner. So the digital backbone is critically important. So what needs to be true? You need digital innovators with a growth mindset. We need to compress the technology adoption cycle, and we need a robust digital backbone. At MSD, our formula to leverage digital to compress time for patients has 5 components to it. The first one is around lead from the top. I am very fortunate to have a CEO and an executive team that embrace digital and have made it core to our strategy. It's really challenging to drive transformation and digital transformation if your leaders are not aware of it and are not supportive of it. So you have to lead from the top. The second thing you need is focus. If you think back to that chart I showed and you compare it to the number of opportunities you have to transform your business, you have to be thoughtful on where you make choices. You have to be thoughtful on which technologies you choose and how you marry those up with opportunities in your companies. And you have to bring those together and focus on the outcomes you're trying to drive. Technology for technology's sake doesn't help us. Being focused on the technology and the problem set and clear on the outcomes and relentlessly pursuing those is what creates value. And then lastly, kind of the foundation. I mentioned the digital backbone part of this. Agile, flexible, enterprise approach to that. You need that frictionless flow of data across all parts of your company. And perhaps more importantly, the 5th thing you need is you need to power a digital mindset in your company. This is not only great technologists, but it's helping business partners understand the role that technology can play in transforming industry and compressing time for patients. Our new technology center in Hyderabad is a key enabler for this 5th priority, and we're extremely excited to start that new relationship and bring you
holding yourself back, yes. This is a forum to even enjoy these moments. All right, well, of course, we would like to thank Mr. William, and to do the honors, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ajit Shetty, the Chairman, International Advisory Board, BioAsia, to please join us on stage to present a token of thank you and appreciation to Mr. Dave Williams. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now we transition into a series of engaging panel discussions that will bring together global leaders, innovators, and policymakers to explore the future of life sciences and healthcare. So our first panel discusses the shifting role of global capability centers in life sciences from traditional cost-saving models to value-driven innovation hubs. With an increasing focus on AI, digital transformation, and R&D, GCCs are now playing a crucial role in shaping the global healthcare industry. To guide this discussion, we are pleased to welcome our moderator for this session, Dr. Purav Gandhi, founder and CEO, Health Arc, to please join us on stage. I will also take this opportunity and call our esteemed panelists for this discussion, Mr. John Dober, Corporate Vice President and Managing Director, Global Business Services, Novo Nordisk, Mr. Shivakumar Padmanabhan, MD and Head of Global Innovation Technology Center, AstraZeneca India, to please join us, along with Mr. Mohit Dhingra, Managing Director and Head of Business Insights and Technology, Hyderabad BMS, Mr. Fani Mitra, B, Global CIO and CDO, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Mr. Puneet Chopra, Head of Data, Digital and Technology, Takeda, and Mr. Rajiv Onat, India Head Digital Technology and Engineering, Regeneron. As our panelists are right here, before we begin, we are honored to release the white paper by Health Arc titled Expanding Horizons, the Maturity Journey of Life Sciences and Healthcare GCCs in India. And to do the honors, we have with us a vibrant personality, Mr. Sudeep Krishna, co-founder and president of Health Arc. Let us do the unveiling first, ladies and gentlemen. Let us capture this moment with one photograph. Post which I humbly request Mr. Sudeep, if you would like to share a few words about the expanding horizon and the maturity journey of life sciences and healthcare. GCCs in India. Over to you, Sudeep.
Thank you, Sabrina. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here and to introduce this session. We start our POV with a quote. We say that the difficult we do immediately, the impossible takes a little longer. And in many ways, that quote epitomizes the approach that, or the GCC journeys that a lot of life sciences companies have taken over the last few years. Look, we are consultants and we love 2x2s. And every time we have worked with GCCs and looked at helping them with their GCC journeys, in many cases you typically start with the processes or the functions that are less complex and that are non-core. But in life sciences, in our experience, it's the other way around. In many cases, we not only look at optimizing costs as we go along in these GCC journeys, we also look at maximizing values. So it's an honor to have all these GCC leaders from 3 different cities here, actually, from Chennai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad. And in many ways, these three cities form the core of the entire life sciences GCC ecosystem in India. We have Siva from AstraZeneca, John from Novo Nordisk, Puneet from Takeda, Mohit from BMS, and very excitingly, we also have Fani from Dr. Reddy's, where we'd love to hear his perspectives on how Indian life sciences companies are thinking about GCCs going forward. So with that, I would love to hand over to our moderator for this session, Dr. Purav Gandhi, founder and CEO of Health Arc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sudeep, for setting the tone for this exciting discussion. I'll start with local first. Mohit, almost exactly a year, last BioAsia was the time when we inaugurated the BMS GCC. Probably 6 months ago you started, before that you started hiring your team, and now such a rapid pace, you've built a team of 2,000 plus in India. Wanted to hear about this journey, like how such a rapid journey was undertaken, what was the experience, how did you get adoption within your global team as the center grew at this rapid pace?
Sure. So firstly, Bristol Myers Squibb is in the bold science business, right? And we're looking at disease areas which we have to bring treatments to the centers very fast, right? So one important piece for us is how do we build a workforce that is very innovative and has a sense of urgency? And that's why we chose Hyderabad as a location to build that capability a year and a half ago. So if you really look at it in the last 18 to 20 months, we have now 2,000 people in Hyderabad, thanks to the ecosystem that is available in Telangana for us to do that. I think it started off with a very simple, I call it the vision and the broad core guiding principles. And I think we were very clear on what we wanted to build was a very cross-functional, innovative, a workforce that has a sense of urgency because there are a lot of patients who are waiting for our medicines every day, right? And every day's delay really costs lives at the end of the day. And I think as part of the guiding principles, what was very important to also say what we should not be doing, because everybody gets caught up in this, I call it the value versus volume game, right? So we were very clear that we are here for value and we are not here for volume. Because very soon you will see everybody gets into the thousands and the 10,000s and you figure out that, hey, am I really doing the right work that I should be doing or not, right? And that's very keen to the topic of what we've got here. So we were a bit more surgical in the value part of it. One thing we wanted also to make sure is value is a very broad spectrum, right? Because it can start off with automating and eliminating certain manual activities to breakthrough innovation, right? So from that spectrum perspective, where do you play to that spectrum is very important. And I think what led to us having a very simple principle was, guys, we play to that spectrum that adds value to the company's goals and aspirations. That's period because we are here to serve the company, right? And I think 3-4 things got us there very quickly. One is we are very open that if we're going to be innovative, we have to get a workforce that comes from diverse backgrounds and industry. And there is this little bit of this in life sciences that you really have to be in the life sciences to be in the life sciences. I think we were able to successfully break that myth. We said, guys, we are open, we want to be innovative, and we can only get it when people come from different industries and backgrounds and different experiences. So I think that helped us move faster. And of course, where we wanted the specialists to come in with the science background, we took the folks from that background, right? The second piece that really was very well aligned to us was that we had a very clear sponsorship at the C-suite level. Even our leaders report into the C-suite right now. And the C-suite was very enabling to clear out any roadblocks, right? Because that really helps to move fast, because you can't move fast without that sponsorship and support. And I think the C-suite was very supportive to also give the, what I call it, the empowerment, the autonomy for us to make that decision, and the trust that was built very soon, and that's how we were able to move pretty quickly to it. And I think that alignment also brings in very clear global objectives of what needs to get delivered. Last point I'll make is, I think we call this a very clear one BMS culture. At the end of the day, it's one organization that needs to operate the same way. And the one BMS culture only comes with the people, so making that investment day in, day out with the people, with the leadership to set that stage was very critical. So I think those are few pieces that really helped us move fast.
No, it's incredible. It's a fascinating journey, and I'm sure you have plans to continue this further as well. But there was one distinct advantage, Mohit, you had, which was you were starting with a clean slate. I want to go to John. John, for you, it was a very unique story, right? You were here for almost what we talked about, 17 years. But then the journey is in 2 phases. It started 17 years ago, and then last 3 or 4 years, there was a very different momentum. The role of the GCC changed significantly. You talked about the culture changing, the kind of roles and seniority changing. So how did you go about this transition? What was the difference in mandate, difference in positioning of the GCC?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. So Novo Nordisk in Bangalore now is just a little shy of 4,500 colleagues across about 17 functions. I was thinking actually, we've heard a lot over the last 2 days, 7 out of the top 10 global pharma companies are based here in Hyderabad. Probably the remaining 3 are amongst the 6 of us. So we've all got targets on our chests, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Novo Nordisk started in Bangalore 17 years ago, and we started as a shared service center, as a transactional business. But in the last, as you say, 3-4 years, we've grown by about 2,000 colleagues. And now, if I stratify our workforce into what you might think as transactional roles versus specialist or senior roles, we're now approaching 70-30 in favor of the senior or specialist roles. And so for every one transactional person we've hired in the last 3 years, we've hired 3 specialists or senior folk. So the whole journey's been quite interesting. If I think about some of the challenges that we've faced, I probably split them into 2 halves. First of all, externally, you know, everybody knows a little bit about Novo Nordisk now, but perhaps 3-4 years ago they didn't, so we had to do quite a lot of work on external branding, on communication, on being sure that the external world understood who we were, our purpose, focus on patients, focus on why we exist. The other thing that we had to do was completely change the way we do our talent attraction model, because no longer can we just run a very simple RPO model that just churns in transactional folk every week, but rather we have to have our talent attraction people very focused on understanding more deeply the roles that we've got and the value that we bring. If I think about internal development, one of the differences perhaps from Mohit, you know, whilst we do have full C-suite sponsorship, we've had to build a lot of trust along the way. And having all of those 17 functions, SVPs, trusting in what we do, trusting in what we deliver, not over-promising and under-delivering, but rather being sure that we deliver what we say we can deliver and then grow from there has been really, really important for us. You know, we constantly rolling out the red carpet and bringing folks to Bangalore, as I'm sure these guys also do. And that helps us build the trust with the HQ stakeholders, and everybody has seen the value that our organization can deliver. And as I close, perhaps there is a little uniqueness about Novo Nordisk in so much as we're a Danish-based company. You know, the entire population of Denmark is about 1/3 of the population of Bangalore. So as this company scales and scales and scales, we had to look for skills and scale outside our home country. And we're super happy with what we have in India and continue to grow here.
That's great to hear, John. Siva, I'll come to you. You have had a fairly long run, and we were talking about how there's a transition that you have led AZ through from the GCC being a service or a product delivery organization to almost being clearly linked to business outcomes, being responsible for business outcomes. How do you do that sitting in India? How could you make that transition happen? How could you drive that change? If you can tell us about that process, because that's what I think now every GCC aspires for, right? To be responsible directly for a business outcome.
Yeah, fantastic. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm Shiva Padmanabhan from AstraZeneca. We've been here 10 years, like you said, Purav, in India. And I would say it's been a process of maturing, right? Where initially, if I would equate this to like Lego blocks, you know, initially you have these service or technology platforms or product teams that are very focused on making sure that you have a good Lego block, right? To what John also said, which is, can it be trusted? Is it something that will hold up, you know, when faced with, you know, turbulences and so on? And then I think it was really around the time of COVID that we realized that all of a sudden that all of these capabilities and functions and teams we have put here in India can connect and really start to drive something very different. So when we looked at launching products during that period, we realized how all of these capabilities being in the same GCC, or at that time we call it the Global Technology Center, can really connect together and really start to deliver end-to-end value for the company, such as accelerating how we actually are developing and launching new products. That was like an eye-opener, because then we started looking at it not as individual blocks, but as something that can come together to build something more beautiful and bigger, and it can really impact the business. So from there on, I think we have been really now focused on saying, how do we actually look at these teams, not only continuing to deliver for their vertical global organizations, but also how are we going to bring them together in a digital value chain. And one of the things we did at that time was rebrand from a Global Technology Center to a Global Innovation and Technology Center. And that was a very conscious thing to do, which is to say that we're going to now put all the leading new technology COEs in our India GCC first, before we go someplace else, right? So in that sense, we have actually put some more Lego blocks into the mix, if you can think about it as COEs for like virtual and augmented reality, and more recently the COE for generative AI. A lot of those things we added into the mix. So now what we are then seeing is that if you look at things like product launch, or getting into a new therapy area, a new modality like cell and gene therapy, how can we take the capabilities that are in the GCC, weave them together to really create something of value for the enterprise? So that's a big focus now in the evolution of our GITC or a GCC. And that requires, I think as we talked in the previous session, that was a wonderful session about how do you actually build that mindset to actually be innovative, to be agile, be experimentative, take feedback and change, right? And that's the next part of this journey, is about how do you build that culture of agile experimentation, culture of rapid adoption, which comes from agile experimentation, because if you're doing agile experimentation, you're likely to discover paths that lead to more enhanced or rapid adoption. So that's really where we're going. So that's been kind of the journey, from the Lego blocks to the bigger Lego object that takes up all these blocks.
No, very, very interesting, very interesting. So the transformation, right? I want to use this as an opportunity to go to Puneet. Puneet, we talked about at Takeda, right? Like one of the things to ensure this innovation happens, you have been talking about is the culture that you build in the team, both in terms of consistency and patient centricity. And in some sense, it intuitively makes all the sense. Everyone should do it. And yet it is challenging to build it. Can you talk us through how have you gone about this journey? How has it worked in terms of inspiring people, retaining them?
Yeah, thanks Purav for the question, and BioAsia for the opportunity to be part of this esteemed panel. Before I answer that question, I want to celebrate a monumental achievement, which is that 60% of the GCC in the world, out of the total that we have, 60% of GCC are in India. I think it's a great achievement that requires, a lot of work that has gone, in terms of government, my fellow panelists, and everyone sitting around, right? I think it's a monumental achievement. Coming back to your question, right, let me also, talk a little bit about Takeda values and the ecosystem. So Takeda is a 240-year-old Japanese multinational biopharmaceutical organization. We are into innovative medicines and vaccines. And it's a very interesting story in terms of how we have taken our culture to the next level. When I joined this organization about 2 years back, I was in a meeting, and the first thing that I learned about is our PTRB, patient, trust, reputation in business. This is our philosophy. So we start with patient first, look at whether the opportunity is going to create a trust in the organization, how it's going to act from a reputational standpoint, and the business for us comes last. I was fascinated by seeing that kind of approach by an organization, really doing walk the talk. If you look at our values, right, we talk about integrity, honesty, fairness, and perseverance. with integrity at the core. So for us, from a GCC standpoint, it was never a first mover advantage game. You know, we launched our first GCC this year. Yeah, we are late in the game, people might say that, but it was never a first mover advantage for us. For us, it's about doing the right thing the first time. And that's why we have took some years for us to understand what's that model that can really work for Takeda from a cultural standpoint, and how we can build people and talent which can really get integrated into our value system as well as our PTRB approach. So that has been some of our strategies in terms of how we get these people embedded into the business. For me, I'm part of the business, right? So not looked upon as a transactional IT resource, rather look as a business enabler. See, transformation always happens top-down, right? I mean, and innovation happens, you know, spreads like this. How do we integrate these two approaches to really make a transformation from a, you know, scalability standpoint, agility standpoint, speed standpoint? I think Dave also in the previous, you know, the session really talked great about mindset. I think you also touched about mindset. I think such an important aspect of having the right mindset, creating, you know, digital solutions, you know, which can really solve business problems. It's not about putting the cart before the horse, right? And not building solutions and then looking for problems. Rather the other way around, look at the problems and start building solutions who can really solve for those problems. That's the kind of culture and the mindset we are trying to build in our ICC called Innovation Capability Center in Bhartiya City, Bangalore. And I'm really excited to be part of the Hyderabad ecosystem, and looking at the talent here, I think there is an opportunity to scale up our ICCs into so beautiful location.
8 out of 10, should we count you in? So jokes aside, I think a very similar question I had for Rajiv as well. Right? Rajiv, when we look at Regeneron's journey, we've talked about complex, cutting-edge work being done out of India in the area of digital transformation. As Regeneron was looking at India, what was the thought process? How did you go about evaluating India as an opportunity, thinking that yes, this is something which can be effectively done in India?
Oh, thanks, Puro, for the question, and it is great to be on this platform, and it's always a great place to be, and every year it gets bigger and brighter, so kudos to the organizers in the state of Telangana for creating this amazing platform. Regeneron, you know, it's a 35+ year old startup. And that's how we operate. Even though we've been in this business for quite some time, the organization's mindset is very startup mindset. Science is deeply rooted in everything we do, and it's a science-first culture within the organization. Of course, it was founded by George and Len 35 years ago and still founder-led. And that itself says a lot about how we sort of, you know, use science to create life-transforming medicines and at the end of the day, improve patient outcomes. Regeneron India specifically, you know, was started a couple of years ago. I'm still a rookie compared to some of the panel members here in terms of where we are. So the initial driver for us to establish this site was to really double down on our digital transformation capabilities. So, you know, we started thinking about, okay, and there were, and as Mohit said earlier, I think we were also very clear about what the site should not be. In addition to what it should be or what shape it should take, we were also pretty clear what it should not be. We did not want this to be positioned as a cost efficiency outpost. We didn't want to call it, I mean, there are different labels that we give to these sites these days, from captive to ODC to GCC. And I sort of, and our leadership refuses to label the site or pigeonhole ourselves into any of these definitions, to basically consider regional India as an integral part of region RON itself, and drive the global vision and be part of those strategic initiatives, right? And that's very fundamental to us. So what that has led us to do is we are pretty measured and intentional in our growth. We are not in the volume business. You know, you're not going to see us go, 1,000 plus, 2,000 plus quickly. We'll get there, but we'll get there in a very intentional way, intentional approach. So in that respect, we started off building computational science capabilities within the site. This is to help our computational science team and various science groups within the organization. And that evolved into other areas of digital transformation in the area of data, to really bring enterprise connected data ecosystem and being able to play a huge role in making sure, as we say, the next drug is in the data. And it's very important to make sure the data is connected and it is accessible in a secure and safe fashion to everybody who want to explore and derive insights out of it. So we moved into data, and then we started expanding into artificial intelligence. I think that topic has been sort of beaten to death in the last couple of days, so I'm not going to sort of dive deep into that area, but that is a critical capability that we also want to build within this group. So once we started demonstrating the value across these key portfolios, then we started expanding into outside technology. And then, the next big leap was to, can we, leverage the clinical trials, or conduct clinical trials in India. And today, I think we are proud to say that we are conducting 3 studies as we speak in rare disease areas. And 10% of the clinical participants globally are from this part of the world. And there is tremendous opportunities in that space. In fact, our disease burden in some of the areas like cancer is so high, but our clinical participation is so low. And that's an area that we can significantly invest and grow. And that's an area we are looking to constantly sort of invest and grow as well. So the bottom line is, or the gist of where I'm going with this is we are pretty intentional in the areas that we want to invest. And we also don't want to dilute the regional way of life, which is to lead with science, take on big ideas, be great together. And there is a way we have shaped that it's easy to acquire talent from outside, but it's a whole different game to make sure that talent understands the purpose and the meaning of why they are part of this larger mission of the organization.
Very interesting, Rajiv. I'll come back to that in the second round of the discussion. I have a follow-on question. But before that, love to come to you, Fani. This is the question I've been holding back for last 3 days. So it makes all the sense for all multinational companies to come to India, take advantage of the opportunity, the talent, the ecosystem we have. But DRL's been here, it's one of those rare MNCs which has grown out of India and gone to the world. You have experienced the ecosystem, you have helped build the ecosystem. So now it's a very interesting, and in some sense not a very intuitive idea to think about GCC for a company like DRL. Would love to understand how has that thought evolved at your side? How do you look at it when you think about your future growth?
Sure, and not intending to give FOMO to the rest of the participants, but we have been here for 40 years now in Hyderabad as a company that's born here. So it's a pleasure to see the city grow. It's a pleasure to see the ecosystem grow around us. Without calling it a GCC, Apura, we've been thinking about, it has been very organic for us in terms of how we have always looked at Hyderabad or the larger India setup as an integral part of how our growth story evolved over a period of time. We've called it with different names. We call them global COEs, we call them, GBS, home offices, with different names over the last few years. We've been experimenting with this idea, but primarily for three levers as I look at it. One is the obvious one around efficiency. How do you create efficiency in the overall value chain, because cost is an important factor. Being efficient is a very important part of the business model, so efficiency has always been one of the key drivers. The second lever was for us primarily around new capabilities, because one of the very few countries across the world where you can build a lot of new capabilities with the capacities that you need. So there's a little bit of that trade-off, and so the second key lever for us was capabilities. And the third one is, how do you create a, without calling it center, which is sitting outside the larger ecosystem, how do you create a very organic, in the value chain, office that kind of caters to these new operating models that we're going after, right? So just to build a little bit on that, when we looked at efficiency, we've been looking at it always, with a frame of what we call internally as the specialization scatter matrix. In that sense, a very highly specialized job, very, very scattered across the globe, for instance, creates these inefficiencies because you have these very few bright people sitting very far away. It creates, they miss out on the economies of scale, they miss out on a lot of things. So it makes sense for us to push them, further into the center, or closer into the center as much as possible. And the low specialization, high scattered jobs have been a no-brainer. Many of the GCCs have started with that first, be it in finance, in HR operations, in the low-end part of the infrastructure, tech operations, etc. We've always seen that happen, as well, right? So in that scatter versus specialization matrix, we've always tried moving left as much as we can to create, less of a scatter, but that obviously creates efficiencies, as we speak. The second part of it is around capabilities. I think some of the folks on the panel were talking about, new areas like omni-channel marketing or digital marketing capabilities. There are a bunch of these new capabilities that probably were not very natural to pharma companies pre-COVID, if you ask me. While every one of us were dabbling with it, it just became a very, very big imperative, probably, pushed a lot through the COVID, right? Be it in deep science R&D, be it in commercial capabilities, or be it some of the elements around manufacturing, and digitalization around manufacturing, etc. We found a lot of capability-led capacity building as the second big lever, and that has been a big, thought for us as we were evaluating it. And the third one is, particularly for us as a company, we've been moving from being, started in this city as an API company, to moving into formulations and then into specialty products, and now into larger, consumer kind of products, as we looked at our recent acquisition, from Helion, or our joint venture with Nestle in India, Nestle Health Sciences in India. A lot of this push to the new operating models required us to create a very different kind of thinking to say, how do you create a deep science capability from here, right? That is basically the new operating models require us to think, very, very fresh as well. So these are the three main levers that actually helped us think through this. We have not been formally calling it the GCC. We've managed to, put it together as a cluster of capabilities. But we've actively been thinking about, does it make sense for us to actually call it a GCC and leverage a lot more? Because I think the last point I wanted to make is, when you see, some of the functional processes being outsourced or globalized, there is an inefficiency factor that many of the global MNCs add in. A job that is one job in the US or in the Europe is around 1.7 in India, roughly. That's the back of the envelope calculation that many of the companies do. I hope it is not, it's going to go away. But for us, there is an efficiency factor we want to bring in, because if you put the latest technology together along with the centralization, you might actually look for efficiencies than, inefficiencies that you get through lack of collaboration, things like that essentially kind of hang on to the GCCs, unfortunately. So I think that is another area that is interesting for us. So yeah, it's a unique position to be in, and feels good to be there. Yeah.
No, very cool. I think that efficiency angle is very interesting. And strategically, you're based out of Hyderabad, and now the more work comes here, the more efficient it could get technically. So now that we've talked about the journey for different GCCs, right? No GCC conversation is complete without two specific things. One is talent, which all of us are fighting for, and the infrastructure, which helps us drive the progress. I'll start with the talent part first. Puneet, we talked about talent and war for talent. A lot of companies, when they look at India, controversial to say, but would really think about it that, look, we've read in reports that Indian talent is transactional. We teach them how to do this work, then they go away. But at the same time, companies have also made the mistake at times of being transactional themselves. As you started this journey, how did you look at solving that? And did it work?
I think the short answer is, if you treat people as numbers, they will only deliver, maybe not even deliver the numbers. Okay, so that's the short answer. But how we have gone about creating, I talked about PTRB previously, how we have gone about creating an ecosystem which is hovering around our people, patients, people, and planet. That has been our approach to everything that we have done transformative at Takeda, right? And how we have delved into our projects, how we have integrated the people into the projects is very, very important. So let me again share a story, right? So we were having a very interesting conversation that we need to manufacture medicines, we need to have innovative vaccines and so on and so forth. But I do believe that medicines and vaccines create magic, not when they are manufactured, but when they are delivered to the patients. I think that's very, very important. Keeping that in mind and doing everything around it so that the medicines and vaccines get manufactured fast. Firstly, they get discovered fast, they get produced fast or manufactured fast, and then they get delivered fast as well, right? So within that ecosystem, how can we create or identify problems and then create solutions and then integrate our people into solving for the solutions, not the other way around. That has been our approach to, looking at people, rather the other way around, that I probably need a Java developer, or I need a DevOps, I need this, I need cloud. That's fine. But what you need is a talent and a capability to solve for that problem that you have identified, rather than the other way around, that look for this developer and that developer, right? So our approach has been around building capabilities and then getting those capabilities on board and then integrating them into the business, rather than they sitting in silo in whatever location. They could be sitting in Bangalore, they could be sitting in Hyderabad. They don't work like that, right? So you build an ecosystem, and another example for that is all our GCCs, right? We have one in Mexico, we have one in Bratislava, we have one in India, we're going to soon have one in Japan and China, right? Now, if you look at these countries, we are actually covering all the time zones. So we don't want our people to work in night shifts, to work in a siloed approach. Rather, they come as our people, bring in talent and capabilities, and start delivering onto the business problem, rather than being treated as one resource who is sitting in some corner and doing some great Java stuff or a cloud stuff or a DevOps stuff. That's not the approach that Takeda has.
Makes sense. I think capability is definitely one strong component. Over the years, I've seen context is also probably as relevant. And Shiva, we talked about setting a team which is truly global, sitting here in India, which has context on how to work on a drug launch in Europe or in Africa or in any other part of the world. But it's very easy to say that. How did you make it happen?
Well, I would say that we are still in the journey, right? I mean, no one's cracked it completely, but I think a few principles that we used right from the beginning was The GCC is just a location. So outside branding, we can use GITC or GCC, whatever. But inside the company, it is AstraZeneca India, right? AstraZeneca Chennai. And what that means is any role can be located here in India with any kind of responsibility, global responsibility, and can move around to different hubs as well, right? So that's one of the fundamental aspects of the integrated operating model, which we think has been good for us, has been successful for us. So that, first of all, introduces a sense of ownership and connection between the global function and the teams that are sitting here. So that's really important. And then the second thing is really around how do you think about this as moving from, as here Puneet said, moving from what capability you can build to what outcomes you can deliver. So even when we talk about GCC, I think I'm a little bit ambivalent about is that the right term, because the capability is still talking about building something, but it's not really talking about how are you going to use it, how are you going to deliver for the business. So that's really where I think we are seeing that inflection to say, we not only need to build the capabilities, we need to connect the capabilities together and build outcomes for the business, whether it be speed, whether it be cost, whether it be service, and so on. And to do that, you really need to have the business context. You touched on something that's very, very key. And that comes over time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can teach classes about how clinical trials work or how, cell and gene manufacturing works. But you really need people to be engaged in it. You need people to be engaged in projects to deliver that and be constantly reminded of why they're doing that and what it's achieving for the business. So over time, I think we are getting to a place where there is more connection. So when we ask somebody what they do, rather than talk about just being a Java developer, to take that example, they also need to be able to say in an elevator pitch that I am a Java developer developing the solution for patients in Turkey to be able to get patient care or patient assistance or whatever. So that needs to be part of the elevator pitch of every single individual in the GCC about not just their capability, but about how they are delivering for the business. So it's a journey. I think as we mature, as we do more work that is actually interconnected, I think people get more aware of what they're doing and be recognized for being aware and being able to talk about the business value. So you just reinforce the right kind of behaviors and the right kind of culture in the company, and that's the journey we are all of us are on, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, indeed, indeed. So that's about talent, but just it's a combination of a talent and a location question for you, John, right? One could argue that as you run a center, beyond a point, if you are in one location, you might run out of talent which might not just be the right from a capability perspective, but might fit into your culture also. And as an experience of your journey, in your opinion, what's a good inflection point to start thinking about it, to start looking at other locations for a fresh perspective? Does that add value or does that bring in an inefficiency factor? How do you think about it?
Yeah, thank you. It's a really interesting question and of course something that's very much on our minds at the moment. I feel very, very lucky, to be honest. If I listen to my colleagues here and a lot of the things that we're doing in common have really worked very well for us in Bangalore. To the extent that we do have a very happy organization. We've got engagement levels approaching 90%. We've got the best place to work ranked #1. We've got an attrition which is below 6%. And we're developing people all the time. So then the decision about, well, do I go to another location is a really tough one, because one doesn't want to dilute a very, very nice situation that we've got going in Bangalore. But I think it is inevitable that we do need to do that. Actually, last year, I should say that unlike many of our colleagues here, until March last year, Novo Nordisk only had one GCC in Bangalore. Then in March last year, we opened a very small center in Mexico City, which now has about 150 people. And we now look at, well, what does this global presence need? What does this India presence need? So to specifically answer your question, we are curious about other locations. We are curious about other locations in India. And it's very specific decisions around talent, experience, and talent availability. You know, as I mentioned, we have this very broad organization. We do cover almost the whole value chain. The beautiful presentation from our MSD colleague previously, you know, we're pretty much covering the whole value chain. But there are elements that don't exist in Bangalore, and there are elements that probably would exist somewhere else in India. And that's probably the trigger factor for us to scale elsewhere.
I think makes sense. This I think sets it up perfectly for me to ask the next question to Mohit. Mohit, you've been in Hyderabad for a long time, and now the BMS journey. How does an ecosystem like Hyderabad help companies innovate and grow? Does it really have a large role to play? If yes, in what areas?
Yeah, no, thank you. On a lighter note, you just take people to some other city and then bring them to Hyderabad. The moment they land at the airport, go through the ORR, and 45 minutes you make a decision of being in Hyderabad, right? So I think that works very well to the ecosystem here. But on a serious note, I think there are three important aspects that we were looking at, right? One was very clearly we wanted, especially for the life sciences piece, we wanted a pharma cluster, a life sciences cluster that is not comparable to anywhere else in the world, which is really available in Telangana. So that was one easy check mark to make and say, guys, okay, this is where we can get the talent. One thing I'll add to what the fellow panelists said, there are two important points, right? And I've gone through this a little bit in the BFI sector. I think more people coming into this industry ups the ante from a long-term perspective. And we saw that in BFSI 10 years ago. Today, nobody complains about talent not being available. I think we'll be at that mark in 3 years or 2 years from now, given what the government is doing, bringing in more life sciences, GCCs, and companies over here. So I think in 2 to 3 years, we'll not even ask this question. We'll say, guys, it just works because there are so many people who will come in. The second point I'll make is that post-COVID, you know, a purpose-led workforce, you know, thinking came in. Everybody wanted to start thinking about is, hey, how can I be more purposeful, make an impact of my life through the work that I'm doing, either directly or indirectly, to help the patients? And I think that piece is a little bit underrated. And I see that a lot when we are hiring people from different industries, because we chose to get people from different industries. And one question we would ask them is, hey, why are you coming from some other industry to this? And they said, guys, this is the post-COVID moment kind of created that for them. And I think we as GCCs and employers need to enable those opportunities for them. So the second point I'll make is, first was pharma clusters, life sciences. We've got a great government support. I think from anything you need, you just make a call and things get done in a couple of hours. I don't think it really requires any follow-up. So that just kudos, and that continues even with the new government and the bureaucrats who continue to be there from the very time Telangana ecosystem was built out. The third piece is, you know, where are you going to find this infrastructure anywhere else in the world, right? I think we've got a top infrastructure which is growing at the same pace as the population is growing. We've got great top academics, right? We've got a very warm, welcoming, state and city that embraces people coming from different parts of the country, don't have any language barriers. I think if you just start putting those things into the mix, and of course, not to forget the great food. I think if you put that into the mix, I don't think there's any other place you want to be in. And I think that trifecta works very well, and that amplifies it. And then we've seen that where a lot of the workforce came in from other parts of the country to come in and settle down here for what we built. So I think that's an ecosystem that thrives very well, and kudos to forums like this and the government that's been enabling that throughout. So.
Oh, thank you, Mohit. I think I do agree the government here is continuously making a significant progress in terms of building the ecosystem, and what the government continues to say is they're not done. There's still so much more to be done in terms of continuing to build this ecosystem, keeping it sustainable as the number of GCCs increase. Funny, one question for you. DRL,
like you said, has been here for 40 years in terms of shaping the manufacturing ecosystem, had a significant role to play. Similarly, for the research ecosystem. As it comes to the digital ecosystem, what are some of the initiatives that you are leading to ensure that the city continues to have that talent, that mindset? How do you influence that in DRL?
Yeah, I see this as digital obviously has evolved from the time, we've started thinking about IT to now digital, and almost as a business enabler to a value creator. I think there's a big shift that we have seen over the period of time. I think the fellow panelists have talked about a lot of purpose-led value creation gets expedited, when you add digital to the mix. So a lot of these capabilities that are now coming in initially have been seen, at least in other parts of the world, as individual capabilities. But when you actually see it as a part of the value creation, engine, then suddenly there are a lot of new opportunities that have shaped up for us. I've given a couple of examples, but across the value chain, I think we've also had the previous speaker talk about it, but across the value chain, be it from our R&D, early stage, CDMO, CRO work that we do as a part of our subsidiary, Origin.ai, for example, is a product that we have now taken to customers with. For instance, a lot of these places where a combination of data, AI, and digital, purely from an application perspective, when you put them all together, it has a significant value that is getting created as we see it, right? So in terms of capabilities, the core capabilities always have been built up, like I said, the core digital around MES systems, the eLab notebooks and the likes, which were the core digital infrastructure that started off as a lever for compliance particularly, has now started building up a layer on top of it around data engineering, data pipelining for ML, AI. That evolution is what we are seeing now. But increasingly, the point that I talked about, how do you create that efficiency factor when you think about some of these core functions coupled with digital? I think that is a huge unlocked opportunity as we see it, because if we see them as two different COEs, I have an R&D or a clinical trials or a regulatory COE or a capability, and then I have a tech COE. If you see them as two different ones, there is a value lost in between. But you put them together, you look at what I call as RegTech, look at how generative AI can help us file dossiers in 40 plus countries, as we take a drug to, a lot of emerging markets, for example, or how do you look at, AI for, chemistry, route of synthesis, things like that. I think there is a lot of that value that is getting unlocked for us. Most of our work is essentially in using digital for value creation in these areas, both in terms of R&D, in manufacturing, for example, we have a World Economic Forum certified, digital lighthouse factory here in Hyderabad that serves US and a lot of the global markets. And then as you go further into the commercial value chain, be it in marketing, be it in patient care, patient support, there are tons of opportunities that are opening up for us. And I think it's done to death now, but in terms of generative AI and the capability, it's just so exciting suddenly, because we've always been an industry that made more paper, than pills, as we say, because it's just the regulatory compliance and a bunch of other things that just pulls back, in terms of speed and efficiency. Suddenly there is a huge unlock that is possible when you throw digital and AI at it. So a lot of exciting things happening, obviously, in the city and for the industry as I see it.
Indeed. Well, thanks, Mani. Rajiv, I wanted to come back to where you started your conversation. You said, as you think about growing in India, want to ensure you are being intentional about it, being purposeful about it, and not growing just for the sake of numbers, and makes a lot of sense. As you think about this growth, what are some of the challenges that you would see in the ecosystem? You've experienced it. There are a lot of opportunities. We've talked about that. What are some of the challenges you see, and how are you trying to risk mitigate those?
I think from a challenge, there are challenges that is part internal to the organization. We are pretty sensitive to not to position these things as a lift and shift. This is a huge change management aspect to this, right? We want to be sensitive to a lot of those. things as well. And more importantly, we also want to nail what we started before we go broad. And I think, and as we go broad, we also want to look at these value multipliers. I think one of the, I'm not sure if it's the same in other things. One thing that we constantly see is, even though we have, teams, different functional teams sitting out of the site, for them to collaborate, we have to make a round trip. And sometimes empowering, these fusion teams to able to accelerate to a common initiative or to a common outcome, I think would make sense, a lot more sense. So how do you, sort of address that challenge without, without diluting on the overall intent of that, right? So internal challenges are obviously there. I mean, talent is obviously a challenge all the time. We are all tapping into the same talent pool in some way or the other. But more importantly, I think it is about once we acquire the talent, how do you institutionalize the regional way of life in our case, so that the job becomes meaningful and it is then has a purpose. Otherwise, it's just a job, and we want to make sure that some of these things we foundationally correct them before we become a big organization. So these are foundational things that we want to sort of address from the get-go.
Makes sense. Thank you, Rajiv. I think I have a few more questions, but I know we are at time. So perhaps I would like to conclude this discussion by saying, this is really an interesting time. Having grown up in India, like most of you have, we always aspire to deliver at a global scale, and not just deliver, but deliver same quality, better quality at a global scale. And very happy to see that the time has come in our lifetime, and yet there is so much to come in the coming few years. We talked about talent, the ecosystem. Everything is really poised to grow in Hyderabad, but not just in Hyderabad, in India in general as well. So very exciting times for us. Thank you all for taking the time, sharing your perspective. Thank you, BioAsia, for this opportunity and this wonderful discussion.
Well, that was an incredibly insightful discussion, I'm sure. A huge thank you to our esteemed panelist and moderator for sharing their expertise. To express our gratitude, may I invite our session sponsor, Agilesian representative Mr. Raj Babu, CEO and founder, onto the stage to present a small token of appreciation to our panelists, please. We'll take a moment over here while we hand over the mementos to our moderator and our panelists. Once again, I take this opportunity and thank our panelists to be a part of this wonderful discussion. And of course, a special mention to our session sponsor, Agilesian, and thank you for doing the honors. Let us capture this moment, so I humbly request our panelists and our guests to please step forward for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Moving forward to our next panel discussion, we now turn our focus to how industry leaders can navigate the transformative forces that are reshaping the future of health. It's going to be a very interesting conversation, and we have absolutely the right set of panelists to take this discussion forward. To guide this discussion, we are pleased to welcome our moderator on stage, Mr. Jerry Bruno, U.S. National Healthcare Consulting Leader, Deloitte, on stage. And now I would like to call our panelists on stage, starting off with Mr. Raj Gore, Chief Executive Officer, HCG, Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited, to please join us. Joining him will be Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, President, Global Digital Health Corporation. Dr. Rajendra was also the author of Government Manifesto, author of National Health Policy, National Education Policy, and Viksit Bharat, which is a flagship project for Make in India developed countries. So we welcome Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta. We would also like to call on stage Dr. Illan Kumaran Kalyamurthy, CEO, Rela Hospital, on stage, along with Dr. Hari Prasad, Group Chairman and Non-Executive Director, Care Hospitals, and Mr. Alex Kohler, Vice President, Head of Digital Technology and Innovation, Amgen. Before we begin, we are honored to release the POV by Deloitte titled Healthcare 10 Myths Debunked. And to do the honors, I will invite on stage Mr. Joydeep Ghosh, Life Sciences and Healthcare Sector Leader, Deloitte South Asia, to please join us on stage for the unveiling of the report. We'll take a minute here while we unveil this report and capture the moments. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I request Mr. Joydeep Ghosh if he would say a few words about the report.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, we have a very interesting topic to discuss today, navigating the transformative forces in healthcare in India, which reshaping the future of the health. But before I do that, and I talk a little bit about the panel, I'll also talk a little bit about some of the grim realities of today. And bear with me, it's a little bit of somber details, but something which bears a little bit of a listen, which will help set the tone for this panel as they navigate and grapple through some of these somber realities which I'm going to reel out now. First of all, India is fast becoming the cancer capital of the world. From 1.39 million about 5 years back to 1.57 million, about 13% growth in size. The dailies, which is the disability adjusted life years, projected to grow from 27 million in 2021 to 30 million in 2025. The most grim statistics of this is catching early. While the rate of screening in India is probably less than 2% as compared to more than 70% in China 75% in the US, we are getting the incidence of cancer as early as 52 is a median year for breast cancer. I'm quoting a very serious study done by a very venerated hospital chain in India. There are a lot of good work and a lot of good studies. Prevalence in women, breast, cervix, and ovary. Most common in men, lung, mouth, and prostate. So there is a lot of work to be done. Coming to mental health, 1 in 5 is depressed in the 18 to 25 age group. That's a very serious matter. Excuse me. Or is at risk for disturbed sleep. Coming to BMI, 3 in 4 obese or overweight. And that's not even counting the waist to hip ratio or visceral fat, it's only BMI. That ratio is even worse, which means the incidence of hypertension is going up. Moving to more non-communicable diseases like diabetes. 1 in 3 pre-diabetic, 1 in 4 diabetic. So there's cause for concern. But let me request this panel to delve upon some of the most transformative forces which are paving the way for future health in India. Some of them are in the technological domain, which all of you know, like AI, Gen AI. Some of those in the scientific domain, like CAR T therapy and ADCs and cell and gene therapy, so on and so forth, to name a few. How do all of these converge? How do we use them to bring healthcare to where it's needed most? To that extent, I'll request this eminent panel, most of them very well-known names in this country in the field of medicine, public health, emergency medicine, and all this, so on and so forth, to delve upon these forces. And I wish my colleague Jerry to lead this panel going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joydeep, and thank you for sharing such grim statistics for us to address on the panel today. And as Joydeep mentioned, we're going to be talking about how organizations across the care ecosystem are using generative AI and other modern emerging technologies to really advance well-being and care outcomes to advance toward the future of health. So, Dr. Hari, we'll start with you. As a preeminent physician leader, you've witnessed firsthand the critical importance that timely decision-making has in oftentimes life and death situations. Could you share some examples about how Care Hospitals specifically is using advanced technologies like AI or predictive analytics to enhance the speed, the accuracy, and even the personalization of treatment protocols?
Sure. First, I would like to thank BioAsia and Delight for giving me an opportunity to be here. And those of you who have a little bit of gray hair would remember that ambulances in the past in India used to mainly ferry dead bodies. And we never had emergency rooms in any of the hospitals. They were called the casualties. And the casualties used to be staffed by the worst lot of staff in the hospital, because they were doing nothing more than being a post office of directing a patient to a particular specialty. And a lot of lives were being lost. And as we're talking about transformation, this is one area which has been really transformed across the country. From ferrying dead bodies, today we are seeing a patient with an MI being thrombolized in the ambulance while the patient is being shifted to the hospital, not by the paramedic alone, but under the guidance of a trained emergency physician. That's the sort of transformation that we've seen in this country in the last 2 decades. And I think with the introduction of newer technologies, this transformation is going to go further, be faster, and be much more efficient in saving lives and providing optimal care during the golden hour. Now, multiple things have happened in the recent past, like the improved bandwidth in terms of connectivity, wearable devices, interoperability. A lot of things have actually helped us in connecting with the patient outside a hospital setting. An emergency never happens within a hospital. Emergency or an accident happens most often at a house, in an event, on the road, outside a hospital. So if we are able to actually connect a patient from outside the hospital to a physician or an expert within the hospital, and under his or her guidance, the patient is being treated at a remote area, I think that's huge, and that's beginning to happen. That's the first thing that's beginning to happen. The second thing which is happening is, all of us know that the most critical patients in a hospital are in the intensive care units. And it is probably the number of deaths in an intensive care unit are higher because the most critical patients are there, the sickest patients are there. But it's not that deaths do not happen outside the critical care setting in the wards. While still in the hospital, there are a lot of devices now which have come up where every heartbeat of an individual within the hospital, irrespective of whether he's in the intensive care unit or in a ward or in a shared room, can be monitored, and early warning signs picked up not by an individual, but by machine learning and artificial intelligence. And there is an alarm which goes off so that this individual can be attended to immediately before it becomes really critical and a life-threatening situation. That's the next thing which is happening with the interoperability and with the technology that is coming. We're able to monitor patients on a much closer basis in non-emergent situations, situations also. India in the recent past has seen and heard a lot of young deaths, fit young individuals just collapsing and dying, sitting in a chair, doing a workout, just collapsing, and there's been a lot of news about this, and people are genuinely worried about it. And all of us know that these deaths are not because of anything else. It is arrhythmias. It is a ventricular VFib or a VTAC which is leading to these deaths. Now, if we had a system where we could monitor every beat while the patient is in the daily life and not do it with a medical device or with a device which is specifically meant for that, but it has become something which is done by which is used routinely by a individual living in the community, like a watch, a smart watch, a phone, and I think we are getting there. And we'll very soon see a situation where the devices that we use for our daily living are going to become our health monitors, and they are going to be able to save lives and prevent people from getting into emergent situations. I think I'll stop there, but there's a lot of exciting news coming around, and I think we are in for a lot of excitement as we move ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And moving on then to the oncology clinic. So Raj, as India's largest cancer care network, how is HCG adopting modern technologies like AI or quantum computing to advance cancer care treatment, everything from early detection all the way through personalized treatment?
So first of all, thank you BioAsia and Deloitte for having me. It's a pleasure, and thank you all of you for joining us. I think to begin with, it's important to understand what oncology is. The first recorded case of cancer patient is somewhere in one of the pyramids. In spite of all the medical advancement we have made and all the improvements in outcomes we have made in cancer, even after sending the first man to the moon in 60s, every US president declares a moon shot on cancer. It's still largely unknown, rapidly evolving specialty. But there are a lot of advancement that have happened. We had the first human genome sequencing, took 13 years, $3 billion. Now you can do it in 2 weeks with around $2,000. One 500 panel of a patient, it's 60 to 100 GB of data, right? Imaging, the kind of resolution, clarity, accuracy we have in all imaging modalities. There is so much information embedded in every image, it's impossible to see it with eyes. This is, if you have to think about it, there is no other specialty where data, AI, ML can play a better role in advancement of science than oncology. So where the science of oncology medicine is moving from carpet bombing approach, whether it's in medical oncology or surgical or radiation, to a highly precise treatment of only cancer cells and leaving the normal cells around alone. Moving from one treatment fits all patients with same cancer type to treatment catered to specific to that person's tumor biology and genomic profile. So I think it's the most amazing time for people who are advancing science of cancer treatment because of this technology. At HCG, we have always believed that medical technology will play a huge role, and we've put most of our resources behind it. Now, there are two areas where we are largely working on. One is the area of computer vision. So imaging, we talked about imaging. Can we do a pattern analysis on various imaging and do a morphology prediction so that we don't have to do biopsies in hard to access sites, for example. For example, can we apply AI on or deep learning on histopathology slides and study the parameters to predict the prognosis and the outcomes or recurrence probability of that particular cancer. With genomics, you have so much data. Can you, tailor the treatment specific to certain targets that you have identified? In radiation planning, we have something called CyberKnife, which uses AI, ML, and robotics to target, only those brain cells with an accuracy of sub-millimeter so that you don't damage the normal brain cells and reduce the side effects because of neurological or cognitive impairment. There are a lot of things happening. Our clinicians are really excited. We are partnering with a lot of players in this space. I think we should be able to make progress in improving outcomes way faster going forward than what we have done in probably last 50 years.
That's great.
Yeah, I can't help but butt in here. I'm myself a cancer survivor, and I can vouch for what Raj has just said. And I couldn't resist from talking about this because I could see my physician who treated me sitting right in front there. I was diagnosed to have APML, a type of blood cancer. I was completely asymptomatic. And then I had just recruited this young lady called Dr. Padmaja, who'd come back from UK. And she said, after diagnosis, she waited for a week, and then she came back and said, there are two options for treating you. I said, what are the options? One is the routine chemotherapy, and the second option is something which, your genetic aberration which caused you this cancer could be treated with an alternative non-chemotherapy methodology, which is less toxic. So my obvious question to her was, what is the difference in outcomes? She said, there's no difference in the outcomes are the same. So she actually treated me for my blood cancer without any chemotherapy with vitamin A and arsenic. And I was into remission after the induction phase, and I remained in remission ever since, and it's now 8 to 9 years since that has happened. So Raj was talking about personalized care, And I think it is happening, and it will happen even more in the future. I just wanted to add on that, Raj.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. So Alex, moving from kind of the bedside and cancer care to advances that AI is helping accelerate in pharmaceuticals. So could you share a bit about how you at Amgen are using AI, ML, and other kind of advanced technology and innovation to accelerate innovation, R&D, all the way from drug discovery through commercialization?
Yeah, happy to do so. So first of all, thank you very much for being in this round, but I also would like to thank the city of Hyderabad and everybody from Hyderabad to welcome us so nicely, as Amgen just opened their innovation center. So thank you very much. To answer your question, so first of all, I believe technology, and our CTO, David Rees, is calling it the hinge moment, right? Technology will help us, and especially AI and digital solutions will help us to really reform and reshape how our industry is going to work. So if you think about a little bit today, how long does it take to really get from early research to a product to the patient? This is 10 to 15 years, right? If we could cut this by half or anything taking off from here with technology, the benefit is for the patient. They're having earlier access actually to the medication we are going to produce, and many other of our colleagues and other companies are producing. So for example, if you think about clinical trials, right? A clinical trial could be anything to 18 months or even longer. We are leveraging today already AI models to not only identify patients, target patients, but also sites, and those models are helping us to actually have better trials in that area with better outcomes and shorter time frames. So that's one area where we are investing quite a lot. Another efficiency plays we are doing in the regulatory area around filing, and you may heard us actually this morning. When you think about regulatory filing, you have to go through thousands and thousands of papers to bring this together in a very manual process today. Today, with generative AI and with those new LLM models, what maybe took 80 plus days, we are able to do this in minutes. Now, let's be clear, when we do this, there's always a human being still involved and has the final review and the final say. But just the amount of work, is again cutting something down on the process in that area. When I think about early discovery, right? Again, when they are working actually, instead of like back in the days with wet labs and all this, we are using now AI models to really find new targets in scenarios where we can run, millions of scenarios to find out which ones are having the most likelihood to actually be successful eventually. So when I think about this area, which is just the R&D world, right? I think we have tremendous opportunities as an industry to really start leveraging those technologies and those new models as we go on. All that, what I just described, comes also with a massive amount of data volume. And I'm always like joking a little bit. I did AI when I was very young, and I got my master's degree, but the limited factor was able to process the volume of data. So that means the new supercomputers we are having available to us today is really what enables us really starting leveraging AI in all the different facets of a value chain. So I talked about the R&D world, but you could take this down to the manufacturing world, to the commercial world, actually getting those things to the patient. So there are so many opportunities where I really hope in the very, very near future, when we think about, getting a drug from early research to the patients, that we are talking in 4 years versus 10, 14 years, which sometimes is just too long for individuals because they need those treatments and they need them faster, and as faster they are, as early we're able to produce to them. So for me, in Amgen, this is a lot of areas we are focusing on, and this is where we're also doubling down in our R&D world as like other functions, but the R&D world is, I think it's a prime area ripe to leverage those technologies and those solutions across the industry.
Great, thank you. All right, Dr. Rajendra, we're going from the bedside to the laboratory and now to the policy space. So we all know that you are a prominent advocate for digital health. So what's your perspective on how AI and digital technologies are going to transform access to cost-effective quality care?
Thank you, Jerry. I thought I would ask you questions.
Okay.
I had my questions ready, nevertheless. I know it's we are almost till lunchtime, and I don't see the lights. I hope most of my audience is sleeping, so I can get away with what I speak.
Go by applause.
So, the challenge I see, there is a huge need, looking at what Dr. Hari said, what Raj said, what Alex said, but there is not much commensurate demand. And I have been on the other side of policy. These forums like these, for me, are picking up the points for putting in the policy. And that's how India is. So let me give you a sense of where India stands today. I'm very proud to say a decade back, I used to feel very embarrassed speaking in global platforms, seeing India right at the bottom. And let me give you some numbers in perspective, which is, I think, right till today morning. We have given out 754 million Aadhaar IDs, which is the highest in the world. We have given, right today morning, 502 million medical records linked to Aadhaar IDs. And we have 354 million teleconsultations, and this is the world's biggest telemedicine consultation platform. So as on date, India remains at the forefront of adopting technology, and as a policymaker, we always joke, technology is ahead of policy. First time we see India as a government ahead of private sector in terms of technology adoption, and I'm so happy that the government of Telangana has put up the GCCs, which actually is a testimony to the fact of what vision has been translated into reality, and people like Alex are banking on what we can deliver to the world and how it can transform. So, Jerry, the short answer is, if you're not in digital health, you're not in healthcare. Simple. And AI, I think we have touched everything. We have seen sessions right from yesterday. Across the value chain, there is nothing that you cannot touch and transform with AI. Alex would agree, Raj would agree, Hari would agree. I think even my colleague from Rela Institute would agree. Now, what I see is a very different based on what we saw, and this is something important for us as a moment of truth. If you look back at some of the videos of tsunami in Indonesia and Japan, what people were doing is watching the waves and saying, so exciting wave buildup is happening. And they didn't realize it was a tsunami. When it hit the shores, they got consumed by the waves. People in healthcare decision making today are like those people watching the waves. They do not know the tsunami of AI that's hitting, and I can tell you from the perspective of this, so my team was going around the stalls and talking to them. Some were telling, look, we do clinical trials, we don't do digital health. Some were saying, we are in pharma, we don't do digital health. So I think people should understand the broad domain of digital health is a huge world in itself. It's not just AI. Yeah, and this is what I see is something like a forum like this with leaders like you and others to update people. I think it's not a time to think and listen to us. It's time for you to jump into it because you're already late. I'll stop here for now.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the lesson on tsunamis also. So, Elon, we're going to have to pick up from tsunamis and talk about how you as the chief executive at Rela Hospital, how are you harnessing the opportunities that are presented by new modern technologies and emerging technologies and policy changes to drive innovation of your business model and care delivery in the hospital setting?
Thank you so much, Jerry. Good afternoon, all of you. In the last 3-4 years since the buzzword AI come to place, at least 30 or 40 companies with 30 or 40 AI solutions have approached our organization. Of course, it's very difficult to pick up all 30-40 solutions and implement it. So what we have done is we wanted to pick up top 3 problems or challenges or areas of concern which we wanted to address through technology. And then we found that we picked up 3 issues. If you look at one of the topmost issues from the patient's perspective, anybody you ask who is entering to the hospital, they will say waiting time is one of the biggest concern. Whether it's a doctor's waiting time for getting an MRI or CT scan or getting a report or admission process or discharge process, I'm sure they'll be wasting plenty of time in those areas. Even we have reviewed the feedback from patients. I think the waiting time is the topmost concern. I'm sure all of you sitting will agree with me. So we decided to find out a solution for the waiting time first. And for any hospital, it's important for them to provide the highest standard of care to improve patient safety and quality. That's our top 2nd priority. 3rd was to improve productivity, efficiency, and cost optimization. So we decided to address these 3 areas, and we decided to look for solutions to solve these problems. So though we have implemented many solutions, AI technology solutions in our hospital, I wanted to highlight 3 solutions which have actually transformed the quality of care which we have provided and to solve the problems which we have been facing for quite a long time. The first was radiology. All of you know that there is a huge scarcity of radiologists in our country. Getting a good quality radiologist is so difficult. To get a radiology simple X-ray chest normally takes 3 to 4 hours. Some patient coming in for master health checkup, they have to wait for at least 3-4 hours to get a simple X-ray chest report. So we wanted to solve that problem first. Now we have moved on to AI radiology reporting for X-ray chest. Now we are able to get the report within 15 to 20 minutes. That's actually saved 2 to 3 hours of time, patient time, and patients are so happy now. Nowadays, patients are not only coming for high quality of care, now they are expecting more patient experience with a lesser wait time, with a less cost. I think they're expecting more and more nowadays. I think there is a trend changing in our country. So that's the first solution which has made a major transformation, I would say. The second thing is about the doctors. We have implemented AI-powered medical dictation notes in electronic medical record. One of the biggest concerns for healthcare professionals is documentation. Whether it's nurses or doctors, documentation is a big problem. Even studies are showing that almost 70 to 80% of the time spent by healthcare professionals, they spend more time on the documentation rather than patient care or quality of care. So by introducing this solution, AI-powered medical dictation in EMR, that has actually significantly reduced the typing time for the doctors in dictation. So the waiting time also significantly come down. And we also got good quality reporting generated by this kind of systems so that it's very useful to improve patient safety and quality of care. I would say these two have helped. And the third biggest problem for us was maintaining drug pharmacy inventory. Each hospital will have a big challenge in this regard. If you stock less, it might affect the quality of care. Patients might not be able to get the medicines at the appropriate time, or if you stock more, your cash flow will get affected, your profitability will reduce significantly. Again, each hospital will have their own patient demography, own specialist doctors or specialist treatment options. So one solution may not be able to provide offer solution for another hospital. For example, if our hospital, we deal primarily with the transplantation and then basic care to the local population.
What they developed a high resolution camera where an untrained person had to take a picture of the cervix. It automatically uses just the 4G technology to upload it to a cloud, and then immediately you get back information as to the likelihood of the individual having cancer right then and there before the individual disappears. I think that's impacted everybody, the patient, the community, and the healthcare workers themselves. The second challenge which India faces big time is tuberculosis. And the gold standard for diagnosis of tuberculosis is X-ray test, because pulmonary tuberculosis is the most common one. And even today, we do not have enough radiologists in the country to read films which are generated within the hospital. Forget about the films which are done in a screening scenario where lots of people are actually screened for tuberculosis. Now, there is a solution today, as Doctor explained, where AI is used, where the films are taken, they go to the cloud, and you get back information as to the likelihood of the individual having tuberculosis immediately, and then there is a solution which is there for you waiting. So unless these 4 factors are positively impacted, I think technology would not be making the impact it should make on the stakeholders.
Those are great. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Raj, over to you. And I guess, maybe if you can speak to, and I think you maybe touched on this a little bit earlier, how technology is not only increasing longevity of life of cancer patients, but also improving quality of life.
Yeah. Okay, so if I have to take an example of a cancer patient,
You don't have to if you don't want to, but you can.
He's wedded with
Since-
cancer. He has no
yeah,
choice.
I find oncology fascinating of all the specialties. You know, something like CyberKnife, okay? It uses robotics, it uses AI, it uses ML. For a long time, we have given radiation dose to tumor site, and the endeavor was to use image-guided technology, use intensity modulation to make sure that you treat the tumor and not, But the some of the technology that is coming on is just mind-blowing. A CyberKnife latest model to other tissues. Because of this accuracy, we are also able to, let's take an example of a lung cancer patient. The lung cancer patient, when you're doing radiation, you're breathing, your lungs are constantly expanding and contracting. It automatically detects that movement and adjusts the site so that again, you give radiation just for that. With this accuracy, you're able to, what used to take 25, 30 fractions of radiation over 6 weeks, you can give in 1 to 5 fractions. Okay, so non-invasive, lesser side effect, more accurate treatment, lesser time because patient can go back to the daily activities and live life normally, better outcomes and better quality of life. There was a time when people used to say that treatment of cancer is worse than the cancer disease. But today, not as dreaded as it is right now or in the past.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. All right, Alex, back to the laboratory. So how would you suggest, kind of based on what you're doing at Amgen and the kind of your perspective on kind of the combination of humanity and technology innovation, how can organizations kind of ensure that they maintain the kind of human creativity, the kind of scientific insights, and the kind of cross-discipline collaboration to drive toward innovations in R&D?
Yeah, look, the human is never going away, but just one word maybe quickly, like Raj and all those people here, I want to make this very personal. I love what I'm hearing in our current cancer patients, and sometimes I like to make this personal, right? My dad passed away on cancer. My mom is a breast cancer survivor. That's why it is so important to have people like you, and that's where technology is just helping you and not replacing, and that's where the human aspect comes in. Technology will not replace the humans, right? We still have to have innovations from people, from the scientists, to looking for what is the next possibility to do. And I think, there's a lot of areas what we do is we support our scientists with technology. We don't replace them. In a lot of areas, what it means is they can look at more scenarios, they can look at more edges and see what is actually helping us and how do we get actually new products on the market, new medications on the market. Even in efficiency processes, I want to be very clear, the AI or the technology will not replace anything. There will be and has to be always a human being in the mix who ultimately has to call the shot at the end and say, is this something we want to do? Is this something we want to file? Is this something we want to consider even? And I think this is where we have to be a little bit careful, even so that I'm the technologist in the round. We have to be careful that we don't believe technology is replacing all of that. I think technology is supporting us, and the support is just getting better and better and better. So for people like you, you can start, selecting the areas where you would like to leverage those, solutions, being an AI model, but also being just normal technology, You mentioned robotics, there are devices we have today, right? I was just reading an article where you now can have a device just having on your skin on a mole and actually see the likelihood of cancer or not cancer. You don't have to wait anymore to get to a doctor after maybe 2-3 weeks, having a diagnostic, then coming back with a sample after a couple of more weeks, right? But again, it will not take away the doctor because ultimately that's the person who has to do the ultimate call what it is. So I think the human factor is going to be so important in the future more than ever, because there is a little bit of risk that we are getting overwhelmed by the information, by the data available to us, that we maybe just don't have the time anymore to look at all this. So we have to leverage that, and making sure the experts are the ones who are concluding ultimately what to do with all that information.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Rajendrara, onto the policy side now. So given all the advancements in technology, what's your perspective on the role that humans or populations play in advancing health, and how could policy influence their behaviors and choices?
First, picking up from what Alex said, I agree that technology will not replace humans. Well, technology will replace what humans do. So I think that's something we should agree on. That's a fact of life. In as much as I think people can close their eyes to reality, but I cannot close my tongue to the fact that I have to speak on the forums like this, the facts they should be prepared for. And as a policymaker, I think, written 5 years ago that the next policy will be written by AI, not by humans. So I hope so. And also there's a good tool that's developed in Commonwealth. We're working on that. But let me tell you the other side of what we're doing. In my tenure working with the Union Health Minister between 16 and 18, we launched the biggest insurance scheme. We launched the National Digital Health Mission. One thing that struck me always was that I met the head of OPPI that represents multinational companies. I met IPA, which represents Indian companies, IDMA, everyone. The entire pharma companies came. They're all friends. I worked with them in the past too. The doctors' associations came to me, right from Foxy to Pidicon to IMA. The technology associations, NASCOM came. The hospital associations came. But not a single patient association came to me. So I asked my boss, do we serve the patient or do they serve us? We got to take a call. And I think that's where the element of humans, so I have to decide whether doctors are human or patients are human, or all of them are humans. So when people say we have to be human, I sometimes have to think, whom are we talking about? Who's that stakeholder? But having said that, so one thing I implemented after that, after demitting office, I set up Patients Union. And it was not just to be a union, we created an app called Patients Union. And in that app, what we have launched in the December version is that patients can speak in their language. We partnered with the government on Bhashni. It works in 16 languages. We partnered with government on ADRs, giving actually the power to the patients of reporting back to the government. And what we are doing as the next step, which will give you a sense of how when a policymaker becomes a technologist, what disruption he or she can do. And it can be totally maddening as well. So what we are doing in that app is, I think by end of this year, we will be perfect to the level of knowledge of replacing a primary care physician. I know it's very harsh to hear this, but technology is reaching that maturity. We tested in our office, so it proceeds on regulating AI. But even AI does not know what we'll do next. No, that's the way AI is maturing. So I think we have to be mindful of the fact that disruption is coming and it's an exciting time. Let me tell you that most of the things that AI will generate that don't exist today will probably solve most of our problems. But those who do not prepare for it will also not exist before the end of this decade. So I think as exciting as time it is, and policy people have no clue except sitting on this forum and hearing what people speak. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we're working up against the lunch break, so we've got a final question here, and it's going to be a lightning round question. We're sitting here on the panel, and I ask you, if you look back on the past 15 years, what's the one accomplishment that you or your organization or the part of the health ecosystem that you're here representing today that you're most proud of in terms of the impact it's had on overall well-being and health of populations?
Want me to start?
Yeah, you can start.
I think 15 years down the line or even 30 years down the line, we would be still talking the same thing. The reason being, change is the only thing which is constant. We would have evolved and a lot of new things would have happened in this 15 years, and the whole, all the healthcare would have been disrupted and a whole new model of care would have emerged. But even at that stage, there would be evolving futuristic technologies, solutions that would be coming up, and we would be talking about those at that point of time. So I think it's going to be the same. It's just that what we're talking about would be different.
Yeah, thank you. Raj?
When patients get diagnosed with cancer, they don't think it's a death. They just think that it's some adjustment in lifestyle and nothing changes.
We'll hold you to it.
for me really is preventative medicine. I really hope in the future we are able to predict actually sicknesses, cure them before they're actually happening. That is for me in 15 years what I hope for.
Well, I may not be alive, but my digital you'll be asking, Rajan, when you were alive, you said this, and now this is happening. But on the serious note, I can tell you that we are doing a great disservice to medicine today without technology. Like, if I will eat one chapati after this, my sugar will be very different level. If he eats, it will be different. But if I have diabetes, he will give me glimepiride and metformin. How big a disservice is that we have industrialized medicine. I think what technology will do is map my phenotype, genotype, and prescribe me exactly what I need in the portions I need. And that will mean that from what we are doing, thinking of passive euthanasia, letting people die, we will give them active longevity, saying you decide how many years you want to live. Thank you.
All right, finally, Ilan.
It's very difficult to predict what will happen 15 years later. Even the scientists say they will know what will happen in 2-3 years down the line, actually. That's the kind of growth is happening in the technology and AI field. But what I would expect to see is things should move from treatment to prevention, healthcare to well-being. I think that's the kind of mindset should go on to people's mind.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And that's a great way to end. Everyone, a round of applause to all of our panelists. Thank you very much for sharing all of your perspectives and real-life examples of how you're all leading the charge in terms of helping us advance health in all the communities we serve. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a fascinating discussion. A very heartfelt thank you to our panelists for the insightful words on healthcare, and to express our gratitude, may I invite our session sponsor, Virtual Biotech and Private Limited representative, Dr. Makaran Jairkar, member International Advisory Board, BioAsia, to please join me on stage. We request you all to please stay on stage for a few moments. Thank you. I once again take this opportunity to thank our panelists to take us through this wonderful discussion. And I'm sure everyone present over here had made the most out of it. And of course, thank you, Dr. Makaran, for doing the honors. Let us capture this moment. I request you all to just step forward for a photograph. We'll take one photograph. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch and networking. We invite you to explore the exhibition area, please. Connect with industry leaders and, of course, enjoy a delightful meal. Please be back in your seats by 2 p.m. as we have an exciting lineup of power-packed panel discussion awaiting you. Enjoy your meal, and we will reconvene shortly for our next sessions here on the other side of the lunch. Invite our next panel to discuss how geopolitical shifts are reshaping the global clinical trial landscape, and how India is emerging as a promising destination for global clinical trials. To explore this further, We welcome our moderator on stage, Mr. Vikas Dandekar, editor, Pharma Healthcare ET Prime, to please join us on stage. And now I would call our panelists on stage. We have Yves right here. Let us welcome Yves, the founder, Boost Code, professor in statistical analysis and supply chain, EPH EC Belgium. We welcome you, sir. I will take this opportunity and call on stage Professor Evelyn, Director, Clinical Trial Unit, Griffith University, Australia. Ms. Sandhya Joglekar, Senior VP and Head, Novartis Development India. Please let us welcome her on stage, please. Mr. Sanjay Vyas, President, Global Head, Safety Services and Clinical Logistics, Managing Director, India, Paraxel International. Ms. Lisa Nelson, CEO, Scientia Clinical Research Limited, Australia. Ms. Smriti Suryaprakash, Partner, BCG. Well, it is wonderful to see that it is a female-dominated panel here. So it will be interesting to see how this discussion is going to go forward. So over to you, Vikas.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Great to be back here. And we played a little bit of a musical chair here. So, Dr. Padmaja is there? Is she there? She's here? Okay. Dr. Padmaja. Dr. Padmaja. Yeah, please.
All right. I think we were searching for you, Doctor. That is Dr. Padmaja Loki Reddy, Oncologist, Apollo Hospital, India. We cannot blame the ladies. Sometimes you have to wait for them to enter.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Sabrina. So we are good to go. Thank you again, BioAsia, for having me here for the last 22 years. I think only one BioAsia I was not there, but 21 years, and it's morphing into something so big and so encouraging to see the hall packed again. Post-lunch, we'll have to fight that, the brain to stomach signal. All our panelists will make it good. For the next 1 hour plus 5-7 minutes, we will be discussing a very crucial subject, clinical trials. I'm sure here everyone has discussed this time and again for the last so many years. The foundations of all that has actually been discussed over the last 1.5 days, from AI, transformation, innovation, what can keep India on the map. The foundational part of it is clinical trials, and that's where I think all our panel experts will be bringing in their views, and from there we will see how good are the takeaways and what we can do to move the needle. So thank you again. I'd also want participation from the audience. So please help us make the conversation richer. I have a bunch of questions. In fact, thanks to the panelists, we have a very good list of topics to discuss here. So let's start from where we can start. So I'll go to Smriti first. Being a consultant and being in the role that she has played, she'll give us a broad overview of where we stand on the clinical trials part. We know the basic facts are there, 3% clinical trials of what we see happening in the entire world, 1.4 billion population, 3%. Somewhere we are definitely losing out. So I think that's where a lot of our focus will be. Smriti, if you can start.
Yeah, I think just elaborating on the fact, right? I think if you look at the disease burden, India has 15% of the disease burden, but runs less than 3 to 4% of the clinical trials. And I think if you look at specific subsegments like diabetes, where India has a high burden, we contribute very little to the concept of clinical research. But if you really take a mindset shift, right, India actually has a lot of the enablers to be a clinical trial destination. I think one, India has the largest population, very diverse set of people. So running a clinical trials will give you rich data sets. Two, we actually have fantastic infrastructure, one of the leading hospitals, and with the growing GCCs, we actually have the capability and trained folks to run clinical trials within India. And I think more importantly, I think if you think about the current scenario, not what happened 10 years back, there's a significant advantage on the digital front, with Ayushman Bharat digital health. India has an opportunity to actually leapfrog and create really important data integrity through digital architecture. Whatever we did with Aadhaar, can we do the same thing here and have really good data integrity? And more importantly, like if you look at the digital penetration and use of smartphone, more than 60% in India has some sort of smartphone internet access, which is the foundation if you want to run virtual first clinical trials. So if you really look at the foundational elements that India has, we have the potential to be a destination for clinical trials. But I think, of course, as we will discuss through the panel, there's a lot of challenges that we will first need to overcome. And I think the first is just the mindset shift, right? When you think about clinical trials, I think people think, I don't want to be a guinea pig. But clinical trial is the bedrock and foundation for innovation. It's clinical research. I think that first mindset shift is what I would say would be our first path towards, making this a reality.
Sure, right. So yeah, you spoke about the availability of population and the disconnect between having the medicines, the latest treatments. And that's where I think Sanjay will be able to throw some light on exactly what has been his experience. Paraxel itself has grown wide in the country, despite all the challenges that we have seen. Yet there is so much more opportunities to tap here. Last we spoke, you told me about 6,000 people working here on global projects. Just an overview on exactly what you think Paraxel can bring in and how you see India as the next opportunity.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And Smriti started it pretty well as well. I think India is at a fantastic cusp at this point of time with all the geopolitical situations that's happening at this point of time. But I think we need to keep that mindset out a little bit away from it and think about the potential possibility of getting the access to the medications to the patient is humongous, because this is something which India has missed out in the last 2 or 3 decades, I would say, since the time the clinical trial debacle that happened in this particular country as well. So I believe that one is with the kind of the patient population, the disease burden that exists in this part of the world, there's definitely a huge potential. In addition to that, I also believe that while today a lot of the trials that are happening in India from a CRO perspective, what we are seeing are normally phase 2, phase 3 and phase 4 trials, or the bridging trials that happen. There's a huge potential for that molecule to be early on into the country through phase 1 trials as well. Now, I'm not saying that they're not happening, but they are happening on a case-to-case basis. But if it's a new chemical entity or a new molecule that's been developed outside of India, even today the phase 1 trials are not being allowed or due to the regulatory mandate, or because of the mindset, Smriti, that you just mentioned, that we are not guinea pigs, right? It's not the concept of guinea pig, but it's about getting that access of medication to the patients in the right manner as well. But having said that, I think I personally have seen a fantastic change. And coming from a clinical research organization, the biggest challenge was the regulatory piece of it, right? And the 2019 DCGI, the new clinical trial regulations that came into play, definitely put India back on the map at par with the US FDA or the EMEA regulations that exist today in the other parts of the world as well. Now the question is, how are we going to leverage those regulations and trying to push more of the study conduct? The challenge that we are dealing with majority of the global sponsors is the misconception or the misperception of those regulations as well. Because a lot of the times the challenges are, what do I have to do if I do the clinical trial conduct? How do I commercialize this product? Will I have to commercialize this product? What does the patient compensation looks like? I think the new regulations clearly define all those pretty well. In fact, even the timelines have been, I would say, comparatively to last 5, 8, 10 years back, the timelines and the deemed approval of certain of the rare diseases products coming into the market has also been streamlined. If the DCGI does not respond in 30 to 60 days, actually there's a deemed approval that comes into play as well. So there are good benefits to that, but how do you take that education back to the global sponsors and make them understand that India today cannot be considered among the top 50 sites, but it needs to be considered among the top 10 sites for the feasibility piece of it as well. So those are a couple of parameters that we are seeing from a CRO perspective. But having said that, there are still challenges, and I think the biggest one is the education on the ground. I think we all know that when we go to a physician, our primary, and especially in India, the physician and Padmaja, you are here, I'm not going to say much, but that's the challenging piece is that when a patient goes to the physician is almost like a god. Like whatever the physician says happens to be the end statement out there. So how do we make sure that the physicians are equipped with the knowledge of the ongoing trials that are happening at this point of time, and how do they get that education to the patient? Is clinical trial today in India not being offered as an alternate treatment? Clinical trial is still being offered as if there's nothing else left, then clinical trial is spoken about. And whereas the standard care of treatment is available at this point of time. So how do you make sure that that education is also balanced out? So those are some of the pros and cons that we are seeing as a CRO.
Sure. Yeah, we'll kind of expand on that a little later. So I'll go straight to Sadhana now. Sanjay spoke about the overall CRO's point of view from the perspective of large pharmaceutical company like Novartis. How do you see these perspectives in terms of doing trials, in terms of having not got the kind of adequate representation from the Indian side? And of course, you know, some of the other countries have actually moved much ahead of India.
So thank you, Vikas. Let me start with something. I'm going to step back a bit and then let's have a look at the big picture first before we move into what any pharmaceutical company thinks about. I wouldn't equate drug development and clinical trials with any other industry. So, you know, there are times when we talk about market size, market potential, and I hesitate to use those words when we talk about clinical trials, because to me, it's about molecules that are discovered. If you want to convert those molecules to medicines, you need to generate evidence. And that evidence comes through robust clinical trials. So we always say in Novartis that the basic unit of what we do in the development organization is conducting clinical studies. If we keep that in mind and we say that it's a responsibility on us when a patient consents to participate in a clinical trial, that we safeguard the interests of patients. If we keep that in mind, then I wouldn't really look at it from the size of the opportunity. I wouldn't look at it from the perspective of how many studies India does versus some other market does, provided we do great quality work. And I think if you see the way different countries have evolved over the last few years, you wouldn't miss the very fact that there's been a concerted effort to first improve the infrastructure, improve the quality of the studies that take place. It could be a small number, and then automatically the number of studies that come to your country go up. So, you know, it's not the reverse. You do more studies, you ask for more studies, and then the quality slips. In terms of where India is, I think, and you and I have spoken about it since several years, we began on a wrong narrative. The narrative that I see being played out in India often is about multinational companies coming to India, either from a cost arbitrage perspective or because there's a huge patient population that's available, that's ignorant of their rights, and therefore it's easier to do studies in India. I think it's high time we change that narrative because, and I say this in a personal capacity, not as Novartis, but I don't think any multinational company today considers coming to India from a cost arbitrage perspective. The price that you pay if the quality suffers is humongous. So, number one, several countries around us have developed their ecosystems. So you have now choices that you can go to, even within Asia, where you have equal cost arbitrage. So you don't need to come to India at all. We've lost that space of having monopoly and saying, come to India. Number two, every country has to think about how does it build that infrastructure. And in India, we still have pockets of excellence. And you really need to have that ecosystem very well developed with all stakeholders coming together. So the point that I will make is, and I'll probably elucidate with a few examples as the discussion progresses. If you look at the countries around us, and I'm not looking at US, I'm not looking at Germany, I'm looking at countries within Asia which are from a GDP perspective as good or even lesser GDP than us, how they have made an effort to put their countries on the global map for clinical trials. And I think that's what has made them successful. So if you ask me where India is today, I won't say we've missed the bus at all, but I will say we are where we were, always. We haven't progressed at all. And that's because you need all stakeholders to come together to change the narrative and say, how does it benefit the country by doing clinical studies? That has to be your narrative.
Yes, absolutely, well said. Dr. Padmaja, in fact, the previous panel, Dr. Hari Prasad mentioned about his experience and how you actually, guided him on the right treatment. And that was also one of the eye-openers of how new treatments, and he actually spoke about, the chemo versus non-chemo. And it really, we saw him. As a doctor in a hospital, how do you see this whole wave of new treatment options, modalities coming vis-a-vis what we see in terms of clinical trials?
So I want to take you through a journey. My clinical is about 25 years of journey. I've started in India as a MBBS MD, and I moved to UK. I worked there for 13 years. I went to US, came back to Apollo. In between couple of months, I went back to UK to be part of the CAR-T, which is a new treatment, and then came back trying to get this. But looking at this journey, as we've had a clinical experience working in India, working in National Health Service in UK for many years, even at a consultant level, and then doing clinics through Apollo in East African countries, and we go to Indonesia and multiple countries and experience healthcare in a real life and a different settings, and how I see medicine being practiced as an MBBS student, as an MD, and then going through the thing, we see, as Sanjay said and Sadhana said, sometimes as an industry you feel that we were in the same place, but it's not the perception what we feel. Like I'm a hemato-oncologist, I do bone marrow transplant, and we do a lot of oncology, cutting-edge new treatments. But bone marrow transplant was only in the textbooks. We think that something could happen, experimental. That's what my thought process was at the level of even MD, internal medicine. That was back in 2003. So when I went to UK, I saw that in real life. But I went back, by 2010, we're starting that in India. And when I came back in 2015, Hyderabad had about 5 people doing this process. And today, about 30 people doing this process. And just in Hyderabad, there are about more than 10 centers doing the transplant service. This is the rapidity of progression in a clinical level we're seeing. And coming to the clinical trials, yes, there is a lot more to be done. But earlier days, we've never heard of clinical trials during my medical MBBS. MD, we've never heard. And I did my MD in the best of the institute in Manipal Academy of Higher Education. And nothing, even in AIMS, never had. And later, what we had is the stage 4, or, after the molecule is back in, retrospective analysis, safety analysis, that sort of thing. And phase 3 has come on later, and now we're with a phase 1 trials. And I'm proud to say that we're part of a phase 1 CAR-T cell and gene therapy trial, on which patients are recruited and being treated. Yes, India has got such a heterogeneous healthcare systems. As the narrative, what global figure shows, global perspective, India is a poor country, they don't have resources. But yes, there is a huge difference in a clinical care, what we get in a corporate setting to a public setting or a semi-autonomous setting. And how the patients are funded is so different from their own pocket through insurance, to mediocre insurance, to high-level insurance, or to the government setup, which is completely free. the same cancer treatment is given at a free cost and at a corporate level. So there will be a quality, but it is available. And we are in a higher centers almost equivalent to global standards. We have got JCI standards for a lot of hospitals. Now if you go to Hyderabad, look at a big corporate hospitals, the infrastructure, the transplant unit, quality, almost at the international level. I don't feel anything different working in UK to here, other than having clinical trial. I used to say level 1 care, second line treatment, third line treatment. The next thing is a clinical trial. But now we are having the taste of it, thanks to all the GCC and bigger companies coming to it. But one thing, what we find, sorry if I'm going a bit longer,
No, sure,
is that, so the patient perspective, like how the patient perceives it, thanks to COVID, after the COVID, people started doing digital teleconsultations. They've learned you don't need to see a doctor, and they started looking at the information. Now the patients come and ask, what is this? So they're asking questions, which is a great thing. And we do, for the phase 1 international clinical trials, they expect us to do a video counselings and to get the statements in a local language, so that there's a lot more stringency. And it's exactly the way it is how we do in NHS, that's how we do it, and it's monitored. So I think things are moving on in a positive direction, but every hospital, every level to move, it takes a long time, but everything has to move in a parallel direction. I think, I'm very positive, and I'm very positive today to see so many GCCs wanting to come to India. I just want to share one small story about CAR-T. I went back from Apollo to Manchester Royal to work in 2021, which is a new therapy as part of the clinical trial about a CAR-T cell therapy. I worked as a consultant for about 5 months, and I wanted to bring this back to Apollo. I've tried connecting with the different people, Novartis, which is the primary one which produced, Kite, Gillard, Autolus, all these people were producing. None of them were wanting to come to UK. One question they said, one answer they had is maybe another 10, 15 years we'll see. It's great that you're having a thought, but their perspective about India is completely different. And today, Miltony has come. We did have discussions in 2022 with Miltony. But in this 3 years, they have opened their eyes and they're here, which is a very welcoming thing. And I would hope a lot of GCCs come over. So I think I should stop there. Yeah, thank you. That's my perspective.
This is very encouraging. Absolutely. Completely bold with the encouraging points that you made. And of course, on hemato-oncology, the world is really moving so fast. I had the opportunity to be at the American Society of Hematology in December. The whole place is buzzing. So thank you so much for those perspectives, ma'am. So now I'll go to Evelyn on from the point of view of external organization. You see the entire, you do the mapping of what works best for your treatment options that you have in terms of clinical trials. From your point of view, where do you think you place India as a clinical trial opportunity? Does it stand close to where other countries have actually taken a leap? China has been discussed here quite a lot of times. How do you see the opportunities here?
Yes, thank you. Thanks. I've been here 28 years ago and came back for the first time since. And I was very, very impressed with the development. And I do see that you are going very fast in the biotech and pharma space, so that really impresses me. I do, however, also agree with the speakers before that you need to have infrastructure and everything in place to do clinical trial research. It's a high-level research, and you need to be able to support it. But then again, of course, what you are saying, you need to start somewhere, and you need to just start moving forward and introducing it in hospitals and so on in order to actually establish that. And, I think what the challenges are still, in my opinion, while I see, all the great advantages, what you've mentioned is, I think similar challenges to what we have, what's the workforce like? Is the workforce skilled in clinical trials? Do the patients know And it, as you said, it's the same in Australia. People want this. They want it part of their treatment. And so how do we get the knowledge or the information out to patients that these exist and to practitioners? So to answer to your question, I see a great potential, but I also think that you need to, as you said, move, sort of consider it with what's required to do it well.
Yeah, I'll nudge you to speak a little more about your experience from the university side. How do you forge your partnerships with companies there? Because that's the missing link that we see here.
Yeah, so I think I represent probably a little bit of a different clinical trial site because it's located in a university setting. So the idea originally was to serve researchers in the biomed space who want to bring their research, or move it forward in translational, in a translational way, and actually be actively involved in that clinical trial research. And that also then actually helps with collaborations with clinicians across the road. We are co-located, for example, with a university hospital, and that exactly helps also with training the workforce. So that's actually a good thing with regards to the research and training support our unit is having. And that was an interesting thing for me as well to ask more about if this kind of exists in India and if that's sort of anticipated. But then making it sustainable in a way, the original idea was to get commercial clients to come and utilize our space for their, provide site services. But what I didn't envisage when we started this 10 years ago was how great the partnership with industry is, and it's not necessarily about the cost and the funds and the money that's coming in. It's actually created a partnership in a way of learning from each other and at the same time providing research back to the industry. So I actually thought that this model works actually really well, not for the only reason of creating funds. It's actually helping with networking, track record, and learning from each other. And so, yeah, so we've grown, quite substantially since then. So it's proven to work.
Right. Right. So I'll get Lisa on this now. As part of a clinical research organization in Australia, yesterday we heard from the Queensland team about how many trials, phase 1 trials, actually go to Australia from the US organizations, and that's a big number. What exactly works for you where India can take the lessons from the Australian examples?
Look, thank you very much for inviting me and having on the panel. I, like everyone, think India is on the cusp and has a wonderful opportunity. And I think India has a lot more going for it than Australia did. We were pretty small, and we still are a pretty small country. And why would you do your trial in Australia? Because you won't be able to recruit and you won't be able to do that. But we've had wonderful support from the whole research community and the government in particular, where we've been able to have a very streamlined, easy system, to bring trials into Australia. We have a standard clinical trial agreement. We have a standard indemnity. So I think, and an R&D incentive. And so I think the whole community is really, supportive of clinical trials. And I think also too, a lot of the big hospitals, and I'm in the Prince of Wales Hospital in Sydney, the CEOs of these hospitals have KPIs around clinical trials and recruitment, and I think that is really important. And India has wonderful IT. For example, in New South Wales, all oncology trials and haematology trials are on an app. So that app is available to, all clinicians, physicians, to look at that. And again, don't just think of trials as the last option. I mean, in some cases it still does happen, but, that I think that's an important part, that it's trying to see, and we all know that a patient taking part in a clinical trial will do much better. And it's an important part, I think, of the whole life cycle of treating, very important. So am I, sorry, rambling a bit here, but going back. Yes, we have a lot of, 50-60% of our clinical trials, either in oncology or healthy volunteer, do come from the US. And again, I think it's because we have a pragmatic system, ethics, getting approval from the ethics committee and then notifying our regulatory body is quite standard, and sponsors know exactly the process in general, how long it will take, and for the phase 1 trials that we will actually, be able to, recruit and do those studies, do them, which is importantly said, with high quality. And I think, again, that's what has come, comments here about quality. We started off doing very small numbers, but making sure those trials were done to a very high standard. And also what we said we would achieve, we did. So again, it's not important to have hundreds of trials, but to have the trials that you've agreed to do and try and do them to the highest quality, I think is very important. And I think that's what we've been able to do.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Eve, the same question to you from a European and American perspective. How do you see the Indian opportunities emerging? There has been an issue of lack of due representation from the Indian population for global sites, global trials. Where do you think things are moving from here?
Yeah, I will speak in two perspectives. So first of all, as a European, of course, and also as a specialist of clinical operation. And personally, I'm certainly more specialized in everything related to the drug supply and the supply chain of the drug. So first of all, I can tell you, and having collaborated with a wide variety of sponsors, large pharmaceutical companies until small biotechs, that for most of the sponsors, one of the biggest challenge, this is to find patients. This is to find patients and to find sites.
Right.
I've seen in a few cases some studies that should have been postponed because the complexity, when you go to big hospitals in the US, for instance, they are not really interested. So this is complicated in US and in Europe to find patients. That's one thing. So I think that for a few countries, certainly in Asia, in India, I'm also thinking of Middle East countries like Saudi Arabia, etc., with a lot of hospitals that could be also playing a role in that. So this possibility and this opportunity to offer to the sponsor a ground where you can easily find patients, this is certainly present at the moment. However, one thing that I believe is important, this is the ecosystem. This is not only developing the drug, but one thing is important, and this is certainly my part, that this is not enough having hospitals and patients. You need to have all the other actors. So CROs are playing, of course, a very important role in that, but also companies like secondary manufacturers. So companies like we can talk about Catalent, about Thermo Fisher, about Almac, etc. They need to be present in India as well, because I don't believe with the size of the country and the size of the population that having the logistics depot to be in another country, like at the moment they are, I believe that the closest location where they are here, this is Singapore, which is too far. So I think it's important to attract all these companies also to play a game and to be present here. Otherwise, it's going to be complicated. And of course, also another element in terms of drug availability, this is also the fact that in many cases, the cold chain is important. So you need to have also this capability to transport in a long distance drugs in good condition. And indeed, I think my neighbor just spoke about it a couple of minutes ago. This is also the legal framework and the regulatory environment, which is important just to have the capability to have everything in place in terms of GDP, GMP, GCP at global standard. But I'm sure that indeed there is a huge opportunity for India.
Right. Great. So yeah, so getting to the next round, I'll again engage Smruti here. There has been like some really dramatic changes in the way regulations have been formed, say for example in China, and why they have leapfrogged on the innovation game. Those things have been missing, right? I mean, in terms of the clearance of trials takes months or probably even longer. It goes through a lot of scrutiny. Again, there have been apprehensions of what happened in the past. How can things change from there? Do you think, like you mentioned about earlier, about being part of ICH, really helped China? Do you think those are probably the factors that can come in here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to learn as we heard from the other panelists, right? There's a lot to learn about from what other countries have done to make them clinical trial destination. Like we said, like China, before the innovation picked up, the first thing that they did was actually revamp their regulatory system when it comes to clinical trial. One, being a part of ICH, a sitting member of ICH. Two, they also made it very easy and very quick to get regulatory approvals. While in India, you can get it in 30 to 60 days, but from what we understand, it ends up taking 4 to 6 months. So it's really about giving the sponsors the commitment and working towards making sure you do that very fast. So what you can learn from China. And similarly, as we heard from Australia, Australia is able to get clinical trial approvals in 4 to 8 weeks, right? And they also give significant tax benefits, reimbursement to ensure people come to Australia to do clinical trials. And third, you can also learn from a digital transformation perspective. So if you look at UK, what UK has done is they've created a single workflow platform for you to do both the regulatory approval and ethics approval at the same time, which again increases, I think reduces the cost by 30 to 40%. So the time. So really, I think it all comes down to the time, right? And if you can make it faster and reliable through either digital or revamping the process, that would be one. And then in terms of quality, like making yourself harmonized towards the global standards and working towards, getting the infrastructure to the right level, similar to what Australia has. I think those are the things that we need to look towards to actually move up and make India an attractive destination.
Right. No, so one factor which is missing from this panel is government representation, and hopefully, the right signals will reach there, because unless the government really picks up these loose ends, I think we'll keep coming back to the same topic again and again. But hopefully, things will evolve from here. So Sanjay, Eve mentioned about challenges of actually finding patients in US and other countries. And here it's a very different situation. There are millions of patients and, trials are missing. Again, in a previous conversation we had, you also mentioned about picking up from what Smruti mentioned about infrastructure. There is like a bounty of data, but it's all scattered. On those kind of things, can you throw some light on exactly what are the points that we can actually address so that at least these parts can be cleared from the way?
Yeah, so, wow, the couple of pointers that I would like to highlight, and I think I liked what Sadhana started saying, that it's the place where we started, the narrative itself needs to change. That's the beginning point of it, but I think we've come a long way of it. And then Padmaja also alluded to the fact that there is such world-class facilities from an infrastructure perspective available in Tier 1 cities. The challenge is India is made up of Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities, right? And this is where the challenge is happening, that how do you reach the patient population to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and how do you bring them innovative ways, whether it is conducting hybrid trials or decentralized trials or remote monitoring piece of it onto the table so that we can try and get more patients recruited onto India. Like, I'll give you some statistics. Interestingly, there was a study that was done. Almost 86% of the patients that were talked about and were consulted, they were prepared to participate in a clinical trial in India. The challenge was, the logistical piece of it, that many of these patients were staying two plus hours away from the closest investigator site, right? The third piece is coming to what Shruti just highlighted, the standardization, right? While we do have the DCGI, the 2019 clinical trial guidelines, the whole gamut of having an ethics committee within a 60 kilometers radius and yada yada stuff, but the question is, how many of those sites in tier 2, tier 3 cities are equipped enough to support the same kind of infrastructure and bring that kind of the possibility of recruiting patients? Today, even in tier 1 cities, 48% of the sites are struggling to recruit the patients. And it's not because, and that's what our experience has shown us, that many of times it's because either because of logistical boundaries or whatever the other challenges that exist at this point in time as well. So that's another challenge that we are trying to deal, and we probably will have to work around on that piece as well. So I think if you really look back, that there are multitude of areas where this needs to be addressed. One is definitely, again, it comes back, how do you make sure that your tier 2, tier 3 cities are developing and have the same kind of infrastructure what we are having in tier 1 hospitals today? It's great. I'm an eternal optimist myself. I believe that there is so much more potential. Sadhna brought a great point saying that it's not only India, cost arbitrage is no longer, it's a moot point today. Because if you go to Vietnam, the biggest challenge a sponsor has today, when they're designing a study, is how do you get your startup done faster? Right? And in order for a study to start up faster, and we have heard from many of our sponsors saying that it's much easier for me to spend a little bit extra and go to US or to Europe and get a study startup done faster than that is compared to the study startup that we go through both from a regulations perspective as well as the arbitrage that we have to go, the deliberations that we have to do with the SEC committees, and then we have to go to the regulators explaining the same thing, whereas the same drug has been approved by the US FDA or the EMEA regulations as well, right? So, and I think that's where somewhere the balancing out of that understanding and acceptance of the standardized guidelines is also going to play, which comes to what Smriti was highlighting earlier as well. So I think there are a couple of factors that needs to be brought together in order to address this.
Right. And in India, how many investigative sites are there? 1,700?
So, there are more than 5,000 investigative sites, but believe it or not, only 150 of them probably are the most active right now in terms of clinical study recruitment. There are other sites active in doing the primary care and everything. The challenge is also you have great doctors, great physicians, great infrastructure, but all in tier 1 at this point of time. But even with tier 1 cities, that's the struggle. So if you're having, so for example, in ParExcel, we have shortlisted almost 1,600 sites with us, right, in India. Are we using all 1,600 at given point? No, because there's not enough studies that are happening at this point of time, and many of these sites are not able to profile the patients the way they need to be profiled and brought forward on the table. I wish there was a site here as well on the panel. That would have been an interesting discussion as well, but in addition to having a government representative, but I think that's where the challenge is.
Take it ahead. Yeah.
Because can I jump in?
Yeah, sure.
Because Sanjay makes some interesting points. And I'm going to give you two examples to kind of validate and substantiate what you're saying. So you started off with India has so many sites, and yet there are just a handful of sites, 150 odd sites, which are actively contributing. Have a look at Korea. The population of Korea is ballpark 50 million. Okay?
Right.
Of which 50% is concentrated in and around Seoul. So Seoul and the metropolitan areas, which means we are talking about 25 million at most,
right,
in and around Seoul. Korea ranks in the top 10 countries globally in terms of recruitment. Seoul as a city with 20 million odd population is the largest recruiting site in the world, largest recruiting city in the world. Whole of Korea, because Korea has a system of recognizing sites, accrediting sites. You can't just go and do a study somewhere. Korea has just about 200 sites. So you're talking about 200 sites concentrated in a small geography, in a small country from a population perspective, and yet doing tremendous amount of high quality work. And I say high quality because I looked up some data between 2008 and 2019, so say an 11-year time frame. Guess how many US FDA inspections were done in Korea? If I'm saying that it's in the top 10, obviously there are going to be huge number of inspections, but 39 FDA inspections. And not a single OAI, which is the official action indicated. So it's not voluntary, but you have to act on it. Not a single, let's say, finding for use of a simple word. I believe this has come because the government has an intent to promote Korea as the destination of choice. And a government would not do that unless it believes it benefits the country. Because any government's primary role is to protect its citizens, to look after the well-being of the citizens. So unless it believed strongly that clinical research is good for the country, good for the patients, it wouldn't do that. Korea is an example where, I think way back, one of the first countries that I remember reading about, where it started off by establishing partnerships. So the whole idea was to establish partnerships between the sponsors, which is pharmaceutical companies, academia, and government. And it started off with government. So the government took an initiative, initially by creating these clinical trial centers, which it established in university hospitals, not in private hospitals. And thereafter went on to create, way back, maybe 2007 or thereabouts, went about to create a government-funded but not-for-profit organization called Connect. So Connect stands for Korea National Enterprise for Clinical Trials. Wow. And the whole idea is to support the industry and industry growth, but more importantly, promote Korea as a country with high-quality clinical trials. Now this Connect has a website called, I think, K-Click, where a patient can click, patient general population, and find out information about which trials are enrolling in Korea, which diseases, which sites are enrolling, and therefore keeps it updated in terms of any patient who wants to enroll. It provides an opportunity for new sites, new sponsors rather, who are entering Korea to facilitate the whole planning process, to facilitate study startups. So you talked about study startups. Here is a company which, of course, everything is fee for service. But I don't think sponsors mind that if that's going to make it easy, that you know you're going to follow the regulations because you have a government-funded body which is going to help you in understanding the regulations, in understanding the whole setting up process, planning process, and then a faster study startup. This is a developed country doing it. The other country that has never stopped fascinating, for want of another word, is Malaysia. Yep. So we talk about India, we talk about poverty, we talk about low levels of education. Come on, Malaysia is no different from India. Yep. Just a couple of years I read, not heard, the Prime Minister of Malaysia going on the record to say, to express intentions of the country to prioritize efforts to make Malaysia a regional hub for clinical research. Okay? This is your Prime Minister going on air to say this. But much before he even said that, Malaysia as a country had a vision to bring clinical research for several reasons, including financial reasons. So patients, opportunities to get access to treatments, novel treatments, new treatments, but also from a contribution to national income. What Malaysia did way back 15 years ago for sure, was established, I think they call them CRCs, Clinical Research Centers. just a handful, so it was an experiment in a handful of government hospitals, obviously, and staffed them as well. So the idea was to help the industry to run studies and also to provide study coordinators at the site. Every site had less than 5 staff. That's not really going to help. So what it discovered, so what it offered first of all was feasibility. So you didn't have to go to 20 sites.
Right.
You went to, so okay, let me go back. So the CRCs, what failed with the CRCs was the fact that they were understaffed, and therefore the quality of the data sometimes suffered, quality of work suffered, and it couldn't just cope up with the growing clinical research of your thriving clinical research ecosystem. Malaysia pivoted, and instead of having these CRCs, moved to establishing Clinical Research Malaysia. So CRM, or Clinical Research Malaysia, is actually privatization. So now started charging fees,
right,
and all feasibilities are offered to sponsors free of charge. Whether it's in a private center, whether it's in a government center, you can approach CRM and say, could you help me do feasibility for this kind of a protocol? It offers that feasibility. If you come to the next stage of actually doing the study, the minute you come to the stage of contracting, there's a 20% fee that is charged, and that is how it sustains itself. But again, no sponsor minds that, because you get high quality feasibility data, you get centralized governance system, you get good quality study execution, study operations, because now you have a well-oiled machinery in the form of Clinical Research Malaysia. And CRM is also involved in expanding sites. So we talked about the number of sites. CRM looks at the volume of studies being done at every center, and the minute it feels that the capacity is being exceeded, it starts, or even before that, for instance, it starts looking at expansion strategy and builds the infrastructure at that sites before recommending those sites as part of the feasibility exercise.
Right.
So when we talk about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, I think there's a solution to everything, but whether it's China, and we talked about China, whether it's Korea, whether it's Malaysia, I think it has to come from the government.
Absolutely.
In partnership with all stakeholders, but if the government is not convinced about the benefits to the country, then the other stakeholders can just discuss like we are discussing today, go back feeling happy that we expressed our viewpoints, but 10 years down, we could probably be sitting here in BioAsia 2035 and talking about the same things.
Absolutely. No, this is exactly the kind of prescription that should go to the government, and the due action should be necessarily be taken. Unfortunately, that gap is still missing. Now, the increasing role of trials is clearly linked with the new drug launches, right? And that's where the real problem starts. There are many generations of new therapies that have been brought into the market, and they have not been launched in India. There are so many such cases. I'll indulge Dr. Padmaja on this.
So I said a very positive note to the beginning. I've heard, very vocal from Sadhna and Sanjay. What is a clinician perspective, what I see, I echo the thoughts that a lot of clinicians need education about clinical trials, as a lot of us who have done, if I've not gone to UK, probably have not had a lot of knowledge about how the clinical trials are run. So we certainly have to incorporate clinical trial knowledge into the curriculum in the graduate level and postgraduate level. And once they start seeing patient enrolled in the trial setting, they would also automatically pick up not just a theoretical knowledge, they'll get a practical impressions. As students are posted into the clinical area, they start seeing how you enroll patients. And also having this research people part of the hospital, like research organizations, a clinical trials team being part of it, so they understand the whole ecosystem. And that's one. And countries like where you have a free health, nationalized health, doing clinical trials is very easy. Most of the clinical care is very much standardized, and you talk the same language every hospital you go. So I go to work in UK the day one, even if I'm away for 5 years, I go and I do a clinic, and any hospital you could do, because it's the same system, same way you talk to the patients, the same policies are used. So you talk to the patient exactly, and you know what protocols they are. So there's no need for you to understand what this hospital does to the next. There's so much of unanimity. But here we are in a heterogeneous healthcare level of systems.
Yeah.
One, is the corporate hospitals to put in clinical trials? Is there an incentive for them? Obviously not. Why would they want to do a clinical trial? Because they're not getting any incentive. So if you see Hyderabad, how the healthcare have moved on with a lot of medical tourism and the hospitals taking up their infrastructure and getting ready, even with the suite rooms for patients to give experience for the patients, like how we're doing in any service industry. But why are they not getting a clinical trials? Are they not capable of doing it? They are, but they have no incentive from the government. Either all of us take a pride as a corporate hospitals, we do a level 1, level 2, level 3, and also we have an offer of clinical trial. That becomes a virtue of saying that we are at a high end. That's slowly coming, but it's still not there. And having that incentive, like we have NABH regulation for a state level, international, we have a JCA regulation. If there is something which shows that you have a clinical trial and government sets it up, you have a phase 1 clinical trial set up in your corporate hospital, you will be given certain accreditation, and all your insurances which pay for your patient care has got extra tariff. That's what hospitals get paid. Suppose you've got an insurance and your hospital is national level accredited, NABH, you have X amount of money for the same surgery. But if you're in a JCI accredited, which is internationally accredited, the charge is different. So you have a hysterectomy in India, you can get it for 5,000, that is $50 at a very local, hospital. And then you go to a mediocre hospital, you can charge about £1,000. And you go to a JCA accredited, use a robot, you could charge £6,500, £6,500. So it's the same surgery, you could be the same doctor delivering it, but depending on the insurance cover what you have, what level of accreditation that hospital has, it is varying. So where is the financial incentive by having a clinical trial, taking all that difficulty to go through? Actually, corporate hospitals lose money when you set a clinical trial, because that kind of a high-end patient who is going to be a cash cow, you're losing by putting them in the clinical trial, which is a free. So there should be a government incentive, and the hospital should be given an incentive. At a different levels, teaching has to be incorporated, and that has to be part of curriculum. We have to, and as CROs, all of us, to start educating doctors at different forums about the clinical trials and the need for it. I think that's what the solutions I see. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Sanjay, you wouldn't have Apollo on your list.
So you want to say something? Yeah.
Sure.
Can I just add to this? I think there are a couple of points I want to make. One is I do agree that obviously government has to be supportive, and for example in Australia we have a national ethics approval scheme. So if the protocol is being approved with one ethics committee, it's usually represents that you don't have to go through another ethics approval anywhere else. Usually you just sort of take along as a site and have a minimal documentation requirement. And that is really helpful for startup and startup processes. So that's an example where, for example, a government could step in and there could be things like this set up. But I also agree that to some degree, a bit of change needs to come from within. Because I feel, maybe the other point I want to make with regards to the government is that if you include clinical trials in healthcare, or you do clinical trials, you actually save healthcare costs. Because a lot of patients get standard care as part, or being seen more often, and so you prevent things from getting worse, or so you're actually saving money in the long run. And if that's been communicated to government, I think then that will work. And I think that's why a lot of governments in other countries supporting it. And then the other thing from within, the change from within, I feel that. And we have this discussion in Australia, where's the workforce, do we have early enough understood that we need to include clinical trial education in the curriculum? There's no clinical trial list. Should we have, an accredited profession such as a clinical trialist? So we have staff who come either from a nursing background and learn on the job, or from a science background and learn on the job. And I think now if you're setting things up in a way that's something to think about really early on. And I don't understand how exactly the education system, is funded, but I think that's maybe a thing you can do on a local level to work out, And that's why this university trial unit we have is showing that you actually create change agents. You have clinicians or medical students being involved even as volunteers in trials, and you see them coming as trainees and you give them some skills, and they're doing some research as well, and so they feel like, oh yeah, that's the way to go. And they take that into the future, into their future profession. So I think just waiting for the government to do something is probably not enough, but on the other hand, and the ultimate goal is that I feel that the patients are already there. They want it, they need it, and I think you owe it to the patients to provide that.
Right. I think a lot of the challenges that we see here in India in terms of the trial process and permissions and, giving the approvals is also about the perception. I think that's something that has been deeply seated and it's not going away so easily. Hopping to the next part, Sanjay, it's been some time that we actually had this regulation that if there is a phase 1 trial which is adequately proven and approved in developed countries, then there will be case-by-case scrutiny and it can get approved. What's been the experience so far? Have you seen a lot of those cases also happening?
Yeah, we have, and this is where one of the lost opportunities also come in for India as well, because if it's a new chemical entity or a new molecule that's been developed outside of India, those phase 1 trials are still restricted to happen, and this is because of the regulator. Now, when I say restricted, you still need to go with your approval process. If there is an unmet need, those exceptional approvals come in, but they are not like a standard process in place. Like if I have to do a phase 2, phase 3 trial, there's a clear-cut process that's been defined. And I think that's what is missing today, because at this point of time, if this could be opened up, this could open up a lot more opportunities for the phase 1 units to be developed in India. So the first line of trial can start happening in this part of the world rather than going to Australia or rather than going to China or to Taiwan or Korea or to Canada for this, or to Germany for that matter. So maybe those are the opportunities that can come up as well. The second piece is also opens up the access to the medication quite early on to a patient who otherwise might have to wait for a bridging trial, or that patient will have to travel to other country to get to be a part of that. And this is happening. I had a rare disease patient who was a part of a patient advocacy group, and it is such an irony. The patient couldn't stand for more than, because there is a genetic disorder that she was suffering from. She couldn't stand for more than 5 minutes when she's talking, and she has to lie down. And she says that every time she has to go on a trial, she has to go to US to get to be a part of that process and then come back and forth. So I think there's definitely an opportunity. We need to get that patient's perspective a bit more stronger. India can definitely take a huge advantage on the phase 1 units. Today, most of our phase 1 units are focused on BAB studies, which are not much of the cream. Indian molecules developed out here, indigenous molecules, absolutely there's no restriction in that perspective. But it's the chemical entities or the molecules that are developed outside that definitely has an opportunity out here.
Right.
And can I just
sure,
add,
yeah.
sorry, can I just add to that too? I think it is a terrific opportunity, because we, as a phase 1 unit and a site, we see more and more everyone wanting to do their whole drug development in one protocol. But, we struggle in Australia. We might be asked to do your first-in-man single ascending dose, multiple ascending dose, and then add 2 or 3 proof of concept patient cohorts at the end. Now, often we struggle with that, and that is something that I think the phase 1 units here in India, have a wonderful opportunity to do. They can come into that and do that, if possible, and the regulations let the NCE.
Right. There's another angle which comes to mind, in terms of having very specific drugs for specific populations. And we've been seeing a lot of genomic, based interference in the way the treatments are being launched. And in cancer, it's been so much more. What we hear is a lot of those drugs which are actually launched from global markets sometimes don't work in local populations. And that's where I think local innovations will also have a very, very significant role to play. What do you have to say?
I think that's the reason even the phase 1, when there is an approved drug outside, they cannot just launch it here. You have to run another trial because
Yes.
it's geographically, biologically a different set of groups. So they're having to have a challenge for these kind of trials, especially for the high-cost therapy, when they've already spent so much money in a different population. So a lot of companies, what they're trying to see is include few of the Indian sites as well, like we're part of some international clinical trials where they're recruiting from Australia, US, and Japan, and then India, and one of the Southeast Asian countries, Singapore. So and all the samples go to Singapore, which is a hub for analysis, the patient samples. So they're able to do that. So that's one to negate, but that's been the rule that it has to be done here. But from patient perspective, like we were discussing, how would patients know that there is a treatment available under the clinical trial? That's the biggest challenge for us. I'll be sitting in one room, there could be another clinician 2 doors next to you, and you're offering a new therapy, and there is an eligible patient, they won't refer. Because there's always a kind of a competition sometimes among the oncologists, which is, it can happen in a corporate world. But I think having the advertisements, like in UK, there is a posters all over saying that you could be eligible for a new treatment. Can you get this? Ask your clinical trials team.
Right.
Or you can project saying CAR T therapy available. Do you need one? Are you eligible for? So you're just giving an information. There's something out there, and that is missing. We were told that we should not advertise, but I haven't gone into the definitive rules. But that's something I was told that you can't advertise that you have a clinical trial.
Yes.
But the more and more you talk about it, that's how patients will learn. We are talking about giving information to patients, but we're not talking about there is a trial available, which they could use it. So yes, the patient participation, you're not able to recruit into the trial because they do not know that it exists. And patients are happy for a phase 1 trials. This is a cancer therapy. You have got no more options. They're happy to travel even 500 kilometers. And there's the biggest social support and network happens in India. And relatives come, they stay for months together for the treatment. They're still able to do that in India compared to many other countries where just the patient has to travel, or you have to give a lot of support for them to be able to do that. So I think that's you can't negate that. There is a lot of that.
Right.
And keeping that information for patients, that the clinical trial and the word of clinical trial should be spoken more often, and they should not feel a guinea pig. Putting a first patient into a phase 1 trial is a challenge, and the second and third patient will follow very easily. They just want to know there's one out there who has had it. So that's been our experience.
Sure.
And people talking about it once they've had it.
Of course.
All these patient advocacy groups. But Government of India, whether they allow clinical trials to be, a myeloma patient, you have these trials available, these are the sites, because they are Googling. All the patients are looking for information. So I think that will be a great thing. So patients will approach. You don't have to advertise anywhere.
So Padmaja, the good news is that you can advertise. I mean,
You
the
can
sponsor can advertise in India. It's permitted. In fact, the template that we have within our regulations, when the ethics committee reviews documents and gives the formal approval, it's a guidance to the ethics committee in terms of what it needs to state in the approval. So it will say that I've looked at the protocol, I've looked at the informed consent document, reviewed and approved. There is a clause on advertisement. And so as a sponsor, we have to submit the draft of the advertisement, where it will be placed, how it will be used, and the ethics committee reviews and actually approves it. So we can, and in my past life, we have actually advertised in India, in conferences, for instance, to say there is a study that's happening. So you can advertise.
So the
by
hospitals
law.
could put up for signs saying that they're part of the clinical trials
Provided,
and take the pride of it, actually. I think having the pride that you're part of the clinical trial should come from clinicians, hospitals, and the support groups. I think that's
Very
what it is.
interesting myth buster, actually. So so we will wrap up here, maybe about 70, 80 seconds each for a round of how we can actually say that India has cracked successfully the clinical trial opportunity, rather than the same one, how we can capture the market. Smruti, start with you. 70, 80 seconds, otherwise I'll be thrown out. So.
I think India will be able to capture the clinical trial if we can really work on the speed. I think speed is what is really important to sponsors. So either with the regulator or being able to recruit patients faster, as long as we can make it seamless and work on speed, I think that would be success.
Cool. Sajid.
Yeah, for me, it's probably just three things. Education at all levels. The industry probably needs to come together. The academia, the CROs, the sponsors, they probably will have to start looking at avenues of how we can continue to advocate this piece on a much more stronger platforms and the regulators as well. And the third piece is at some point of time, which comes back to what Sadhna had earlier mentioned, that if we can integrate the patient registry at the pan-India level with 1.3 billion patient population. I know ABDM is a step towards it, but if ABDM gets successful, that will be a huge step for India to combine clinical data and real-world data to bring together and bring more studies and therapies faster into the market.
Well said.
One thing I believe which is important is to speak about the opportunities in India, and this is good to see this conference. But in my opinion, there is not enough conference about biotech in India. I think all conference where I have participated so far, this is for the Asia-Pacific region, this is always Japan and Korea, and from time to time Singapore. And I think it's important to market and to speak and to organize much more and more conferences.
Cool. Lisa.
I think, as you said, India has a wonderful opportunity. I think the government needs to support the research and the researchers and everyone here and educate and bring clinical trials to the forefront. And I think you have a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
So the inauguration yesterday, I spoke about how progressive and visionary the Telangana government is.
Yes.
So I'm going to throw the gauntlet at Telangana government since we're sitting in Hyderabad.
Yeah.
And say, why doesn't Telangana government take the lead, have an aspiration to bring more clinical trials to India, to Telangana, and demonstrate that it does it in a very high quality manner. Let's leave the central government out. But what is it that Telangana government can do which will act as a prototype for other states to emulate? I did a quick check while the data is not published, but spoke to a couple of people, and what I realized is Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat are the states that lead the number of studies that are conducted in India. So here is a challenge for Telangana government.
Can be emulated. Yeah. Evelyn.
I think that or people education on clinical trials is, for me, a highlight. And sessions like this, where you invite a patient who's undergone or has participated in a clinical trial, you will never get the same reaction from anyone else than from the person who you've changed their life.
That's a great point. Yeah. Doctor.
Yeah, obviously, collaboration between academia and industry, and getting connectivity between the clinicians and a government collaboration, and speaking about it, being open to the patient forums, so they ask for it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, nicely wrapped up. I think that's a wrap, and hopefully the panel really was engaging, and I learned a lot from here. A lot of government came in. Hopefully there will be someone to hear this, and things will get better from here. Clinical trials, of course, is not a bad word. In fact, that's exactly the perception that needs to be really changed. I think all of the industry, all of the stakeholders together can actually make it happen. So thank you so much for being a great audience, and the panel is really good because of the panelists, so a big round of applause to them, deservingly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a fascinating discussion. Thank you very much to our panelists. I request Vikas to please give a small token of thank you to Smriti Suryaprakash for being a part of this panel discussion. And I humbly request Ms. Smriti to do the honors and just a small token of thank you to our panelists. We'll take a moment over here. And I'm sure, Vikas, you had a panel which was a female-dominated one, right? Since yesterday I've observed this, I'm more than happy to introduce this panel. Thank you very much to our entire esteemed panelists for making this discussion so interesting and insightful. As we are going to capture this moment, yes, of course, our moderator. Thank you, Vikas, and thank you, our esteemed panelists. As we capture this moment, I will take the liberty of moving on and introducing our next topic of discussion, which is going to revolve around integrated healthcare and patient outcome. And to explore this topic further, I would like to take this opportunity and call our moderator on stage. We'll take a moment over here. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on stage Suresh Subramanian, partner Ernst & Young, to join us to moderate this session. Joining him on stage will be our esteemed set of panelists. We'll take a moment over here. Let Mr. Eve, we'll wait for you, sir. You can be patient. We are patient enough, right? You can take your time. All right, I'll take this opportunity and call our esteemed panelists on stage right now. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals, India. Welcome, ma'am. I would also request Dr. Samantha Atkinson, Executive Vice President, NSF Health Sciences and Pharma, Chief Quality and Access Officer, MHRA UK, to please join us. Our next panelist. I would request Commander Divya Prakash Joshi, Vice President Engineering and Board Member, MEIC Global Technology and Innovation, Medtronics USA, to join us. I request Rajiv Nath, MD Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices Limited and Forum Coordinator, AIMED India, to join us, along with Mr. Ajay Mahipal, Managing Director and Partner, Health Squad. These are a set of panelists. Over to you, sir.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's my proud privilege to moderate this session with such heavyweights, I should say. So, welcome all. This panel's discussion focuses on integrated healthcare, focusing on the quality of healthcare, how we manage the costs, and how we kind of provide access to equitable access to healthcare, and kind of at some point get on into providing equitable healthcare. When you look at the stats, they're not, thank you. There's not much to write home about. We know that in terms of investment, from government statistics, we know that we invest about 2% to the GDP, overall 4%. That leaves a lot of out-of-pocket, for individuals to kind of get on into out-of-pocket expenses to manage their healthcare. 60% of total healthcare spending is still borne directly by patients, despite them having insurance. Even with the ABDM on, the numbers vary, but they still say that about 30 to 35% is the coverage on health that we are able to achieve. And that leaves a big question as to how do we then fill the gap. When you look at the infrastructure at 0.5 beds for 1,000 in urban to 0.3 to even lesser at rural, or the availability of doctors both in the urban and the rural setting, we still have a long way to go. But the key thing about this panel is, so how do we kind of get on to the next level? We have ABDM, and I was very, as the last information I have on the ABDM, we still have about 65 crore patients who have the ABHA card and have the capability to avail facilities that the ABDM provides. My information is a little dated, so the numbers could have moved on. And here we are wanting to see how can we kind of bridge this gap. What are some of the next steps that India should undertake? And also a burning question is, in this evolving technology, can there be different models? Are we thinking healthcare in a very conventional term, or are we reimagining healthcare with the help of technology to see how we can, with advanced analytics, the data that we churn out in all that we do, how can we kind of reduce the cost of healthcare delivery and make access possible to a whole lot of people. So with that introduction to the topic, let me go on. We have a burning platform for sure. We have an eminent panel here. So I'm going to, without much ado, pass on for a very quick 30-second introduction of the panel. We know some very prominent people here, but I'm sure there are others whom we don't know as well. So I'm going to, my name is Suresh Subramanian. I'm a life science partner with EY. I head the life sciences. Rajinaji, you want to quickly?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Rajiv Nath. I am the Managing Director for Hindustan Citizen Medical Devices, makers of Dispovan, among other products. I'm also the forum coordinator for IMED, Association of the Indian Medical Device Industry, taking care of the medical devices sector in India.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Samantha Atkinson. I'm an Executive Vice President at NSF, and I've only been with NSF for about 2 years, and prior to that I worked for the UK government, both at the MHRA, which you should be aware of, I think, where I oversaw the implementation of the device regulation sort of revision. But I also worked for the Department of Health and Social Care in the UK, where I was taking forward a system-wide transformation on social care.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, and namaskar. I'm Commander Divya Prakash Joshi, Vice President Engineering Global Technology Innovation based out of Minneapolis, US. 20 years in missile technology, naval operations, make in India, design in India on the armament, and now I am looking at the health tech, last 15 years in terms of design in India for the globe. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Ajay Mahipal. I'm partner with a fund called Health Quad. This is India's largest digital health innovation fund. We are backed by global pharma companies, Merck, Johnson & Johnson, and global DFIs. And we intend to essentially invest into disruptive healthcare models in India, trying to solve for affordability, accessibility, and quality of care, catering to the bottom 50% of the India's population. That's our endeavor. We have a very eclectic portfolio trying to solve for these mega healthcare challenges, not just in India, but in other LMICs as well.
Thank you.
Thanks
as you can all see, the panel is very diverse, from technology to medical devices to VC funding to providers and the regulators. So I can't get a better mix than this to discuss integrated healthcare. Dr. Sangeeta, I would like to come to you first. how would you, sorry, did I say something wrong?
Go ahead. I'm wondering why you jumped over Rajiv, but please go ahead.
You know, I'm a stickler to the conversation flow that I've written, so
Okay.
that's playing out, if you may.
Okay.
And probably these guys placed the
No,
name.
please
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, how would you describe, from your vision of what an integrated healthcare would be, given that you're early starters about Apollo clinics, the sugar clinics that you have, the Apollo 25/7 healthcare platform that you have, the mobile clinics, focus on women's health. You've done so much, right? So, from your vision for India, how would you like to describe an integrated healthcare system?
So it really is a wonderful question, because as we're designing health systems, growing healthcare access, creating new models, like Ajay said, it's critical for us actually to look at why we do what we do. And hospitals got slotted as high-end healthcare environments, and everything else was kind of an ecosystem around. But in my mind, I think an integrated healthcare system is one where you're able to put not just the patient in the middle, but actually healthy individuals and families, and think around them. Think around keeping populations healthy, prevention, early detection, and high-end treatment. And this is an integrated model. So I think that at Apollo Hospitals, we are trying to work on this. We do the largest number of, high-end surgeries, whether it's the bypass or the transplant. But we have put an equal focus on building clinics to surround this environment. We now have an online technology platform. Over 18 million people are connected into our online platform, where you can do virtual consults, so you can connect with the doctor anytime. You can order your meds. You can have a lab technician come home and pick up your lab reports. But all that is transactional. The most important aspect of this piece is that we have a personal health record. It's a repository of that individual's healthcare system. And therefore, a clinician, when a patient comes into a hospital, is able to see what was happening to this individual over the last few years. It's not just about his interaction with a cardiologist, it's what happened with a general practitioner, what happened with his diabetologist. And this longitudinal health record in the hands of the individual is at the core of an integrated health system.
Yes.
I can describe this further in many ways, of specialization, of layering technology, of proactive preventive healthcare, of artificial intelligence, of government policy towards prevention, of working with corporations, of working with device manufacturers for continuous data. So I really would like to think about an integrated health system as a critical piece and a design element in a factor where society says we need to keep people healthy. We don't want healthcare data siloed. We want to be proactive and preventive about healthcare, and we want to look at it holistically 360 degrees. So that's what we're trying to build at Apollo, and I think that's where the future of healthcare actually is.
Sure, thanks. I mean, that was fantastic, and good luck to you and your organization. I'm going to persist coming back to you, saying, how do you see it evolve in the coming years? What are some of the challenges you think we will face in India? And what are some of the big ticket ones to kind of address?
So I think the evolution is clearly related to patient awareness or public health awareness, public policy, definitely payment models. So you said something very interesting, which is that still about, you said 50%, but about 48% of spending on healthcare is out of pocket.
Yes.
Yet the fact is, as a country, we can be justifiably proud that 75.4 crore people have Ayushman Bharat or have health insurance coverage. The problem there is we're thinking about healthcare as high-end surgeries, whereas healthcare, the out-of-pocket spending is now happening in the outpatient environment.
Yes.
And the big flip, so first I want to congratulate the government for this great penetration and highlight that the factor we need to look at is that because of Ayushman Bharat and this coverage, healthcare used to be the first reason for rural indebtedness or for indebtedness in our country.
Yes.
Because people sold their land or pawned their wife's jewelry to get healthcare.
Yes.
Because of Ayushman Bharat, that trend has changed. So
thank God for it.
It is not the major cause of indebtedness. There is still out-of-pocket expenditure, but that's because of OP. So you asked me for development steps. One of the big ones would be, can we find a way to cover outpatient treatment?
Yes.
And that will enhance. But not only will it enhance coverage and reduce out-of-pocket payment, the big thing is it will help keep people healthy because you will find ailments early.
Right.
And that is, in the whole theme of preventive healthcare along with curative.
Sure, thank you very much. I want to come back to preventive healthcare later. How do we integrate that into the healthcare system? But I'm moving on to Samantha.
Okay. Sorry, could you say that again? I thought you were talking to my colleague.
No, moving on to you, Samantha. From your experience in the MHRA as a regulator who focused on quality of healthcare, how have you played a role, or what role can the regulatory play in adoption of these healthcare models? I mean, my question is more to ask from a point of view, is there any learning for India from the experiences that you have
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So I think that there's a number of things we can think about, but in the UK, I mean, we've certainly spent some time on our healthcare system, and we still are working to actually make it more efficient, make it much more improved and much more integrated. What we're doing in the UK is putting together integrated healthcare systems, which is very much around obviously integrating all of the relevant bodies. And it's worth thinking about what we're trying to do and then reflecting on that sort of regulatory piece. But we're bringing those bodies together and making sure that they all work in such a way that an integrated care pathway can be identified, much like my colleague to the right has also alluded to. But the focus, and rightly so, and again I'm sort of repeating and building on what's already been said, but the focus has very much been on outcomes, on prevention, and also reducing health inequalities, which is a really key part of all of that too, as well as obviously value for money. So all of those elements are really critical, but having a digital strategy, a data strategy, a workforce strategy, and also thinking about culture across the whole system is really critical too. Data, for example, is really key here because, as we've heard, having that one sort of record of the truth rather than silos is where the sort of challenge comes, and really where we want to see the learnings.
Yeah.
So from a regulatory perspective, if you think about what the regulator can do to sort of influence that integrated care system, the MHRA is much more around sort of pharmaceuticals and devices, and as Chief Quality and Access Officer I had an awful lot to do, including things like the innovative licensing access pathway for approvals for medicines, and as well as obviously the device regulation. So when looking at that, obviously it's about how do you look at the system, how does it all work together? How can you integrate that pathway even in terms of regulation? So regulators can obviously influence policy and guidance, but importantly they can also influence what strategies are taken forward. So for example, they can dictate that patient outcomes have to be part and central to any integrated care system, for example. That's a really key point. They can also outline data privacy and confidentiality requirements, and that's another critical piece here, of course. So they do have an important role to play, I think, in that whole holistic system. And we've already heard, of course, about the funding elements, reimbursements, all of those elements also come into the influence a regulator can play. So hopefully that gives a few thoughts in terms of where we've actually identified areas that we've taken forward. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to persist again by asking you, you talked about data, did you find any challenge around quality of data and the interoperability between systems? Because they're so critical for integrated healthcare. So could you talk to us about your experiences, challenges that you faced, and what as a government, how did you focus on them? How did you, so things like that.
Yeah, it's a particular challenge, data, in actually every environment, I would say, in integrated healthcare and in day-to-day. I mean, I think everybody wants that. If you think about pharmaceuticals again, for example, having that interoperability would be fantastic if we could all, even devices as well, if we could scan a 3D barcode on the product or the medicine we're using and actually see the whole chain going backwards. And that sort of thing, of course, is something that's coming and something that I know the industry is very keen to deliver on. But in our healthcare system in the UK, we do have a lot of challenge in terms of still there is paper records as well as digital records. There is a very big drive to try and digitize and automate an awful lot of what we're trying to achieve, and that's definitely something that's coming. There are new applications that people have on their phones, and they can now have that access across their own health record. It's not complete yet. It takes time to digitize these systems. But I think also I mentioned culture at the start, and that's a really difficult area to actually overcome when you're used to working in a particular way and you're dealing with a very stressed health system. Because all of our health systems, I'm sure, are very busy. I'd love to hear from our colleagues, but and when you've got busy health systems, you've got busy clinicians and healthcare professionals, changing a system is really challenging. And I think working through how you go through change management is a critical part of introducing electronic systems and automation. And then fundamentally, you can start then changing the way the organization and the whole system works. And I would say further, it does run a little bit deeper than just the sort of immediate health system and bodies that you're immediately working around. I think there's something also about thinking about the other data that we have on individuals, their employment records, their housing records, their education, all of these things that effectively play a critical role in health and well-being determinants. And so if we don't act as a full system and really make use of all of that data, understanding an individual and their likeliness to fall unwell, then actually you can't really sort of pull it all together as a whole system.
Wonderful. I mean, health and wellness determinants from the data that you have, how do you eke them out is a well-made point. And one of the, let's say, it's not a trick question, but a genuine problem that we have in India is participation of the stakeholders in a digital platform like ABDM. So as a regulator, what are your experiences in promoting adoption of integrated healthcare and participation in a national mandate? Are there any learnings for India?
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, a really interesting area to think about, because in all of the things that we implement as regulators, obviously I'm not a regulator now, but as having spent, 16, 17 years as one, I still talk as if I am sometimes, so I apologise. But regulators do need that input from all of the stakeholders involved, whether that's the public, whether that's other parts of the system or so forth. And the key thing for a regulator, and certainly as working for one, was to actually involve them in the process right from the start. Implementing, for example, the innovative licensing access pathway that the MHRA has. When I was setting that up and moving through to implement that, we set up a patient forum to ensure that during decision-making activities in certain boards, then we actually brought in some patients so that they had some input at the early stages of some of those activities. And that was critical because the ILAP, as it's known, is there for innovative products coming to market to serve patients. So that's one area. Another thing that we've also undertaken, the MHRA undertook, should I say, a while back was a digital transformation, and to ensure that was adopted and picked up really effectively.
they organised basically a group which incorporated a diverse mix of individuals, so ensuring full participation and involvement of all the different demographics that were going to use this system. And one thing that came to light during that, which was really interesting, was that different demographics actually, and individuals from those backgrounds, liked or disliked certain things that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Colours, the way the language was written, the positioning on a screen, for example. But all of those things really aid the adoption of digital transformation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I think Sangeeta and Samantha have really set the tone, and I'd like now to kind of put it across to Rajina ji on integrated healthcare. Your views?
That's a very broad, open-ended question.
Yes.
And thanks for the ladies first. So you're a true gentleman. So yeah, if I mention integrated healthcare for India, I think there are a couple of elements we just need to add on and plug in compared to the rest of the world. Because in India, the science is not only limited to sick care or health care, it's also about holistic care. So we have Ayurveda, and I'm glad even institutes like Apollo are going forward for that.
Yeah.
You have homeopathic care, you have got yoga. So there is definitely more to healthcare than sick care over here in India. Futuristically, I think the world is going more towards digital healthcare or digital in healthcare, and we'll be finding that technologies are going to be integrating. So the patient is of course center of everything, whether for healthcare or for sick care. Healthcare providers are taking care of them. We as medical device providers try to service the needs of the patient as well as the healthcare providers and give technologies which are demanded by both, and use your imagination what is required by both. So whether it is in terms of conventional products, simple consumables, which can be a bandage or a prosthetic, to making it technology oriented. So you have a catheter in which, or a wound dressing, which actually is monitoring the way the wound is healing also. So it's not protecting it, it's also doing monitoring. You've got catheters who are doing that. You've got smart syringes who are doing everything also on a technology level. So definitely I would say digital health is going to be the way forward in integrating not only health records, but also in technology transformation.
Sure, please go ahead,
If
Ajay.
we quickly add, it's a good example of integration of healthcare technology with the established incumbents in the country. So we have, of course, Medtronic here. One of our portfolio companies, Cure.ai, has partnered with Medtronic for higher diagnostic accuracy as well as faster turnaround time for stroke care management. We also have Apollo Hospitals here, and we have partnered together on the healthcare financing company, CarePal, together to essentially solve for high healthcare cost and quality care to be delivered to all stratas of population. And similarly, we heard representative from the UK government earlier about the challenges there and some of those challenges that are there in India as well. And we have companies who've essentially solved for some of those healthcare challenges in India and have taken those solutions to UK NHS as well, and help try to solve the overburdened healthcare system of UK too.
Wonderful. So I'll come back to you on that in a bit. So I'm going to expand on that.
Interesting overlap, yes.
No, thank you.
I like to add one thing.
Sure,
right?
please,
We're
Divya.
talking of digitalization, we are talking of integrated healthcare system, but access, affordability, awareness. And you look at a village, I would say I come from MP, and you go to a tribal area, people don't have the basic facilities. And we are talking of platforms, we are talking of technology. So definitely, as Madam said that, right, the well-being is not of just the patient getting, cured. And like if you get ill, then you go to a hospital, and then you start finding ways what can be done. Proactively well-being, how do we really integrate in terms of, the system wherein the clinicians play the most important role. the ecosystem around how do you pay, Ayushman Bharat, right? We got the central government health scheme, the ex-servicemen health scheme. Ayushman Bharat is such a phenomenal, salute to the government where people have that now almost more than 50, I think it was 55, 56% they say can get the Ayushman Bharat. There could be challenges, but it is the first step. So I would say that the provider, the payer, and the family, and then comes the whole technology piece of it, I think, which from Medtronic, I'll talk of more on digitalization and accelerating innovation.
Sure. No, that's very fundamental. And you did make a point about how is technology, there is technology, but there is this problem of tier 2 where healthcare doesn't reach. And there's one unique problem as well in India. While the bottom of the pyramid get met, their healthcare needs, at least the hospitalization, and through government hospitals, some kind of outpatient care, and the top are covered. There's a missing middle in India, and that's about 300 million population. And how do you think technology can help access to this missing middle?
So I think the technology piece really brings personalized, healthcare to the patient. It can be a very focused approach in terms of that single patient that we are talking. There are some examples of, AccuRhythm, which is trying to look at the arrhythmia. There's an algorithm that Medtronic has in cardiovascular space. We are talking of GI Genius, looking at polyps before it gets into a cancerous stage. Screening, continuous glucose monitoring, cardiac pacing. So when we are talking of devices, it's just not the devices that exist and are developed, but how do we really ensure that they treat? And who treats at the end of the day? It's the clinician who makes the call. So the partnership between a medtech, health tech company and hospitals, so we have relationship going with, we're talking with and Medtronic ICU. It's still very, early stages, but we're talking of partnership. We have partnership with AIG in terms of training clinicians. So in terms of technology, how can AI/ML, the data that we have with the pacemakers, the link that we have, and how do we look at the data and see we improve the device, we improve the clinicians can take faster, better decisions rather than, looking at a lot of DICOM images, etc.
Sure. I want to insist on the point earlier about penetration into tier 2. And Sangeeta, Dr. Sangeeta, my question is to you. How could you kind of get the ABDM a little more robust, because we have a platform which the government is pushing, probably can mandate it across government hospitals and PHCs, so you have that connect. And there is this EHRs which are also going to be in that platform. There are accredited EHR users there. And there are many other stakeholders into the whole thing. So how can you make a hybrid system work to kind of make access possible? And probably have some private healthcare providers also participate in ABDM. Do you think that's a plausible way in the future? And do you see it as happening to kind of get more people in the population into the treatment pool?
So absolutely, I think what we have is a fantastic base. I don't think we should ignore the fact that there is tremendous covered population of private insurance and GIC insurance as well, of a paid insurance.
Absolutely.
The fact is that there is a missing middle and there is a large number of people who are underinsured.
Yes.
So many models will emerge in India, which is a reflection of our diversity. But will Ayushman Bharat talk about a smaller payment and therefore bring in the middle class? Can they find a way to ensure that more providers are supporting the Ayushman Bharat scheme because there's a better pricing strategy? Where do we put the quality parameters, and then where do you put the no-frills healthcare environments? So all these are evolving models, and I think no single size fits all. But the fact is that we need 100% coverage. Yes. We need providers with transparency, with good care pathways, and documented and monitored outcomes. You definitely need fraud detection systems, within the billing, because if somebody is accepting an X-ray reimbursement price of 35 rupees, you know that they're going to be billing for 3 X-rays rather than 1. So you need to figure out the fraud detection to create trust and transparency across the ecosystem.
That's cool.
But the fact is that the biggest point which is still, needs to remain top of mind is to enable care. And that enablement is something that Ayushman Bharat has been able to do. To remember that all systems and all tiers will coexist, and water and providers and patients will find their level. It's a similar thing. The important thing is, where is the commonalities, and is there an opportunity for us to use the data that we have towards better healthcare? So for example, at Apollo, we've taken over 1 million data points to create an early warning system. All ICU patients are monitored on the early warning system, so we can pick up an impending sepsis 24 to 48 hours before it occurs. We've created a cardiovascular risk scoring mechanism using about 4 million patient records who have been coming to us over the years for their health checkup. This is having an accuracy level of over 95%. But risk stratification is one thing which will enable different levels of the population, so you can focus on the sick. Second is risk reduction. So using and applying these, we have now seen, and it's early days, less than 12 to 24 months, but we've seen an 8% reduction in risk from severe to moderate and moderate to low risk. So these are the kind of things of, irrespective of which is the insurance plan, which is who is the payer, who is the provider, how are we unifying data to create risk prediction models, early detection models, treatment models, and finally, what we're trying to do is a clinical intelligence engine which will enable a fresh MBBS doctor to operate on common parameters, at least at the accuracy level of someone who has 20 years of experience. So care pathways, and then update it with the latest science and research, because this is continuous. Your previous panel spoke about clinical trials and new discoveries. So this is an ongoing process. A design element to bring patient data provider is really, I think, where all of us are going.
No, I quite agree with that. And to overlay technology and expand its users and use analytics to kind of deliver healthcare to where it is required.
Absolutely.
Really comes across. So, I mean, also one of the other things is, if you made such great progress in Apollo, we actually have an example as to how to do it at scale. And I just hope that with all the NGOs and others the government themselves working on the ABDM, kind of borrow from, I mean, imagine the amount of data that 75 crore patients, or individuals bring into the ABDM. I mean, what kind of analytics and what all you could do with that kind of data. So I guess the priorities are very clear. Commander Divya, I would want to kind of jump into a little bit, tweak it the direction a little, and talk about what you do at Medtronics. From a medical device standpoint, 75% of medical devices are tech, and 50% are digitally integrated, right? So digitization comes with the terrain for you. And how do you therefore harmonize this hardware, software, and digital analytics, data analytics, to integrate all of these to support integrated healthcare? Right? I mean, there is so much of. One thing is, you guys are great because you bring so many silos together, right? And said, come on, how does it all converge to the patient, right? In a company, right? We still, in the analog world, are not able to do it. So
I'll take a shot at it. I'm not the most learned person to give a response on behalf of Medtronic. But, I would say that Medtronic has got 4 portfolios, cardiovascular, neuroscience, med-surgical. So, when it's neuroscience, the head and the spine, cardio is the heart, look at medical surgical is the gut and diabetes. And at the Hyderabad center, we work with all the 15 operating units. It's a microcosm of Medtronic in Hyderabad. So Medtronic is looking at areas in imaging and navigation, robotics, Robo. We are looking at implantables, both neuro and cardiac. We are looking at surgery, both MIS and robotic surgery. So software is definitely a part of it, but then there's a device that, like a pacemaker, has to be implanted. For a DBS, you have to implant. So there is a hardware, there is electronics associated with it, there is a biocompatibility, there are regulatory compliance, then there is quality. So it's a holistic approach of not only looking at a device as a device, but in terms of the device, the connectivity with the cloud, now getting AI, and then doing those, the clinicians getting trained, and then on the infrastructure, you can have a robo, right? But how do you train the young MBBS and the MD, the surgeons, in using those devices? So that's one step that Medtronic does, and partners with the hospital network, government, private, public, not only in India, across the world. And then from an India perspective, scalability in software is there. So majority of the work in terms of both embedded enterprise, robotics is another area, and then the whole connectivity, product security. So I would say 76 therapies is what Medtronic treats, and therefore, and I would just say with a $2.7 billion investment in research and development, every second, 2 patients across the world get touched by a Medtronic therapy. 7 days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And the basic thing is the mission where it says alleviate pain, restore health, and extend life.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I got folks sitting.
Yeah, I thought so.
Thank you, folks.
Rajiv
Tell
Nathji.
them to clap for your customers also.
Yeah.
I had a question to ask you. What kind of use cases do you get to work on? But that's for another day.
I'd just like to add different things.
Sure,
I have
please.
worked in missile technology on a nuclear missile. Now it's not confidential. But the question is, it happened in Hyderabad, in DRDL. And the talent in India, the talent in Hyderabad, the ecosystem is definitely of par excellence. So anything is achievable. And therefore, Medtronic's largest innovation center is just not about doing something. It's about the core of the R&D and the accelerating innovation.
Yeah. Dr. Sangeeta, quickly, we heard a lot in the news about your collaboration with Microsoft in the area of AI. Can you talk a little bit about it, and what kind of opportunities does it open up to? You did allude to it very briefly in your previous response, but I thought it's very useful for the audience to know what's in your mind and where do you see this going?
So I think broadly all of us are very clear that healthcare is one of the most complex sectors in the world. And data is the raw material of healthcare. It's data about the patients, it's data about their values, it's images. So when you're using technology to enhance your outcomes, and ultimately Apollo is about bringing high quality care within the reach of everyone. So we realize the criticality of having the best technology and therefore worked with one of the best technology partners. So what Microsoft is helping us do is, number one, evolve and enhance our hospital information system. Our first pilot where we've been working with Microsoft and others. So we are completely on the cloud and we have now started completely paperless. The second area, which is even more important, is that we need to put AI embedded into our day-to-day work. So the clinical intelligence engine will prompt clinicians about possible pathways, tests they could do, medication. In the area of clinical, whether it's early warning symptoms, whether it's risk prediction scores, whether it's embedded AI into the equipment, we have a series of things which are happening. There's also operational AI. Who's been waiting longer in a certain place? Is this theater effective? So there's a whole layer of operational AI that we're building. And then on top of that, you layer that with agentic AI. This is actually not a Microsoft partnership. This is something we're doing independently and with Google. But I think an agent who can answer a customer query so that appropriate care happens at the appropriate time at the lowest possible cost. So across the area, there's a multitude of things that we're doing. But I am very excited about doing co-pilots with Microsoft. They've become famous for this. So my clinician co-pilot is something that we've launched the first prototype. This will enable doctors to know, where their patients, get an immediate summary, talk about comparatives, ask for a quick second opinion on this, simultaneously also ping on our research database. So it's basically, I think, elevating the operating standards. And we have seen proof of improved patient outcomes when you've applied technology appropriately. So that's one. Then I go into, an area that's often neglected, but it's nursing. The nurses do the bulk of work in hospitals. The nurse co-pilot will change their life.
Yes.
So I'm excited about
post-hospitalization care.
Right,
So important.
absolutely. And then there's home care. So this is a different platform, but that's our remote care platform.
Right.
And we connect intensive cares of nursing homes outside of the Apollo ecosystem. So that in the ICUs, this is a tier 3 city, there's one critical care doctor. He needs to sleep at night. He can sleep well because he knows the Apollo critical care team is watching over his patients. So it's things like this which are transformative, and I want to have partnerships with Google, with Microsoft, with the best technology in the world, so that we can bring this advanced care using technology.
Very, very fascinating. I think Dr. Sangeeta deserves a round of applause.
and also partnering with Medtronic. So
there you go. There you go.
There they are.
Ajay, my next question is to you.
And I'm really sorry, I do want this thing. We're talking to Medtronic as part of a sub-project of the Hospital of the Future. Embedded in that is the theater of the future. So using robotics, integrated diagnostics, integrated machines and everything that a patient uses, rather than looking at 15 different screens, can our team look at one beautiful screen? So that's what we're hoping to do with Medtronic.
I'm tempted to ask you much more on the microbiogram and stuff like that, but that's for another day. Ajay, my next question is to you. How do you perceive the current investor sentiment towards technology-focused healthcare solutions? When you really look at your portfolio, how do you kind of express this value integration of your portfolio towards integrated healthcare? So you think there'll be more investment coming in? I just want your general views on it.
Yeah, no, so this is...
I think you'll have to speak closer to the mic.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. No, just as a theme to your earlier question, and I'll come to the current question about what are we doing for tier 2, tier 3 cities, and how we are essentially improving accessibility in the country. So we are just one of the players, and I'm sure many players are doing it, and of course all the panelists here are doing it in their own way. So as a fund, we have a philosophy that we cater to, bulk of our solutions should go to people with household income of $3,000 to $9,000 per annum. And which is basically part of the missing middle that you spoke about. And just to give a couple of examples, so there's one company which takes the quality pharma products to tier 2, tier 3 and villages. Now, it's sometimes difficult for individual pharma companies to have an MR team that big to essentially, with their limited portfolio, to take it to tier 2, tier 3. But given that this is a brand agnostic team, they could essentially carry multiple pharma companies' portfolio brands to tier 3 and rural. So this tends to solve for the access to quality medicines in rural and tier 3, tier 4. And another example is that we have a diagnostics company which essentially focuses on setting up NABL certified labs in tier 3, tier 4. They've set up quite a number, and they're essentially wanting to, their go-to-market is to set up more in tier 3, tier 4. Tier 1, tier 2 anyways get heavily contested, so that also becomes a more lucrative market. So those are the ways by which you are taking preventive, early screening essentially to tier 3, tier 4. So just to These are just few examples, and there are many more. Now, coming back in terms of how's the...
You actually knocked out a question of mine on how to integrate preventive healthcare into the integrated healthcare system.
Right.
Please go ahead.
So yeah, we'll cover that. So in terms of investor appetite, I think it's only increasing as time goes by. Just to give you an example, I started investing in health tech about 12 years back. That time we used to have about 400 health tech startups in the country. Today we have about 11,000 health tech startups, out of which over 1,200 of them are funded. And of course, and then multiple have gone on to raise Series A, B, C. So that's the development of the entire ecosystem. Health tech anyways is the fastest growing subsector in the entire healthcare ecosystem, growing at about 32% year on year. And we need about $500 billion of investments across beds, doctors, and nurses if we want to essentially come up to the benchmark standards or the WHO standards in terms of quality of care. Now, that's a huge amount of investment, and it's, of course, we are at 2.5% of our GDP spends on healthcare, so it's still a long way to go. And health tech can essentially bring in about $90 billion of savings to essentially deliver that. So you do need these healthcare technology solutions, and it's great that providers like Apollo have already adopted and are working with multiple startups who design solutions. And while we took names of Google and Microsoft, there are some homegrown solutions also that they work with very closely.
You're totally right, Ajay.
And it's proud to see that adoption with the providers, and of course with the global companies as well. We've seen many partnerships. Another example to share is Merck has now invested in 3 of our portfolio companies, and this is Merck USA. So you already see that they recognize innovation in India. They want to be part of that story. Just as an example, HPV vaccine for Merck is the second highest grossing revenue item besides Keytruda, which is an oncology drug. So they want that distribution to grow in India, and they want to essentially target that disease segment. So there are multiple use cases by which we are seeing global pharma engaging with portfolio companies. Another good example is Cure.ai partnering with AstraZeneca for early stage lung cancer screening.
Yes.
Now, if you don't screen a lung cancer patient early on and you screen them in stage 3 or stage 4, the life expectancy is about 18%. Survivability rate is about 18%. But if you catch it early, you almost have a survivability rate of 75%.
Phenomenal.
So this is literally, and on an X-ray, which is a US FDA approved solution. So the company has about 18 US FDA approvals. So solutions like these are fairly transformative. They do it for tuberculosis as well as for lung cancer, and now in stroke care as well. But some of this, if you essentially, and that's where the biggest use case of AI will also come in early screening. If you actually catch the patient early in the journey, you can essentially put them on a treatment path and probably reverse some of it. So we see a tremendous interest from all kinds of investors, from pension funds to DFIs to VCP investors, everyone wanting to essentially trying to sort of invest within the healthcare ecosystem. And currently, it's great tailwinds for the space as well. We are seeing across both on the listed markets as well as unlisted markets, whether it's healthcare delivery, biopharma, medtech, health tech, all segments are delivering quite well. We're also seeing a new segment called climate health, given that 4.5% of India's GDP gets suffered because of climate health issues. So it's so if you try and tackle some of the climate health issues, you could essentially again prevent some of the diseases as well. So I think it's phenomenal interest. It's only going to go up from here. And the idea is to again solve for affordability, accessibility, and quality.
Amazing. Power to you. You had a point? I thought you were saying something.
I just wanted to iterate that yes, there are lots of amazing Indian startups, amazing Indian technology companies, and Apollo is proud to be partnering with them.
Sure. Thanks. Samantha, coming back to you. You know, as a regulator, I mean, I wanted to go back to your role as a regulator. How do you see the advances in technology? What's the catch-up? And do you see regulators being an impediment, or how should they actually catch up? Because one of the things we are asking about is adoption, and the second is we want to be doing the right thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you look at the pace of technology advancements, it's so fast. I think regulation, and not regulators, I might add, is slow to come into place, unfortunately. And that's because there are systems in place that you have to take regulations through, and certainly in the UK it takes years. I don't know how long it takes actually here, and I'm sure I'll find out, but you know, it does take an awfully long time. The device regulation revision that I was looking at the MHRA is actually still going through. It's not actually in place yet, so that's the sort of time frame we're talking about. I left the MHRA at the end of 21, start of 22, so you know, it's several years later and we're still not there. So that is a difficult challenge. That doesn't mean that things can't progress in the background, and what I often say to colleagues and friends and so forth, especially here in India where there is so much medtech going on, is actually the industry plays a really key role here in terms of progressing the thinking and actually informing the regulation as much as anything else. And when the consultation call comes out from the regulators about the impending regulatory provisions, it's absolutely worth getting involved. The other thing I would say as well, when it comes to devices particularly, and I'm sure I'll get a smile from one of my panel colleagues here, is that the regulation of devices versus the regulation of medicines is different generally for a number of reasons, but the history is different. And because of that, what you see, and the reason in the UK we've gone to actually update and improve the regulations about devices, is because the controls around devices have never been as strong as the controls around medicines, and it's important that actually we get that right. And as we get further advancements with technology, there are new and different risks. And you also think about the number of devices and medtech products out there. It's extensive. There's so many different products. So getting a regulation that's really fit for purpose is absolutely key. And getting it in place as quickly as possible is really key. And liaising with the industry and all of the stakeholders that are relevant to that is so important as well. But I'm sure there'll be other comments from panelists on that topic.
Sure. Wonderful, thanks. And on regulation on devices, I want to come to the topic of refurbished devices. Given that India imports 80% of its devices and the market for refurbished devices growing up, Rajiv Naji, what are your comments? Is something to be welcomed or something to be frowned upon? And then I would want to come back to you, Samantha, on your views as a regulator on this. How do you kind of prevent misuse? How do you kind of provide for unaffordable markets? So over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So as far as medical devices goes, like rightly mentioned, they are different from drugs. So it's not only the quality which is at the factory gate for drugs, it's quality which is going to be maintained in the hospital for upkeep of the device until its warranty period and then beyond the warranty period. So manufacturers only going to be responsible for the warranty and the post-warranty agreements which are in place. But beyond that, the product is still going to be used. And if the product is going to be used, then it has to be safe. So in many cases, simple maintenance or servicing, and sometimes it's also remanufacturing or refurbishing. In the Indian medical device regulations, one of the missing spots is the rule book regarding regulations for remanufacturing or refurbishing for products which are available in the Indian market space, whether they are Indian manufactured or overseas manufactured. So we do need to have those regulations in place as per the best practices internationally. That's one of our asks to the government. As far as the import of excess of the refurbished or the pre-owned goods coming into the country goes, I think there are two aspects to this. One aspect is it affordable? I'm not so sure, because if it's potentially unsafe without any regulatory controls, it's, I would say, to have something unsafe being used on a patient is extremely unaffordable. So we can't afford to have this kind of affordability in the country without regulations in place. Number two, if we want to have a strong manufacturing ecosystem, where we know that 70% to 80% of the equipment that we use in the country are imported. Well, we were importing watches, we were importing televisions, we were importing computers until recently, until we had a very strong Make in India policy which disallowed anybody to bring in anything which is pre-owned into the country. And the same, I think, policy has to go for even medical devices, more so. If you want a strong ecosystem for Make in India, we should completely disallow import of pre-owned goods coming into the country, because the overseas supplier has two sales. He replenishes the sale in the overseas country where he is going to be selling again, and the goods get diverted to India with very poor controls and regulations in place over here. So let's protect our people and let's protect our industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Scary, but yeah, very bold views. Thank you, Rajanaji. Samantha, quick word from you on this.
Yeah, of course. So I think, as has been said, quality is important, safety is important, efficacy is important, and we say that about any product, whether it's a pharmaceutical or a device, and of course all of those points still remain. So it's what controls do you put in place, what risks need to be considered. It's worth considering which device categorizations would you select for this particular policy versus not. Of course, we are in a situation where there are different circumstances where devices and medicines are being used, and as such, the different approaches do need to be taken, especially to ensure access and affordability. So it is about looking at, what testing needs to be done to prove that things are safe, have that level of quality and are effective. How do we decontaminate and clean? How do we ensure it's safe? But there's also something about how do we interact at a global level, internationally? How do we ensure that standards aren't being sort of divergent from other approaches? There are learnings to be had about how others are doing these sorts of things. And fundamentally, if we don't necessarily get this sort of activity right, we have unintended consequences and unintended costs, because those individuals who perhaps have a refurbished product might actually end up back in hospital if that hasn't actually gone the right way, and the activities and the controls in place haven't been done appropriately, and as such, that's costly. So, getting it right is important, and again, having the right people in the room, and there are plenty of those in India, to have those discussions is going to be critical.
Thank you. I guess we have just time enough for closing comments. So if there was one thing that you would like to prioritize to promote integrated healthcare in India, what would that be? Ajay, we could start with you.
So we think there'll be a lot of emerging models in AI space on drug discovery, on early screening, diagnosis, and on personalized medicine. And I think there'll be some very interesting companies coming out of India.
Thank you.
I would say developing healthcare technologies in partnerships, putting the patient first, looking at the geography, equity, and the data on the ground.
Excellent.
I would probably say, gosh, one thing that's difficult, but data and digital technologies working together, because I think actually if you have all of that in one place, you actually are then able to reduce inequalities, provide the right care that's needed, and hopefully move towards those integrated care pathways.
So I agree with everything they said, but I do want to add that I think it's very important for us to live up to the terminology of healthcare. We have for years been practicing sick care, and people come to hospitals when they're sick. We need to begin with proactive, preventive, we can do predictive, and definitely do personalized. So use the data, request for regulation, but most of all, build a public mindset of keeping people healthy, because the heart attack that people are having at 50s and 60s started in their 30s. So I would like a major national movement towards, and actually a global movement towards health checks, preventive screening, risk prediction scores, and appropriate lifestyle and adjustment, and especially cancer screening, because if you find cancer early, the outcome is just so different. We need to save lives, and we can do save lives by caring and curing early.
Yeah, wonderful, thanks. Arjunaji.
So I would think not one but two. One is trust, and for trust with the healthcare providers, a part of it which has been slightly eroding, I would say, candidly in the past, is to welcome the right kind of appropriate regulations which will bring in the right kind of discipline. And this is required both for the healthcare providers as well as for manufacturers like us. Now these regulations need to be reasonable, they need to be implementable, otherwise they become misfit and only lead to corruption. So we need to have something which will be welcomed as healthcare providers and as medical device manufacturers to understand the need for the regulations and for need for disciplining ourselves. And this will bring in the trust. And these kind of regulations, along with preventive healthcare, is again going to reduce our disease burden and our average stay of the patient on the hospital bed. This is, I think, for this we need to have an open communication between all the stakeholders. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just one minute. I think taking that thing of 2 points, I think partnerships is the biggest thing. It's pharma to hospital, it's hospital with regulator, it's IT with thing. So if it's one thing, it's partnership.
Partnership, very well said. What an inspiring 1 hour we've had. I completely enjoyed the points that were made. Let's give a big round of applause to the panel for their very inspiring sharing of insights and their thoughts on integrated healthcare. Thank you all, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for such an enlightening session. I'll take a moment over here and I humbly request Mr. Suresh Subramanian to do the honors and a small token of thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. I would request Ms. Paridhi Gupta to please join us, VP Ernst & Young. Well, we would also want to felicitate you too, sir, for your time. So I request Ms. Paridhi Gupta to please hand over a token of thank you. And let us capture this moment before we move on. I request our panelists to just step forward for a photograph. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 21 editions, BioAsia had participations of luminaries from 100 plus countries, 25,000 plus B2B, B2R, R2R meetings, 250 plus letters of intents, bilateral cooperation agreements and MOUs, and over 30 knowledge papers and policy recommendations have been unveiled in the last 21 years of BioAsia. Now we have amongst us one of the pioneers and an architect of BioAsia. So I take this opportunity to call him on stage to share his insight and address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together while I call on stage Shri B.P. Acharya, with a huge round of applause, retired IAS and of course one of the architects of BioAsia. Sir, can we have you on stage, please? We'll take a moment over here while we just set the stage for all of you for the coming sessions.
We'll just wait for a second, sir. Okay, come here. No.
What's your address? So you first time in BioAsia? Okay. What's your name? He went to Prayagraj. Wait by about 15-20 minutes. Cell time. I was part of the Valedictory. Yeah. Special Chief Secretary to the government.
Okay.
Retired.
Thanks for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Now over to Shri B.P. Acharya-ji, retired IAS officer. He's right here. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, when I was asked that could I tell the story of BioAsia, I jumped at the opportunity. I couldn't say no. So here I try to jog my memory back, how it all started 21 years ago, February 2004 to be precise. It was a bit of a conspiracy that I and Ernst & Young, Vishal Goyal at that time, we hatched up while attending the bio in Washington, D.C. perhaps that year. Every year we used to make it a point to go to bio, and we used to, by that time, the Genome Valley cluster was growing. It was already there. We were trying to market it as a concept of a cluster, life science cluster. We thought we need to have an event to showcase it. What would be the USP for that event? Those days, while attending bio, one could rarely see any Asian presence in the world biotech, global biotech industry. We realized that there is a lot happening in Asia, but not given the due. Biotechnology those days was still being considered as a US, Europe-centric science and industry. The Biotech Industries Organization, which was the biggest organization which arranges annual event in the USA and occasionally in Canada, It will be easier now with becoming the 51st state, if at all. So they normally stick on to USA. They have subsidiary events, but they didn't have anything major happening in India. So we thought, why not try and create a platform to showcase Genome Valley and networking opportunity for Asian countries. We have seen the developments in China, in Japan, in Korea, Malaysia, and we thought we could provide a platform to showcase it, as well as Genome Valley being highlighted. That was the original purpose when we started 21 years ago. In fact, the fact that this event has grown from strength to strength over the last 2 decades is a sense of immense satisfaction. It is like something like your own child growing before your eyes, and I feel so delighted to see this become so big. Today, in many ways, it has become bigger than the original bio in US. It is a networking opportunity where the entire industry waits to come, and every time in February, people wait with expectation. What is it happening here? Then, the whole idea of creating a platform for BioAsia and the Genome Valley also had a concomitant organizing challenge. Should you do with the government? Should you have a parallel agency to do it? While we thought government should be the facilitator, we tried to create a body called Federation of Asian Biotech Associations. It is called pharma. We had a very active, proactive Secretary General, Dr. B.S. Bajaj, who took the lead. In fact, today, Shakti Nagapan that you see, he is the Director of Biotechnology and the mover and shaker of BioAsia. He was recruited by Dr. Bajaj and both of us together, and he has also grown along with this event. It's very heartening to see his growth, career growth in this field. Today he is the Director Biopharma in this government of Telangana. So then the pharma, which had chapters in Asian countries, we decided by design that the president won't be from India. We had a Pakistani gentleman called Dr. Anwar Naseem. He was the scientific advisor to the Pakistan government who came forward. He became the president for the initial couple of years. Then he was succeeded by other people, the representatives from Iran, from Nepal, from Sri Lanka. The minister from Sri Lanka was very keen. He attended the meeting those days. So that's how BioAsia and pharma started in 2004, to be precise. But the idea of BioAsia, we used to have one day prior to the event, a visit to the park, the bioparks event as we called it, to see the cluster and to see investment potentials in Genome Valley that also stabilized. Those who were delegates coming all the way, they had an opportunity of seeing the cluster grow. Cluster today is perhaps one of the best life science clusters in the world today, and definitely the best in India. But there is a need to replicate this cluster in many other parts of India. That's where I think BioAsia can play a role. I will cite a specific example. When we were doing this exercise, in 2019, the minister from Odisha was invited to the Valedictory, and I took him around the Genome Valley. They were about to launch their biotech initiative. It is in outskirts of Bhubaneswar. They had allotted land to Bharat Biotech, but nothing much had happened over nearly 10 years. So they were about to cancel it. So I took him around the Genome Valley, showed him the cluster there, and he attended BioAsia and Valedictory like this, and he announced that we will do our biotech park also. It was followed up by persuasion from all sides. I played my little role in trying to push them, nudge them, and today, lo and behold, after 4 or 5 years, we find a huge facility created by Bharat Biotech, one of the largest vaccine manufacturing facilities. It has got a capacity of 8.2 billion doses per year. I was there last week. I was so pleased to see. It is a spin-off of the BioAsia in many ways. How BioAsia can help other states, not only Telangana or Andhra Pradesh. It's an investment of 1,500 crores by Bharat Biotech with the first malaria vaccine in collaboration with GSK, which is coming up in that facility. They will also make cholera, they will also make other vaccines in that event, in that manufacturing facility. But the cluster is about waiting to grow. Cluster with other companies need to be allotted land there. There are similar facilities in Guwahati, in Gujarat, in other states, Bangalore of course, where India needs at least 10 genome valleys all around the country, which can create a cluster. I welcome the honorable ministers who are joining us now. I invite the Honorable Union Minister, Coal, Mines and Coal, Kishan Reddy ji, to come on the dais. I also invite our Minister, Sridhar Babu Garu, to come on the dais, along with Jayesh Ranjan, the Special CS. And I will, with their permission, sir, I will continue the story of, I was telling the story of BioAsia and Genome Valley to keep them engaged till you arrived. With your permission, I will just wind up, sir. So I was basically trying to explain that India needs 10 more genome valleys. Our Union Minister has visited the Genome Valley several times. He visited the ICMR Animal Resource Facility, particularly when I was the advisor there. He encouraged the completion of that project. He knows the importance of a cluster like Genome Valley. I would urge Government of India to facilitate creation of clusters like this all over India. India needs, there are potential candidates in Bhubaneswar, in Guwahati, in Gujarat, in Bangalore. These are ready for a takeoff. They are where we were 20 years ago. So it will be good if the BioAsia and Genome Valley also showcases such events. I was just telling about how BioAsia itself had a direct spin-off in Odisha Biotech Park, where the Bharat Biotech invested 1,500 crores in the outskirts of Bhubaneswar. They're waiting for the Prime Minister to go and inaugurate, sir. So that is one area where we can develop life science clusters around India. India needs at least 10 such clusters to facilitate manufacturing and R&D. One more issue, sir, I would like to draw your attention. We have created a National Research Fund, NRF, Anusandhan Fund, supposed to be with an overall outlay of 10,000 crores over a period of time. But unfortunately, the flow to life science sector, to the biopharma sector has not been so encouraging. We need to ensure this is an area where we have a target of drug discovery. We have now perfected the art innovation in process, but innovation in product is waiting to happen. That's where the Government of India fund can be targeted, sir. With these, I would like to wind up now and once again recount. I would thank the organizers for giving me a chance to go back down the memory lane to tell about the story of BioAsia, how it all started 21 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Before we move ahead, I would like to take this opportunity and acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Government of India, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Garu, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communication Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, Government of Telangana, Shri D. Sridhar Babu. Thank you very much, sir. Of course, PP Acharya ji, thank you so much for your talk. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Shri Jayesh Ranjan Sir, IAS Special Chief Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Telangana, and Mr. Shakti Nagapan, Director, Life Sciences, Government of Telangana. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a huge round of applause as they are present over here. Ladies and gentlemen, last year at BioAsia, we witnessed a landmark moment with the launch of C4IR Telangana, the world's first thematic center focused on healthcare and life sciences. This year, we were delighted to build on that momentum by hosting several co-hosted panel discussion and workshops to exchange global perspective and experiences. To share a brief summary and key takeaways from these insightful sessions, we are pleased to invite on stage Dr. Ruma Bhargava. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, can we have Dr. Ruma Bhargava on stage?
Honorable Minister Sir, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, and dear audience. As we conclude this incredible journey at BioAsia, I want to take a moment to reflect on what we have achieved in the past 2 days, and most importantly, the road ahead. For us at World Economic Forum, digital healthcare transformation, innovation, and collaboration remains at the heart of our engagement in whatever we do, and we firmly believe that Telangana has the potential to become a global hub and leader in the global health space. And the discussions, what we have witnessed in the past 2 days, are a testimony to this vision. For World Economic Forum, the milestones, what we have achieved in the past 2 days, first of all, we announced the launch of the Digital Health Activator in India, which would enhance digital health adoption, a cutting edge across technology and needed for the most vulnerable people across India. Second, the session what we conducted on bioeconomy, wherein dialogues were opened as to how policy, technology and innovation, at the nexus of which India could emerge as a global leader in the bioeconomy space. And finally, how we can enhance the workforce well-being. We have been hearing a lot about how physical health and mental health of employees at various organizations are important. So we took a step further and invited leading organizations as to what they are doing for the physical, mental, economic, and social well-being of their employees. So at this moment, I just want to thank the Government of Telangana, Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution, Telangana, all the audience, leaders and innovators who have participated in the 2-day-long discussions. I feel this is just the beginning, and the discussions what we have had, it is now time to translate those into action. And in the last, and to sum up, I would just like to say that let us keep pushing boundaries, let us keep collaborating and make India, and most importantly, Telangana, the true global health hub in the healthcare space. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruma. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we regret that our Honorable Union Minister was not able to travel to Hyderabad due to unforeseen circumstances. He has sent us his keynote address for BioAsia, which we are going to play. So may I invite you to turn your attention to the screen for a special virtual address by Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textile, Government of India.
Honorable dignitaries, esteemed industry leaders, global investors, researchers and innovators. It is indeed an honor to address BioAsia 2025. At the outset, I congratulate the government of Telangana for its unwavering commitment to advancing India's life sciences sector. Telangana has established itself as a leading healthcare hub, home to India's largest pharma clusters and biotech research centers. This year's theme, Catalysts of Change, expanding global healthcare frontiers, perfectly captures India's evolving role. Our country, under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is pioneering innovations, fostering cross-border collaborations, and accelerating adoption of cutting-edge technologies to revolutionize healthcare delivery worldwide. India has long been recognized as the pharmacy of the world, supplying affordable generics to over 200 countries. Today, we are making a significant transition from volume to value, with a sharp focus on innovation, R&D, and high-value biopharma. With initiatives like PLI for pharma, bulk drugs, and medical devices, Genome India project, etc., India is poised to lead the next wave of healthcare manufacturing, providing free treatment to crores of Indians, offering medicines at an 80% discount in Jan Aushadhi Kendras, more than 10,000 of them across the country, and building modern medical infrastructure are some of the revolutionary steps in the field of public health care during the last decade. In fact, in the recent budget, we have announced significant concessions for cancer-related and other life-saving drugs. Friends, India is dedicated to collaborating with international stakeholders to address global healthcare challenges, from pandemic to digital solutions. India offers unmatched talent, cost advantages, and a thriving innovation ecosystem. As we accelerate in global economic race under Prime Minister Modi, the people of Telangana are also benefiting from transformational reforms like Kakatiya Mega Textile Park in Warangal, Industrial Node in Zahirabad, and an All India Institute of Medical Sciences at Bibinagar, whose foundation stone was recently laid. We have 2,605 kilometers of national highways which have been constructed in Telangana since 2014, and 4 greenfield corridors are being built under the Bharatmala project. Recently, I also had the privilege to launch the National Turmeric Board at Nizamabad. I urge global investors and industry leaders to seize the immense opportunities that India presents. Let us work hand in hand to drive innovation, expand healthcare frontiers, and make cutting-edge medical solutions accessible to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for insights and for the government's continued support to strengthening India's position as a global leader in clinical research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, now let me take this opportunity and once again welcome you all to the Valedictory ceremony of BioAsia 2025. Over the past few days, we have witnessed remarkable discussions, collaborations, and innovations that are set to redefine the future of life sciences and healthcare. And to begin, we are privileged that we have a wonderful set of dignitaries along with us on the stage. With great pleasure, but with a touch of bittersweet sentiments, that we gather here today to mark the conclusion of what has been an extraordinary journey of the 22nd edition of BioAsia. Over the past few days, we have had privilege of coming together as a global community to explore the latest advancements, share insights, network for collaborations in this dynamic field of life sciences and healthcare. BioAsia has always pioneered and nurtured startups, showcasing innovation and groundbreaking ideas. This year, we had received 463 applications, out of which 84 were selected to be a part of BioAsia 2025. Judges were impressed by the high number of women entrepreneurs, so one round of applause to all the women entrepreneurs. And among them, 5 outstanding startups have been meticulously selected by an esteemed jury. While we will honor them shortly, let's first hear from them, the top innovators, as they share their vision and journey with us. So, as we call it as a pitch, a 1-minute pitch, I first welcome on stage the representative of SEM Genome on stage, please. Can we have them here? Yes, let us welcome with a huge round of applause.
Respected dignitaries on the stage, industry leaders, and my fellow colleagues. We are a tech bio company. SEM Genome by Semantic Web Tech is a suite of applications powered by semantic intelligence, which is revolutionizing the knowledge management in the domain of life sciences, genomics, and public health. Our outstanding suite of application called SEM Genome GVA, it helps laboratories, genetic testing labs, doctors, researchers, and clinicians to enhance the productivity of clinical genetics. We are incubated in the Atal Incubation Center, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, and using the validation data provided by CCMB and CDFD, we have built a platform that accelerates the recognition of variants to detect genetic disorders in humans. We thank the Telangana state government and the central government of India for supporting startups like this with grants and the much needed support ecosystem. We also thank BioAsia for this opportunity to represent our business, to discuss what we do. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you and all the best for your future endeavors. Next, we would like to hear from Jenica Biosciences. Can we have her on stage? The representative, please.
Respected dignitaries on stage, industry leaders, colleagues, and friends, thank you for being here to listen to about our work. So I am Dr. Rupa from Jenica Biosciences. Jenica is working on developing Make in India initiative of developing recombinant drug delivery adjuvants, which helps in the easy delivery of monoclonal antibodies subcutaneously. So we are developing using our innovative genetic engineering technology to develop this robust enzyme, where it is very much active and a great alternative for an animal-derived enzyme which is there in the market. So I would like to thank AIC CCMB for giving me the opportunity to incubate there and do my work. I also would like to thank our collaborators from CCMB and IIT Madras, and also thank BioAsia for giving me this opportunity. We are here selected for startup stage for the 3rd time, and now we got the award, and thank you so much for supporting us, and I would like to thank everyone here in the hall. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. Now, without much ado, I would like to call our next startup, ProEns. Can we have you on stage?
Very good evening to dignitaries on this dais and the entrepreneurs of the stage here. We are representing ProEns Biosciences. We are working on most of the molecular diagnostic kits for the cancer diagnosis mainly for the lung and colon and also the breast cancers. And thank you for AICCCMB for all your support, and also Government of Telangana and Government of India for the startup grants and also the ecosystem that has been provided to the Province BioSciences. Thank you all.
Congratulations once again. Let us call our fourth shortlisted startup, Boltzmann Labs. Can we have you on stage?
Good evening, everyone. India is in the forefront of pharma manufacturing, but still we are lacking in discovering novel molecules. At Boltzmann Labs, we believe in that technology will be driving the novel discoveries going forward. That's why we are building AI platforms that will be enabling end-to-end drug discovery, and we are going to build India's first self-driving laboratory going forward in the next year that will be enabling automated design of novel proteins and small molecules. So thank you, BioAsia, for giving this opportunity. And we want to see Boltzmann Labs driving the technology-driven discovery going forward. And we want to bring in at least one novel molecule into the market every year going forward, starting from 2027. Thank you.
Congratulations to you and all the best for all the plans you have. Moving on to our last winner, startup winner, Utopia Therapeutics. Can we have you on stage?
First of all, we would like to thank you, BioAsia organizers, for giving us such a wonderful opportunity. We are from Utopia Therapeutics. We have a vaccine for fatty liver and obesity. Basically, we target fatty acid metabolism, not appetite suppress. So we have done all the preclinical studies. Now we are moving towards the human clinical trial. So once again, thank you all. Thank you for the support.
Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request you all to give a huge round of applause to all these 5 companies who have won. They've been scrutinized well. The selection process was not easy task, and we extend our deepest gratitude to our distinguished jury members. So I quickly just take their names. Ramji Pallela, Dr. Raj Vishwanathan, Dupatla, Dr. Vishal Gandhi, Professor Renu John, Uday Saxena ji, Sahaj Singh Gambhir, Venugopal Sankraneti, Sakravarti, AVPS, Atin Tomar, and Rahul Paith. Thank you very much to the jury members who dedicated their time and expertise to evaluate the exceptional startups. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will take this opportunity and invite Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, IAS Special Chief Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Telangana, to please step forward and share his thoughts.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Guest of the Valedictory Ceremony, Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Garu. Honorable Guest of Honor, Minister for Industries, IT, Government of Telangana, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu. Respected Shri B.P. Acharya, my colleague Shakti, and all the delegates who have been attending this 22nd edition of BioAsia since yesterday. First of all, a big congratulations to all of you. Like our earlier editions, the 22nd edition has also gone off very, very successfully. There are many metrics on which we measure success. The common ones are number of people who attended, number of stalls that were set up, but there are certain intangible matrices also. What was the quality of discussion? What was the richness of the content? How satisfactory the participants were? Many of you have come from overseas, and this would have taken a lot of time and effort to come all the way to Hyderabad. Was it really worth your effort? And the feedback on all these parameters, I have spoken to many people, at least 20 people over the last 2 days, and the feedback is overwhelming. It is very positive, so a big thank you to all of you. As Government of Telangana, we organized this event. We we take responsibility of supporting this event basically for two reasons. One, of course, is to showcase what is happening in Telangana, what are the new aspects that we are working on, and hopefully that will translate into getting more investments, creating more jobs, and so on and so forth. But one other important purpose behind holding this event is to also get inputs and ideas and suggestions, takeaways as they are called, and I personally have received lots of takeaways. I have interacted with many people, domain experts, have attended quite a few sessions, and some bilateral meetings also, and lots of good ideas have come on what are the new technologies that we should focus on, what should be the infrastructure push that we need to give, how do we support startups in scaling up, how do we connect them to corporates. We also have lots of initiatives happening in Hyderabad and in other parts of the world under the umbrella of World Economic Forum. I had a bilateral meeting earlier in the day with the C4IR in Malaysia, the C4IR in Serbia, and that discussion has left us with lots of ideas on how we can collaborate with them. The digital health activator has also been launched here, and how do we identify priorities under the digital health activator. So for us in the Department of Industries, Department of Life Sciences, this has been a very valuable experience, lots of takeaways as I said, but one amazing thing about us is that you will also see very fast turnaround in all this. I remember last year in the BioAsia, certain commitments were made, certain announcements were made, and Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Minister for Industries ensured that everything which we had committed, everything that was supposed to have been done by us was completed on time, so that in the BioAsia we could give a 100% compliance report. And the same will happen this year as well. We have taken note of all the ideas, suggestions, way forwards, and you will see very quick turnaround as days and weeks and months go by. So very grateful that this edition has gone off as particularly a very memorable and landmark event. I do hope that for the next year's BioAsia also, which will be the 23rd edition, we will continue to receive similar patronage, encouragement and support. So big thank you, and hope to see all of you again in the 23rd edition next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for inspiring words. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard them. Now it is time to felicitate the top 5 startups that have emerged as trailblazers in their respective fields. So first up, I would request SEM Genome to please step forward, and may I request our Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy Garu, to please do the honors. And I even request Honorable Minister of Industries and Commerce, Sri T. Sridhar Babu Garu, along with Mr. Jayesh Ranjan and Mr. Shakti Nagappan, to join them. And with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, these are the winners, the top 5 startups. As I've told you, they have been shortlisted from a long list of startups who have showcased themselves, so congratulations to SEM Genome, our first startup who has joined us on stage. Next, I would like to call on stage Jenica Biosciences, ladies and gentlemen. As Jenica Biosciences I would like to call ProEns to please join. Congratulations. While ProEns is taking the prize, or I may say the pluck card, representing as they're the winners, I would request Boltzmann Labs to please join us on stage. Congratulations. Last but of course not the least, I would request Ethiopia Therapeutics to please join us to receive the award for one of the best startups here. All 5 of them are winners, so congratulations to them and all the best for all the future endeavors. I request the other participants, other winners to please join. Let us have one group photograph together, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of healthcare. Make some noise for them. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you, dignitaries, to do the honors. You can take your seats, and thank you to the startups. Congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate innovation and entrepreneurship, it is equally important to recognize the skilling initiatives that are shaping the future workforce of the life sciences industry. One such flagship initiative is Skilling and Development Program started by C4IR Telangana. This program has made a significant impact by engaging over 2,000 students, with 1,500 undergoing rigorous evaluation and 140 promising students were selected, who have now successfully completed the program in organic synthetic chemistry. And now the first batch is ready to enter the workforce. Today, we are going to present certificates to the top 6 achievers of the skilling program who have demonstrated exceptional performance and dedication throughout their journey. This initiative would not have been possible without the unwavering support of our 4 esteemed industry partners, who have played a pivotal role in mentoring and guiding these young talent and minds. So, before we call our top achievers on stage, I will take this opportunity to call Harika Sri, the head of HR Operations Sai Life Sciences, to join us, along with Dr. Padmaja, Director Head LNOD Arjun Life Sciences, Karthik Sekhar, Head of Employee Experience and Culture, Syngene International Limited, and Anuj Singh, Head HR, Origin Pharmaceutical Services. I request you all to please join us on stage, and I request our Honorable Union Minister of Coals and Mines, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Garu, also to do the honors of giving away the certificates to the 6 achievers of the skilling program, along with our other dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let me call on stage and welcome Disha Paka Viharika, Loyola Academy, with a huge round of applause. Yeah, students can make noise, yes. Dr. Somya, St. Francis College for Women. Lakshmi Krishna Kumar, University of Hyderabad. Praveena Pradeep, University of Hyderabad. Let the claps keep rolling. D. Lokesh Anand, Nizam College. And S. Sai Rupa Sri, Sardar Patel College. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that they have been selected out of the 140 students. So I request you all to please encourage them with a huge round of applause. Congratulations and all the best for the future. The future of healthcare is here, ladies and gentlemen. We want to see the brightest smiles of these students. One last time, let us congratulate them. Thank you very much. You all can take your seats. Now we would like to recognize the colleges that have played a crucial role in this success. And let me call on stage Dr. Sridharan and Dr. Sarvanan from School of Chemistry, University of Hyderabad on stage, please. Please, we'll wait for you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome them with a huge round of applause. Thank you for your contribution. You all definitely had a crucial role in it, in nurturing the students for being future ready. Next, I would like to call on stage Dr. B. Satyanarayana, JNTUH, University College of Engineering, Science and Technology, Hyderabad. Congratulations to you. Our third and the last college who will be recognized over here, Representative Dr. Nanduri Srinivas from NIPER College. Can we have you on stage, sir? Congratulations to you. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to our skilled students and the colleges. They are going to be the future of healthcare. Thank you very much to our dignitaries to do the honors. But I humbly request and invite our Honorable Minister of Industries and Commerce, Shri D. Sridhar Babu, sir, to please deliver his valedictory address.
Andariki namaskaram. ఈరోజు శుభదినం. శివరాత్రి సందర్భంలో అందరికీ కూడా పండుగ శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేస్తూ వెరీ గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ టు ఆల్. We welcome Honorable Chief Guest of today, Honorable Union Minister Sri Kishan Reddy Garu, Sri Piyush Goyal Garu, who has virtually participated, our Principal Secretary, Jayesh Ranjan, Director Life Sciences, Shakti Nagappan, and very a senior leader of the industry, esteemed scientists, entrepreneurs, industry leaders, and all our dedicated government officials, friends from the media, and all the elders over here who have played a crucial role in making this BioAsia 2025 a grand success. My heartfelt gratitude to each and every one. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate to all the award winners, especially the startups that have shown groundbreaking innovations in healthcare and also in life sciences. I see many bright minds here who have potential to drive groundbreaking innovations and shape the future of the healthcare. As we conclude BioAsia 2025, we reflect on the phenomenal progress we made over the past 2 days. This year's edition has surpassed all expectations. BioAsia 2025 has witnessed an unprecedented scale, crossing last year's numbers, making it the largest edition ever for the past 2 decades. We welcome over 3,000 delegates and over 1,000 additional visitors, all exploring the latest advancement and forging transformative partnerships. 84 startups exhibited their cutting-edge solutions. First time ever, we have seen and witnessed so many startups at the BioAsia. That itself reflects their reinforcement and their commitment, and also reflects our government commitment to position ourselves as an innovation hub for the life sciences. over 100 speakers, including top global thought leaders, shared their expertise, shaping critical conversations on the future of healthcare. This edition facilitated more than 200 high-impact B2B meetings, unlocking new collaborations and investment opportunities. I'm proud to announce that during BioAsia 2025, we have seen landmark investments and collaboration worth 5,000 crores. I'm delighted to announce that a day ago, we inaugurated Amgen's new technology and innovation site with a capacity to accommodate 3,000 skilled professionals. Amgen India will significantly contribute to our state thriving tech and life sciences sectors. A special mention must be made of C4IR Telangana Center, which has successfully completed its last year. Last year, we launched this center, and this year, it played a pivotal role in fostering digital health, building skilled workforce, and driving healthcare solutions. The state commitment to skilling and workforce development remains a priority, ensuring our talent pool is future ready to lead the next wave of biotech and health innovation. We are proud to announce the successful completion of our synthetic organic chemistry batch. Just now we witnessed them all on the days under the skilling initiative of C4I Telangana. Some socio-economic statistics of the program reflects 82% of the students in this program are females students. 60% of them have completed their schooling in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of Telangana. Nearly 60% have at least one parent who has not completed graduation. Additionally, 50% of the students are the first in their families to graduate. I congratulate each and every student who showed their interest and participated in this skilling program. This program provides them with a valuable opportunity to advance their careers and improve their socio-economic status. This was made possible with the support of 4 industry partners. I thank them: Syngene, Aragon, Sai Life Sciences, and Origin. BioAsia has truly maintained its position at the global stage for healthcare and life sciences, and Telangana stands at the forefront of this revolution. As we conclude this landmark edition, let us carry forward the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and ambition, knowing that everything and together we can overcome anything in this world. A big thank you to the organizers, and special thanks to our Honorable Minister, Sri Kishan Reddy Garu. Although he had a prior engagement, upon the invitation by the state government, myself, and he was so pleased to come, grace his occasion, participated in this award function. I thank you, sir, for coming and taking part in this function. And I would like to thank all the partners and every individual who has contributed in making BioAsia 2025 a resounding success. Before I conclude, I would like to mention to Honorable Union Minister, and I would like to, seek his intervention in getting a vaccine testing facility in Genome Valley. Honorable Prime Minister post-COVID here in Hyderabad had announced that he would come up with a vaccine testing facility in Genome Valley, because now every batch of our vaccine goes to Kausoli for testing, sir. So I would like to request your intervention in bringing this vaccine testing center in Genome Valley. So with this, I would like to conclude, and I once again thank all the organizers and all the participants who have come, who made this program, this edition, a grand success. We look forward to welcome each and everybody in the next year. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words. Next, of course, I know you all are eagerly waiting for him to address you all, so I humbly request the Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mine Sri G. Kishan Reddy Garu, to please address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome him with a huge round of applause.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. Honorable Minister for Industries and IT, Government of Telangana, Sri Sridhar Babu Garu, Principal Secretary, Government of Telangana Industries, Jayesh Ranjan Garu, Industries Secretary, Government of Telangana, Sri Shakti Nagpal Garu, Senior IAS Officer, Sri BP Acharya Garu, participants from Life Sciences industry, distinguished guests, and all the government officials and other invitees, media friends, Andariki Namaskaram. Good evening to one and all. I welcome you all to Hyderabad, the Feral City. In India, we are celebrating today big festival, Shivaratri. On behalf of Shivaratri, Andariki Shivaratri Panduga Sandarbhanga, హృదయపూర్వకమైనటువంటి శుభాకాంక్షలు. Hyderabad today is not only known as the feral city, but also the pharmacy of the world and the best and international class hospitals of the world. Therefore, it is only appropriate that the top global event like BioAsia 2025, where leaders from around the world come together to discuss technologies and sustainable practices in healthcare held in Hyderabad. I truly feel proud to be at BioAsia 2025 and thank the organizers and the government of Telangana for the invitation, especially Honorable Minister Sridhar Babu Garu. This event shows India's strong leadership in life sciences, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare innovation. In fact, India is ranked third globally in drug and pharmaceutical production by volume. We supply more than 60% of world vaccines and 20% of global generic drugs, helping to ensure that affordable medicine reaches people across the globe. In the last 10 years, India's pharmaceutical exports have doubled from $15 billion in 2014 to almost $28 billion in financial year 2024. India's Bharat today doing strong exports, not just in pharmaceuticals, but across the multiple sectors, has a growing middle class and making large capex investments in infra. Today, India is the fifth largest economy in the world after surpassing the United Kingdom recently. Friends, in the span of a decade, we moved up from 10th largest economy to 5th largest in the world. Very soon, India will be the world's third largest economy. Over the last decade, India's Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi leadership, has worked tirelessly to lay foundations of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India. As a result, we have transitioned from a second largest defense importer to the top 25 defense exporter nations. In 2024, we had a zero export of mobile phones, and today exports of mobiles from India crossed rupees 1.2 lakh crores. We aspire to be a 5 trillion economy over next couple of years, and India will emerge a 7 trillion economy by 2030. We have set an ambitious target by our Honorable Prime Minister, 30 trillion economy by 2047 with a per capita income $18,000 per annum. Friends, all of this happened due to vision, leadership, speed of execution, talent of youth, experts of our dynamic entrepreneurs. Over the past decade, the government of India has transformed the fear of doing business into easy of doing business. This was possible due to our government carrying out revolutionary reforms across the multiple sectors, industries, across all sectors have gained immensely from establishment of single large market through one nation, one tax regime, the uniform goods and service tax regime. Similarly, financially, inclusion has significantly improved, with nearly every village having a bank or branch or banking correspondent. Loans from MSMEs and business have become much easier, and even ordinary street vendors have been linked to easy loans, while the loans given to the farmers and agriculture sector have more than doubled. Under the Mudra Yojana, financial assistance to all the needy persons to given loans and young and small entrepreneurs. As a result of several initiatives in India, global studies now show that over past decade, the provision of basic amenities and empowerment has helped 25 crores Indians to rise out of the poverty. The large group has become a part of the new middle class, now dreaming after the first two-wheelers and next four-wheelers, car and home. To further support the middle class, the recent budget increased zero tax threshold from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs, strengthening the entire middle class and working sector, private and government, boosting economic activity. India means business, India means development, India means pharma, India means healthcare, India means IT, India means youth power. Friends, it is indeed a matter of pride that Hyderabad is truly the bulk drug capital of the vaccine capital of India. Hyderabad is also a leader of IT exports, making it a key city hub for innovation and business. Hyderabad alone, through the software technology parks, export more than 1.2 lakh crores, approximately 15 billion US dollars of IT services. With it is a strong background in both life sciences and technology, Hyderabad is ready to take on a bigger role on the global stage. Under the leadership of the Narendra Modi ji, India has made a big improvement in research and development, artificial intelligence driven healthcare and manufacturing. Our Vaccine Maitri initiatives, where India sent over 250 million COVID-19 vaccine doses to more than 100 countries. It reflects our belief in Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, which means the world is one family. Telangana plays a huge role in India's pharmaceutical success, producing 35% of the country's pharma income and 40% of bulk drug. Hyderabad is a home to over 800 pharma, biotech and meditech companies, creating a strong ecosystem for growth and innovation. The ecosystem supports end-to-end life sciences from R&D and manufacturing to clinical trials and commercialization. City of Hyderabad has a strong talent pool with graduates from premier institutions like the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Hyderabad, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, NIPER, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Indian School of Business, Nalsar University of Law, Defense Research and Development Laboratory, DRDL, like that. The city also attracts global talent due to its growing biotech sector and a supporting environment for innovation. Further to humanly perform animal experimentation in biomedical research to find better ways to understand, prevent, treat, and cure diseases, the National Animal Resource Facility for Biomedical Research has been set up and operation since last year at Genome Valley in Hyderabad. Important hubs like Genome Valley, Hyderabad Pharma City, and the Medical Devices Park attract global investments and help India aim for a $500 billion life sciences economy by 2047. The Government of India is fully committed to supporting all these sectors. Initiatives of the Government of India, such as the Meditech Mitra platform, have led 250 innovators, startups, and industry partners overcoming challenges in developing regulation compliant products, their clinical validation, and scaling up. Friends, through affordable innovation, advanced manufacturing, and cutting-edge research in India, we are becoming the top choices for life sciences investments. I cordially invite global investors, researchers, and scientists to work with us in shaping the future of global healthcare. Together, we can create new breakthroughs and ensure better healthcare in everyone. Our doors are always open for any support that required further in this direction. I sincerely thank all the speakers and delegates and who made this event insightful and engaging. I once again extend my warmest congratulations to all the award winners, especially startups that have demonstrated groundbreaking innovations in healthcare and life sciences. I see many brilliant minds here who have the potential to transform the future of healthcare. I sincerely thank all the speakers, all the participants in the exhibitions, and the delegates who made this event insightful and engaging. Thank you, one and all, and once again, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for inspiring and enlightening words, ladies and gentlemen. Now, with that, we have officially concluded this year's edition of BioAsia. A heartfelt thank you to you all. I would like to thank our dignitaries to be over here, our speakers, startups, and participants for making this event a grand success. We hope you take back valuable insights, meaningful connections, and renewed enthusiasm to drive innovation forward. Until BioAsia 2026, thank you and have a wonderful evening ahead. In fact, a wonderful year ahead. Goodbye and good night.
We request the industry people to come at the front and industry and faculty members at the front. He's taking a photo along with him. He's taking a photo along with him. That's why I got them. That's the instruction which Purvam is sleeping.
opportunity. I am hosting.
Please stay back. Don't, guys, all the people, right? Just stay back. The minister is coming in a minute. Okay, please stay over here itself. We're expecting the minister anytime now. He's just finished off his media interaction. Don't keep running away. Please be here. Faculty members, students, please stay here.
Santosh. In the meantime, let's use this time. This is the first ever skilling program, so hip hip hooray for the first skilling program. Let's capture these moments. Let's capture these moments. On my count of 1, 2, 3, let's say hip hip hooray. 1, 2, 3. Hip hip hooray. आवाज नहीं आया. I know आपको कब से हमने खड़ा रखा है. Trust me, just last 1 minute. Okay, again on the count of 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hip hip hooray. Okay, just last 1 minute. Trust me.
One.
Check. All right, congratulations, guys. Can you make some noise for yourself? This much happy? I don't like apni batti si mat dikha. Don't show your teeth. Make some noise for yourself. Okay, you're not shouting so loudly because your teachers and lecturers are watching, is it? Don't worry, this is the day I think they also should make some noise with you all right, to celebrate it together. Well, I just got to know that this initiative, this is the first batch. So you're going to be the seniors next. Are you going to rag your juniors? Yeah, who said yes? How many marks you got? Tell me that first. Then we'll decide whether you can rag them or they'll rag you back next year also. Okay, just for my curiosity, before they drop by, I know you all are waiting, you're being very patient, especially the girls. You know, we are known for being well-mannered. You all are there, standing there since half an hour. So good, and I saw there's so many females. Females, make some noise. Okay, just for curiosity's sake. Guys, make some noise. Now I like this group even more. But congratulations. We very rarely, when these kind of programs come, the girls are coming forward. So really congratulations to you. Sorry, guys. You have to do a better job next year. Okay? कुछ बोलना है रिया? You were saying hip hip पूरे and all that. अब क्या हुआ? आप बोलेंगे ना? Right? Girls, इज्जत. Okay, ready? 3 cheers for the first batch of skilling. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Awesome. Okay, now you all keep quiet. Can all the faculty make some noise? Can you just raise your hand? The faculty, can you raise your hand? Only faculty, raise your hand. Don't shout, just raise your hand. Yeah? Sir? Sir, I know, dil to bacha hai ji, but I'm talking about the faculty. All right, so how proud you all are about the students? You're very proud? Very proud, all right. So one of you all, I know that you all lecture them always, but now it is a time to encourage. I want one of them to say some nice words about them.
I am very proud of all of my students who has undergone this skill training for the first time from Telangana Academy of Skilling. So I encourage, and I'm feeling very happy because lots and lots of girl students are there. I'm very happy. Lot of congratulations to all of you.
Okay, thank you. I think the moment has come, guys. Enjoy, relish this moment. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much.